Born to the great conqueror, Jun Xuanxiao, and the mild Shen Yu, Jun QiYu's future can only be auspicious. Jun QiYu strives to be as great as his big father, but when he returns from his exploits, he is forced to marry his childhood friend, Liqing, who was given the title Tanhualang, the most eligible bachelor in among his peers. When he returned from the western regions, he ordered Liqing to not accept the marriage. But when the time came, Liqing changed his mind and double-crossed him. QiYu rebels by mistreating his new crowned princess. Their marriage is off to a rocky start. Would love ever blossom, or would he hate Liqing until the day he dies? After receiving Shen Yu's blessings, Jun Xuanxiao led his army to the north to defeat the Xiongnu. He fought viciously, strategizing shrewdly, bearing down his enemy like the devil himself. It took him half a year, but he came back victorious. Due to the war, he was not there when Jun QiYu was born, but took it upon himself to care for his son upon his victorious return. I never expected that Jun Xuanxiao would ever change a diaper in his life. A banquet is held upon his return. The countries surrounding Dajing came to celebrate his success and to pay him tribute, bringing rare gifts and vast treasures to please him, submitting themselves to his whims, pledging their allegiance to Dajing. While they celebrated the father, they also came to admire his son. They can only conclude that the auspiciousness of Dajing is due to the birth of the mighty emperor's crown prince. The birth of Jun QiYu brought prosperity and luck to the kingdom of Dajing. It's been a year since Jun QiYu's birth. Today is his first birthday. Many treasures varying from pearls, books, and weapons litter a mat on the floor. All this are in preparation of Zhuozhou. It is a tradition that on a child's first birthday, a variety of items will be laid out in front of them. Whatever the baby picks will be a symbol of what their future will be. It's like a fortune-telling activity for babies. Shen Yu crossed his hands in front of him, looking at his husband incredulously. He did prepare a lot of items in preparation for the fortune-telling activity, but does not know how Jun Xuanxiao sneaked in many sharp objects. He scolds his husband for adding weapons that could hurt their baby. Jun Xuanxiao pacifies Shen Yu's worries. There is no way that their QiYu will be hurt, as they will be there to watch him. At his age, QiYu can barely walk, let alone lift up a weapon in his tiny little hands. Should Jun QiYu want to become a fighter, wouldn't it be a shame if weapons are not available for him during Zhuozhou? To prove his point, Jun Xuanxiao turned to the baby, QiYu, babbling to the child to make the baby agree with him. To watch Jun Xuanxiao and Shen Yu's love story. Watch cruel and merciless commander's 9 wives are dead. Now his new wife is a man. In this channel, still carrying his child, Jun Xuanxiao turns to his emperor consort, telling him that they will not spoil QiYu and will make him into a hero. As if agreeing to his father, QiYu babbles to Shen Yu as if he is trying to assuage his little father's worries. Surprised by their son's cute reaction, Shen Yu can only look at him stunned. Jun Xuanxiao smugly tells Shen Yu that even QiYu agrees with him and wants Shen Yu to stop worrying. Miffed at his husband's nonchalant attitude, Shen Yu sets aside his worries. Their child's future is undetermined as he is too young to take on the role of a hero. He tells the mighty emperor that should their child get hurt due to the sharp objects, he will blame the emperor. Guests started to arrive, and the imposing figure of the country's general stepped into the room. It is a small gathering of only close friends. General Songqing and his husband, Han Liang, are indeed welcome. Surprised by the new addition to their friend's family, Shen Yu turns to the toddler that Han Liang is carrying. He asks if the toddler is their child, thinking that Han Liang must have given birth to the child, like Shen Yu did to QiYu. Shen Yu asks how Han Liang made it happen. Shen Yu, although a man, gave birth to QiYu due to a birthing elixir. It's just magic. Okay. Don't question the power of BL. Han Liang explains that unlike Shen Yu, he does not have the ability to give birth. He and Songqing adopted the child from Han Liang's distant relatives. The Imperial doctor, Bian Shisi, laughs at Shen Yu for guessing it wrong. He suspected that the shrewd Han Liang must have stolen the baby. Ignoring the doctor's crude suspicions, Han Liang introduced the toddler as Song Liqing. It was Songqing who named the child. The child's name must be a combination of Liang and Qing. Han Liang explains that the child is thin and weak due to the lack of nourishment shortly after he was born. The child's parents died shortly after his birth, leaving the child behind. Liqing is now 3 years old, but he is not bigger than the year-old QiYu. Shen Yu takes pity on the child. Han Liang hugs the child as he tells Shen Yu that he brought the child so that QiYu's auspiciousness and vitality can rub on the toddler. Taking on the role as the child's little father, Hong Liang, cares for the child and vows to raise him as if he is his own. Bian Shixi offered to become the child's godfather and promised to be more polite to Hong Liang. Hong Liang quickly rejected the offer, citing that he'd rather his child eat rice than medicine. The affronted doctor can only raise his voice at Hong Liang. Unbothered by their spouse's conversation, Jun Xuanxiao placed his son on the raised platform, where various objects were laid out while Songqing watched him vigilantly. Songqing calls the attention of the others in the room, announcing that the fortune-telling activity is about to commence. Jun Xuanxiao placed QiYu on the mat, allowing him to choose. Shen Yu tries to encourage their child to pick among the items laid out. He turns to his husband asking if he wanted QiYu to be a scholar or a fighter. Jun Xuanxiao quickly answered that he wanted his son to learn martial arts, so that he could take him to the garrison and practice the art. Shen Yu worries that their child might turn into a brute who only knows how to bully people. Jun Xuanxiao felt a stab in his heart, suspecting Shen Yu was talking about him. Jun Chi started crawling on the mat, delighted at the many toys in front of him. Shen Yu encourages him to grab whatever he wants. To Jun Xuanxiao's disappointment, and to Shen Yu's delight, QiYu's chubby hand lands on a pile of books. Jun Xuanxiao tried to entice the child to choose another item, leading him to where he wanted the baby to go. Shen Yu scolded his antics, telling him that he shouldn't intervene. QiYu excitedly raised the dragon's seal over his head. Pleased, Jun Xuanxiao remarks that the child must want to quickly replace his own father as emperor of Dajing. Jun Xuanxiao was impressed at his baby's ambition. Shen Yu suspects that QiYu only picked the seal because Jun Xuanxiao usually gives it to the baby as a toy. Leave it to Jun Xuanxiao to let his child play with the dragon seal. The dragon seal is used by the emperor to sign missives and orders. QiYu was an energetic baby that would latch on to almost everything he sees. Shen Yu is worried that their baby is being greedy. Songqing is astounded that a year-old little baby could lift hefty objects made of jade. Beyond Shixi compliments QiYu for his sharpness, commenting that the child will be a force to reckon with in the years to come. Hong Liang thinks that if QiYu grows up to be strong and ambitious like Jun Xuanxiao, and intelligent like Shen Yu, he will surely become a troublesome child. Shen Yu announces that the fortune-telling activity is over and tells the others that he will call for a servant to take the objects away. Something catches QiYu's attention and quickly crawls towards the object he desires. Across the platform, surrounded by books, sat LiQing leafing through the pages of a book. His pores over the book, not aware of the mischievous child coming towards him. With unsteady steps, QiYu barged through the pile of books and fell on LiQing. QiYu excitedly babbles and waves his arms, seemingly trying to talk to LiQing. He grabs the older boy by his sleeves, inviting him to see his treasures. LiQing does not understand what the boy wants and refuses to budge, but the stubborn QiYu cannot be deterred. He grabs the older boy's sleeves until the buttons securing the robe grips. Frustrated, QiYu grabs the older boy and latches on the boy's face. LiQing can only cry at the baby's eagerness. Hong Liang finally took notice of the two toddlers' squabble. He bends down to lift LiQing up, soothing the crying child. QiYu still wants to play with the older boy and would latch on Hong Liang's robe, seemingly ordering him to give LiQing to him. Shen Yu is aware of his child's stubbornness. He quickly grabbed the child and smacked him on his bottom. QiYu does not seem to care that Shen Yu is disciplining him, and would continue to reach out his hand to LiQing in a grabbing motion. Jun Xuanxiao tells Shen Yu that he should not fret too much as children tend to fight all the time. As QiYu is only a year old, he does not know how to treat others kindly. Songqing agrees as their child LiQing has never been with other children, and it would be good for him to meet a friend his age. QiYu agrees, still reaching out to LiQing. Jun Xuanxiao approves of the children's closeness, and even gives his blessing that should they be fated to meet again in the future, the two children should stay together. LiQing shyly looks at the other toddler, only to be met with a bright smile. This seemingly innocent meeting marks his future with this boy, the crown prince of Dajing. The capital of Dajing is more crowded than usual. With the street heavily decorated, the crowd excitedly anticipates the Sanding Jia Street Parade. Today, the top 3 scholars who passed the Imperial exam shall be paraded in front of the citizens. The crowd congratulates the winners, commenting how each of the winners are happy and are proud of themselves. The crowd can only be astounded in their talents, but the one that everyone anticipates the most is not the first nor the second. This year's third placer is said to be a rare beauty, a rare combination of beauty, talent, and intelligence. Truly a gem amongst millions. The crowd can only look on in awe as the third placer, or Tanhualang. Before idols were created, the Tanhualang was the most sought-after boy in Chinese history. After passing a series of rigorous imperial examinations, the emperor would pick amongst the final three. The one picked is normally the most good-looking and is given the title Tanhualang. Finally emerges from view. A man with delicate features rides a horse. A red sash adorns his robe. This man is Song LiQing. Years have passed since his first meeting with the crown prince, Jun QiYu. Everyone looks up to him, knowing that his future has no limits. A person from the crowd whispers to the person beside him that the Tanhualang is often married to a noble princess. It's a pity that their country does not have a princess. However, the current emperor became the first to marry a man, so it won't be too far-fetched should the crown marry off the crown prince to Tanhualang. The other bystander shushes him from talking ill about the royal family. The other gossiper pushes on. It is rumored that the Tanhualang has a little father that runs the famous Qin Liang restaurant, which was once a brothel. The infamous madam of the Qin Liang pavilion is LiQing's little father. He is an orphan taken in by the Song family, and no one knows where he came from. The other gossiper scolds the other from talking too much and announces that a guard is coming to chastise them. The two can only bow in shame. LiQing can hear them clearly. He kept a stoic face as he passes through them. In the past 10 years, he worked so hard in order to pass the Imperial examination and make his parents proud. He is also proud of himself for not causing them shame. He's a very filial child. He's the kind of kid that Asian parents would compare their child to. This is not the first time he's heard of such gossip. He's got used to it over the years. He remembers how the other children would tauntingly call him Master Rabbit, his origin as an orphan, and the occupation of his little father has always been the subject of teasing among his affluent classmates. Kids are mean. They would constantly bully and harass him, taunting him to drop out of school. He would quietly take the bullying, until one day, someone came to his rescue. The brash QiYu, who was 2 years younger than him, would stake his claim on him and beat up their classmates. But he did not do it out of a noble reason. He simply does not like the idea of others bullying what belongs to him. Claiming that he is the only one allowed to bully Song LiQing, he would announce that LiQing is his. After beating up their classmate, Chi once asked LiQing to raise his hand. QiYu would then stamp his signature on LiQing's hands, staking his claim. Kid's the kind to put his name on everything he owns. Rather than worry about these rumors, LiQing only cares about the people who deserve his kindness. That's a good mindset. Let them gossip. Tassels and amulets are thrown at him, which Song LiQing would graciously accept. To the crowd's delight, he would bow to them in thanks, calling his name like they would an idol. LiQing's musings would divert to his father, who is fighting in the Northwest Army. He remembers that they will be returning soon. His father will be coming back with his savior, also known as the Little Devil, Jun QiYu. A commotion from the back draws his attention. A soldier is ordering everyone to make way. An attendant even came to usher his horse to step out of the way. The crown prince of Dodging finally returns. LiQing rejoices at the news. It would mean that 2 of the 3 men he cares for the most are finally home safe. He smiles as the crowd announces the arrival of General Song and Crown Prince, Jun QiYu. The crowd has another topic to entertain them. This time, it is the greatness of the Crown Prince who went to the western regions to protect their country from barbarians. The crowd praises the Crown Prince as they are lucky that not only is he wise, he is also gifted in martial arts and the one that brings them prosperity. LiQing watches the procession with pride. He is proud of QiYu for the name he made for himself. When QiYu left the academy to fight on the border, they no longer kept in touch. He has not seen the Crown Prince in a decade. With the brashness and smugness only born to someone of QiYu's birth, he swaggered into the streets without a care in the world. LiQing remarks that the boy who once saved him from the bullies remains the same. He shines so brightly like the sun. LiQing notices that QiYu is not alone on his horse. A frail figure with golden hair hides under a hooded robe. QiYu recognizes the person's origin to be from the western regions. The person can only be a slave, and LiQing can't bear to look. His musing was interrupted by a brash voice asking if he is this year's Tanhualang. The voice is none other than Jun QiYu, whose horseman approached him. Before Song LiQing could introduce himself, the brash QiYu interrupts him, saying that he knows who he is. Happy at being recognized, LiQing blushes, his face like a flower opening up to the sun. But QiYu's expression is cold. It is not the expression of someone who's happy to see their childhood friend. QiYu's head is in turmoil, annoyed at being summoned so hastily by his emperor father. The reason for the summon is to meet this person. This Tanhualang. QiYu wipes the smile off LiQing's face by asking him to take off his robe. Like the bully that he is, he tells LiQing that he likes the robe and that LiQing should just hand it over. Scared and confused, LiQing can only look at him in bafflement. Let's hope he's joking. Everyone is shocked to hear QiYu demand that the Tanhualang removes his robes. LiQing suspects that QiYu's temper has not improved. Staying at the western regions did not help him become a better person. He can only sigh, knowing that QiYu is once again acting like a brat. Hoping to get QiYu to calm down, LiQing tells QiYu to act respectfully in front of the crowd. QiYu does not care. Being crown prince, there's nothing that anyone can deny him. But it's Mount LiQing robes that QiYu wants. He is annoyed at LiQing himself. The slave riding with QiYu grabs him by the front of his robes, whispering mischievously to QiYu. The slave's name is Hu Newer. QiYu turns to LiQing smugly and tells him that Hu Newer wants LiQing red flowers, and demands that LiQing hand it over to the slave to play with. The lack of respect is astounding. The slave reveals his beautiful face under the hood, his neck chained like an animal. LiQing can only look at him speechless. The red flower is a gift from the emperor bestowed upon him for his hard work. It is not a toy. Trying to appease the prince, LiQing tries to tell him that he needs it on him when he enters the palace. This answer annoys the prince, who used his sword to snatch the red ribbon off LiQing's robes. LiQing quickly grabs the other end. He asks QiYu to return the ribbon. When entering the Imperial palace, the Tanhualang must wear the ribbon out of respect to the emperor who bestowed the reward. He asks QiYu to let him have it for now and promises to give it to him after the ceremony. The crown prince insists that LiQing should be honored that he is giving Hu Newer a gift and demands that LiQing let go of the sash. General Song finally decided to break their argument. He scolds the crown prince for bullying LiQing. Nothing is gained from the crown prince acting like a brute in front of his people. It is the royal family that is being embarrassed. Annoyed at being scolded, QiYu tells Hu Newer to get off the horse. His looks promising revenge on LiQing. He clamped his legs, and the horse started galloping at breakneck speed. With LiQing holding the other end of the sash, he is dragged along. QiYu shouts back at him that he shall enter the palace with LiQing. LiQing can only think of the story his fathers told him. When QiYu was a year old, he grabbed LiQing, unwilling to let go. Their fates must have been tied from that very day. Although the little devil tried to embarrass him and dragged him around town like a pet, LiQing's affection for the prince has not lessened one bit. His affection would only grow stronger. As they neared the imperial court, LiQing can't help but wonder where the crown prince's hostility is coming from. QiYu's horse finally came to a halt. He orders the stable attendants to bring his horse only the freshest food and for them to take good care of his horse. LiQing notices how QiYu cherishes his slave and horse. A towering figure looms above him. QiYu steps closer only to menacingly tell him that he has no intention of pleasing LiQing. He tells LiQing to refuse the marriage that his emperor father would offer him. Surprised, LiQing steps back, dumbly repeating what QiYu said. Unconvinced that he does not know, QiYu voices his accusation that LiQing must have convinced his emperor father to set up the marriage with QiYu. He taunts LiQing for his shamelessness in getting the emperor to marry him to the crown prince, but is in fact not brave enough to admit it. LiQing can only look at him slack-jawed, unable to believe that this is happening. QiYu looms over LiQing. When the older man did not say anything, he could only make his own conclusions. Ambitious LiQing must have gotten into his head that just because they were childhood friends, he could get QiYu to agree to his machinations. QiYu refused to be a part of it. LiQing is saddened to hear that QiYu does not see their friendship as precious. The one previous childhood memory of LiQing is nothing to the prince. LiQing tells QiYu that he is unaware of the emperor's plan to marry them off. QiYu tells him that if he really does not know about the plan, then he must decline the offer, or else. Clenching his fist, LiQing asks QiYu if marrying him is something that he found so disgusting that it is the first thing he asks as soon as he returns. Turning his back on LiQing, QiYu admits his disgust. What he hates the most are conniving individuals who use marriage to gain status. With these parting words, QiYu leaves, ordering LiQing to do as he asks. LiQing sadly watches him leave, disappointed that QiYu sees him as an unscrupulous person. He did not expect things to turn out this way. In the Hall of Supreme Harmony, General Song and Crown Prince, QiYu spent 2 hours reporting all that transpired in the borders. The emperor is happy with the report. When it is time to reward the general, the atmosphere changed. With 2 fingers pointed at his temple, the emperor commends Song Qing for his loyalty. hoping that the man would continue to take on the position of general to protect the country. Songqing expressed his desire to lay down the sword and spend the rest of his days with his family and take on the hobby of growing vegetables. LiQing is excited to finally spend more time with his father. Emperor Shuwen reasons that although they are living a peaceful time, there is no harm to be cautious. He also compliments Songqing's son, LiQing. He fondly calls LiQing Liner, who aced the Imperial exams, and calls for his presence. LiQing steps forward and bows to the emperor. The emperor ordered him to stand up and expressed his liking of LiQing. He claims that he is envious of Songqing for having a smart son. Unlike him, he only got a son who only knows martial arts. Isn't that what you wanted? LiQing waved off this compliment, citing that the crown prince's gift is a blessing from heavens and that his skills are nothing compared to the crown prince's. Emperor Xuan laments at his own child's neglectfulness. He reminisces about the time when QiYu and LiQing were close. Now that the two are of marriageable age, it would be nice if the two marry and tie the Song family to the emperor's. Should LiQing agree, he can serve as the prince's attendant. Should he decline, he can be given a position in the council. LiQing shall serve the emperor as a literary counsel, while his father can continue to serve as general of the army. Jun Xuanxiao is being crafty with his words. He's basically saying that if LiQing refuses, he would send Songqing back to the garrison. LiQing can see through the emperor's plans. As QiYu has been neglecting his studies, he wanted LiQing to assist QiYu with his studies. Using casual words, the emperor showed QiYu what would become of his father should he refuse. The emperor smiles down on him, knowing that LiQing won't deny him what he wants. LiQing fears that the emperor would make his father guard the border until he dies. The role of the prince's attendant is a tedious position with no chance of promotion. Should LiQing accept the offer, he will sacrifice his hard-earned position to allow his father to retire in his old age surrounded by family. But this answer will be against what QiYu wanted. Faced by two bullies, either choice will cause LiQing to suffer. In court, marriage is a transaction, something that QiYu, with a carefree nature, looks down on. As a filial child, LiQing knows the choice to make. He bowed down graciously to the emperor, accepting the gift of marriage. The emperor looks at him with a pleased expression, while QiYu glares daggers at him in obvious disgust. Now that their family is about to be joined by matrimony, Emperor Shuwen grants the title of first-class duke to Songqing. His position as duke and general can only be replaced through family relations. They shall rule dodging hand in hand. Songqing's family shall prosper and fall alongside the emperor's. The emperor announces that he shall prepare a betrothal gift to Songqing's family. QiYu shows this time to interrupt, voicing his refusal. The emperor looks at his son, coldly asking him the reason for his objection. Emperor Suman looks at his son imperiously, challenging him if he can differentiate between right and wrong. Praising LiQing's sensibleness, he points out that LiQing would be the better half in their marriage while QiYu is the inadequate one. QiYu argues that if they are not matched, then the emperor should not impose this marriage on LiQing. He asks his emperor father to allow LiQing to decline the offer and find someone better suited. The emperor, much like his son, is stubborn. He pointed out that he once hoped that sending QiYu away to the borders would quell his arrogance, but nothing has changed. The subject of marriage is the parent's decision. As emperor of this kingdom, there is no one who can challenge his decision. QiYu finally agreed to the marriage, but he shall set two conditions. If these conditions are met, then he shall not say anything more on the matter. The first condition is that he want a mansion of his own, where he can live outside of the emperor's influence. The emperor immediately granted this request. The second condition is that he can choose his legal wife. Song LiQing shall only hold the position of the second wife. The courtiers and spectators in the court gossip amongst themselves. The crown prince blatantly asked to make the Tanhualang a concubine. The prince brought with him a slave from the west. They suspect that the prince plans to make the slave his wife. LiQing could only bear the humiliation silently. The emperor, in his anger, throws a scroll to his son's face. QiYu staggered in his steps, but held his ground. He wants it known that his wife can only be the one he values the most. When he is forced, even if his father gifts him a fairy or a goddess, he shall not give the marriage value. I actually agree with him. But remember, this is ancient times, so things are different then. Turning his anger on LiQing, QiYu lifts LiQing by the arm, demanding that if he really loves QiYu, he should not care about status. Someone who loves him would willingly accept being concubine, as long as he could be with QiYu. LiQing looks down, obscuring his face with his hair. QiYu can see the fat tears falling down Tanhualang's face. For a moment, QiYu's expression softened. Clad in red wedding robes, LiQing follows his maid to where the crown prince is. The sound of merriment and laughter can be heard from inside. Liqing turns to the maid accompanying him and asks if the crown prince ordered her to stop Liqing from finding out where he is. The maid bowed respectfully to him, admitting that the crown prince does not care whether he comes or not. It is her own decision to not let Liqing see the unsightly scene and be sad. Touched at the maid's care, Liqing asked for her name. She introduced herself as Xiao Di. He thanked her sincerely and told her to keep watch while he comes in. He does not want others to know the crown prince's foolishness. Xiao Di readily agrees. Liqing cares for QiYu's reputation and does not want QiYu's reign to be met with disapproval due to his childishness. Inside, Hu Nu'er dances exotically in front of the prince. The merriment stop at Liqing's presence. Noticing his arrival, Hu Nu'er announces the presence of the crown princess. Liqing walks past the dancer towards QiYu, who similarly dons a red wedding robe. He did not expect Liqing to come to this place on his own. Treating him like an object of his entertainment, he invites Liqing to change his clothes and dance for him. Hu Nu'er even brought out the clothes for Liqing to try on. Liqing refused, not wanting to cave to QiYu's taunts. Not listening to Liqing's refusal, QiYu insisted that Hu Nu'er should teach Liqing how to dance. This guy is a bigger pain in the back than his dad. Hu Nu'er gleefully stepped forward to Liqing, intent on teaching him. Liqing stood his ground. He will not be bullied by QiYu. He calmly told the prince that as a gift bestowed by the emperor and appointed as the prince's companion, he shall not partake in the salacious act of dancing. Hu Nu'er laughed as if what he said was audacious. He sidled up to QiYu seductively, coyly asking him what position it is that Liqing holds. Belittling Liqing's position, QiYu revealed that Liqing shall serve him as 7th rank official. His position is that of a study companion. Hu Nu'er bragged that his position is far more important as he is by QiYu's side all times. He even commented that he had thought that Liqing has achieved 1st rank, taunting him. He moved closer to Liqing, rubbing in his face that he won't be able to attend the morning court. This basically means that Liqing's position is not important enough to garner power or share his ideas at court. Hu Nu'er taunted Liqing, pretending to kindly teach him how to entertain the crown prince. Liqing quickly moved away from Hu Nu'er, as if burned. QiYu watched their interactions silently seething. He wanted Liqing to leave immediately. Liqing turned to Hu Nu'er and frankly told him that he would never stoop so low as to learn a skill that entertains others in such a way. Liqing faced QiYu, urging him to go with him to their chambers as it is their wedding night. He wanted to coax QiYu to come with him and have a pleasant first night as a married couple. QiYu's mind is reeling with anger. He is aware that Liqing is not fond of it and thinks that his childhood friend must be so happy to finally have him under his thumb. He thinks that if Liqing would force him to accept this fate, he should not be so picky and should not make any demands from him. He looks at Liqing full of disgust, angry at the crown princess for masterminding such a scheme. He suspects that Liqing wants the prestige of being part of the royal family and is only pretending to be polite. He will never submit to Liqing's control. He grits his teeth. Liqing wonders if words got through to QiYu. He tries to ask him again, but to his shock, the crown prince pushes him to the ground. His vision reeled like whiplash as he finds himself falling to the floor, the crown prince looming over him with a look of triumph. Stunned, he asks QiYu what he is doing as his back connects to the ground. QiYu grabbed his wrist, taunting Liqing for eagerly wanting to get QiYu to come to their wedding chambers. QiYu caressed Liqing's throat, saying that if he is too eager, then they should do it here on the floor, in front of the servants. This guy's a complete grr. QiYu challenges Liqing to perform. He taunts that Liqing must have learned some useful things. QiYu just wants Liqing to back down and leave him in peace by embarrassing him. But Liqing is undeterred. He tells QiYu to stop the way he's acting as there are people watching. As if used to his bullying, Liqing looks at him, unafraid, scolding him for acting absurdly. With his wrists pinned above him, Liqing reasons that should the emperor and queen hear of this, QiYu would surely get punished, thinking that Liqing was threatening him. QiYu grabbed Liqing by his jaw, covering his mouth. He leans down, telling Liqing to not use his parents to control him. The servants of Qilin Mansion belong to him. So even if Liqing tattles to the emperor and queen, the servants will not support his claim. QiYu wanted to humiliate Liqing. Reaching down, he grabbed Liqing's robes, raising the clothes up to show more of Liqing's skin. Scared, Liqing told him to stop. He tells QiYu that he checks his behavior to drunkenness. When QiYu loosened his grip, Liqing turned on his side, cowering in a fetus position, closing his eyes. QiYu's hand caught on a tassel attached to Liqing's belt. LiQing opens one eye to see what QiYu is talking about. Opening both eyes, LiQing reminds him that it was QiYu who gave him the charm. He's been wearing it since he was young. QiYu remembers that the charm is a gift that he carelessly gave LiQing and did not expect that the other would hold on to it for years. The charm only cost him a penny, and one that he got from the streets. He mocks LiQing for keeping something too shabby. LiQing is saddened to hear this. He kept the charm for years as it was QiYu who gave it to him. Annoyed at LiQing's expression, QiYu grabbed LiQing by the neck and proceeded to drag him towards the door. On the way out, the charm that LiQing kept safe for years falls to the floor, pushing LiQing out of the mansion. QiYu tells him not to spoil his fun with his presence. LiQing stumbles as he was pushed out, the maid Xiaodi catching him so that her dear crown princess does not fall to the ground. Fretting over him, she asks what happened, addressing LiQing as Your Highness. LiQing tells her not to address him so formally, to which Xiaodi tells him that she cannot agree to his request as LiQing was crowned as princess, a title bestowed by the emperor himself. Besides, he is also the revered Tanhualang, and thus deserves the respect. She agrees to compromise that she will call them crown princess when there are others around, and Mr. Tanhualang when it is only the two of them. LiQing thanked her for giving him comfort. Unable to help herself, she asks LiQing why he came to the prince's door. LiQing faced the closed doors and shouted to QiYu that he shall wait for him outside until he comes out. I don't think that's a good idea. LiQing's words were met by rejection. QiYu shouts back that he should leave, not even bothering to open the door. Resolute, LiQing tells him that he does not care for whatever QiYu calls him, but he wants QiYu to respect his position as crown prince. His reputation should not be tarnished. Angered that LiQing is once again blackmailing him, QiYu opens the door to tell LiQing that if he kowtows 1,000 times, he shall go with him. LiQing stares at him silently, then slowly kneels in front of him to do exactly what he said. The sky drizzled until it rained vigorously down on LiQing, as if crying of the humiliation that the crown princess will endure. Xiaodi begs him not do it, while QiYu stands dumbly, not expecting that LiQing would do what he told him to. He only wanted LiQing to leave him alone, but he hardened his heart as he does not want to make it easier for LiQing to control him in the future. Xiaodi begs LiQing to not let the crown prince trample on his pride. How will the servants respect him? Should anyone spread the rumor of the crown princess kowtowing to gain his husband's affection? It would be too shameful. LiQing lets out a sigh as being shamed is a small price to pay. He looks at QiYu and asks him to keep his promise. QiYu is offended that LiQing would challenge his words. He is disgusted by LiQing's proud demeanor. Accepting that this is the only way, LiQing bends his back for the first bow. QiYu does not expect him to complete 1,000 kowtows and thinks that this is all for show. He tells LiQing that he hates being coerced and threatened the most. With these final words, he enters the mansion and closes the doors shut. LiQing continued to kowtow. He kowtowed so many times that he lost count and does not know how long he's been outside. As rain pours down on him, his vision blurs that he fears that an eye disease he used to have has relapsed. He's kowtowed too many times, yet QiYu still has not come out. Xiaodi kneels beside him, offering him a handkerchief to wipe the blood on his forehead. LiQing tells her to save her tears as he is not hurting. He calls out to QiYu, telling him that he kowtowed 1,000 times and that he must keep his word. LiQing coughs. Being out in the rain for the whole night does not do the body any good. Xiaodi cries, offering to go inside to fetch the crown prince to beg him to come out. QiYu hears them from behind the doors, finally opening it to find LiQing kneeling on the ground, his head bleeding from all the kowtowing he did. He lifts the weakened LiQing off the ground and carries him back to their chambers. But this gesture is not born from pity. QiYu is seething. LiQing must have a death wish. The bridal chamber is lavishly decorated with bright lanterns and red paper amulets, wishing happiness to the newlywed couple. QiYu throws LiQing to the bed, taunting LiQing for growing a backbone. He decided to give him what he wanted. He shall fulfill his duty as a husband. He throws off his outer robes to the ground and roughly pushes LiQing to the bed. Straddling him, he latches to LiQing's slender neck. Thinking that QiYu is probably drunk, LiQing begs him to stop. QiYu stops for a moment, goading LiQing for backing down after begging him to come. But this is not what LiQing wanted. He wanted to ask if QiYu came back to finally accept him as a bride, or if came back to take his revenge on him. I think the answer would be obvious. With his silence, QiYu threatens to leave. If LiQing does not want to spend the night with him, there will be others who would be willing. LiQing begs him not to go, still drenched from the rain, and his body weak. He tells QiYu that he is willing. QiYu grabs the back of his neck, his other hand pushing him down to the bed. His breath teases LiQing's ears as he whispers forebodingly that this is what LiQing wanted. Thus, the couple spend the night, consummating their marriage. When morning came, LiQing woke up. His body hurts all over. As he sits up, all he can feel is pain. His forehead bears the evidence of him kowtowing 1,000 times, his body littered with marks. Rough night. Besides him, QiYu sleeps peacefully, an arm slung around him. LiQing draws his robes close, covering the bruises. QiYu was rough with him that night. QiYu sleeps face down on the bed. His peaceful face does not reveal how cruel he could be. LiQing reaches out to play with his hair for some time, wishing that QiYu would show him the same gentleness when he wakes. He wishes that QiYu would stop hating him. If only he could treat him like he used to when they were young. He carefully covers QiYu with the blanket and sits on the bed miserably. Will QiYu ever accept him? LiQing thought strays to his aging father. He must endure in order for his father to live a peaceful life. With the help of Xiao Di, LiQing covers his bruises and marks with makeup. Xiao Di carefully dips her finger in the bowl of cream and applies it on LiQing's most prominent marks. Etiquette dictates that he must visit the palace and pay his respect to the emperor and queen. Therefore, he must clean up nicely. Xiao Di offered to bring him some ointments, angry that the crown prince would beat up the Tanhualang so cruelly. LiQing blushed to the roots of his hair, unable to tell the girl what he and the crown prince actually did that night. They just wrestled the whole night. A very innocent and maiden-friendly activity. He tells Xiao Di to not worry, ready to leave. LiQing pushes himself off the desk to stand up. When he checked his belt, he noticed that his favorite charm was gone. In a state of panic, LiQing combs through his belongings looking for the charm, even asking Xiao Di if she's seen it. Xiao Di tells him that she cleaned up but did not see the tassel. Worried that he must have dropped the tassel on the way home last night, LiQing ran out to retrace his steps. His steps took him back to Qilin Mansion. It is possible that he dropped the tassel inside the room last night during the skirmish with QiYu. He politely entered the room and found Hu Nuer seated on the table, seemingly waiting for him. Lounging by the table, the slave teases that he does not feel the need to greet the honorable crown princess properly due to his lack of sleep. He pardoned his behavior and reasoned that as he is not a Han Chinese, it is understandable that he does not know the etiquette. LiQing politely asks for his name. Hu Nuer notes that LiQing was the first to ask his name since he was captured, but his name does not matter as he will answer to whatever the crown prince calls him. LiQing asks if Hu Nuer found the tassels and described it to Hu Nuer, to which the other answered that he had indeed seen it. LiQing politely asked to have it returned to him, but the other petulantly denied his request. LiQing pales, not understanding why the other would choose not to return his stuff. Hu Nuer remarks that the tassels belong to him now. Realizing how much the tassels mean to LiQing, Hu Nuer bullies him some more. The tassel must be a token of love from QiYu, which LiQing denies. LiQing knows that QiYu does not mean anything when he gives LiQing the gift. Hu Nuer observes him. Standing up, Hu Nuer rounded the desk and walked closer to LiQing, dangling the tassel in front of the crown princess. LiQing tries to grab it, but the slave is far too fast. Using the tassel for leverage, he tells LiQing that he can have it back, but he must first do something for him. Hu Nuer tells LiQing that he wants a few nights with the prince. Blushing at the scandalous proposal, LiQing steps back. Hu Nuer teases him for being stingy. Hu Nuer tells LiQing that he can't live without QiYu. The thought of sharing his husband with others is far too scandalous for LiQing. Hu Nuer points out that LiQing may be the Tanhualang and the son of General Song who destroyed the Western Plains, but Hu Nuer is the son of a king. His upbringing is far more noble than LiQing, but he has to play the role of a slave. He can't help but blackmail LiQing. He reasons that right or wrong does not matter. What matters is their position in life. So Hu Nuer is the prince of a conquered country. I feel so bad for him. LiQing tells him that he does not see people based on their class. Anyone could be good or bad, regardless of status. Hu Nuer changed course and tells LiQing that Central Plains people would have many wives and concubines. There is no guarantee that the prince would not marry to secure his lineage. Teasing LiQing as the new addition to QiYu's harem, he tells LiQing that he is the one who taught QiYu everything he knows in bed. Hu Nuer reaches out to LiQing's neck, trying to intimidate him. LiQing deflects that hand reaching for his neck. He shivers and kneels down. Hu Nuer tells him to not take it to heart, especially when it comes to the prince. Even sons of noble regular families form their own harems when they reach a certain age. LiQing tells him that you would not believe Hu Nuer. He never had the habit of listening to gossips, and would not judge a person by what others are saying about them. This must stem from the rumors surrounding him due to his little father, Han Lian. Han Lian was once a prostitute, which made it hard for LiQing to make friends when he was young. Surprised, Hu Nuer decided to let it go, teasing LiQing that he would use the tassel to play with the cat. The cat has a habit of destroying everything it plays with and is glad that he found a replacement. LiQing demands that Hu Nuer return the tassel to him. As Hu Nuer studies LiQing, he hears 3 bells ringing. It could only mean that QiYu is nearby. He slaps himself on the right cheek and throws himself down on the floor, begging for mercy. Hu Nuer makes it seem that LiQing is sending him away. Surprised by the turn of events, LiQing asks what's going on. From behind him, QiYu's baritone voice is heard. He wonders where LiQing disappeared to and is surprised that he ended up in Hu Nuer's room. QiYu coldly observes the scene before him, a slave begging for mercy, and the legal wife straying where he's not supposed to be. The situation does not look good for LiQing, and he knows it. QiYu walks past him to ask Hu Nuer about his cheek. Crying crocodile tears, Hu Nuer explains that he only wanted to see QiYu more, but the crown princess heard him. Pretending to be kind, he tells the prince to not blame LiQing as he has the right to act the way he did as legal wife. LiQing is surprised at the sudden accusation. He calls QiYu's name but is silenced by his cool demeanor. LiQing raised his right hand instinctively to protect himself, and QiYu wasted no moment to grab his wrist to intimidate him, but a sudden thought occurred to him, and he contemplated silently. LiQing notices how quiet QiYu has gotten, afraid that the other would humiliate him again. Arriving at a conclusion, QiYu calls Hu Nuer by the name. Thinking that he won this round, Hu Nuer pretends to be the gracious one and does not want the crown princess to be punished. So sickening. QiYu's next action surprised Hu Nuer. A hand grabs him by the neck, choking him. QiYu promises to bring the real culprit to justice. Sweating profusely, Hu Nuer can only choke on his words. QiYu pointed out that LiQing can't have slapped Hu Nuer as he is right-handed. If it were him, there's no way that he would hit Hu Nuer on the right cheek. Finally, there's evidence that he's not easy to manipulate. Hu Nuer realizes that QiYu walked over to LiQing to confirm which is his dominant hand. At the sight of an angry QiYu, Hu Nuer quickly caves and admits that he must have made a mistake. QiYu throws him on the ground. Putting Hu Nuer in his place, he chastises the slave for acting cocky just because QiYu spends time with him for a few days. QiYu angrily warns the slave to never play tricks again. The cowed Hu Nuer answers promptly. With QiYu protecting him, LiQing felt dizzy. His affection for QiYu grows as he remembers how QiYu used to protect him like this when they were just children. Hu Nuer had implied earlier that his relationship with QiYu dates back to his time in the Western Plains, but QiYu let it slip that he kept Hu under for only a few days. LiQing is relieved that Hu Nuer lied. QiYu turned to LiQing to ask what he was doing in Hu Nuer's room this early. LiQing quickly explained that he dropped the tassel in Hu Nuer's room the night before and came to retrieve it. QiYu is surprised that LiQing would value such a cheap trinket. With 2 hands, Hu Nuer quickly offered the tassel. He explains that he found it that morning and is about to return it. Holding the tassel, QiYu encouraged him to tell him more. Hu Nuer accused LiQing of coming to his room to reprimand him. Acting convincingly like a slave who was bullied, he tells QiYu that LiQing ordered him to leave Qilin Mansion and return to the western regions. He laments that LiQing called him unworthy to even be at QiYu's presence. Before LiQing could defend himself, QiYu turned to him in rage and threw the tassel on him. You believe that liar? He just lied earlier about LiQing slapping him. What made you think he'd tell the truth this time? Angry that LiQing would prance around as if he is the master of Qilin Mansion, he made it known to him that the time they spent last night meant nothing. There is no way that someone as fake as LiQing would be the master of his house. LiQing's heart sank at hearing this. He ordered LiQing not to go and pay his respect to the emperor. QiYu has no plans of letting him join the morning greeting. LiQing let out a sigh, putting the tassel back to its rightful place, lamenting that QiYu may never listen to him. QiYu stands in front of his parents, telling them that he arrived first to report to his father. He intends to tell them what he's heard and seen at the border. The empress interrupts him, pointing out that QiYu has not said a word to his father. The emperor, Jun Xuanxiao, rightfully guesses that QiYu was still mad at him. He asked if QiYu understands why he chose LiQing as his husband. QiYu answers that the marriage is political and that the emperor used this marriage as leverage. The emperor is satisfied with his answer. QiYu points out that his father used to be very decisive and powerful in his younger years. From a mere vassal, he conquered the Jing dynasty, and even killed many people to become emperor. Qi, you cannot comprehend why his father is afraid of his own achievements when he turns old. He asks if this is the emperor's way of keeping his vassal in line. Emperor Jun Xuanxiao slaps his hand on the chair, calling his son a brat. Empress Yu holds his hand to calm him. The seething emperor is effectively cowed while the empress drank his tea. Jun Xuanxiao explains to his son that conquering an empire and governing it requires two different skills. Conquering requires marching and brute force. On the contrary, governing it as an emperor requires sophistication and special skills. He cites his son's immaturity for not understanding the difference. One day, Qi, you will have to take his place, so he must learn. QiYu agrees. He points out that he understands this very well as he is the one who is being sacrificed. The emperor asks what it was he sacrificed. QiYu answers that by marrying LiQing, he sacrifices his happiness and freedom. He asks QiYu if he can really differentiate between good and bad. LiQing tolerates it when QiYu embarrasses him, which shows that LiQing has a broader understanding than QiYu. The emperor tells him to learn from LiQing, who is virtuous, and is the only one suitable to stand besides QiYu. Jun QiYu is about to answer, but decides against it. Jun Xuanxiao tells him that now that he is married to LiQing, he must treat him well. He tells him to not wait for people's hearts to turn cold as he may regret it. QiYu clearly did not take this seriously and pretended to thank his father for his teachings. This stuns his parents. Empress Yu is the first to recover, breaking the tension. He giggles as he explains that the emperor is imparting wisdom from his own experience. Jun Xuanxiao is quick to agree. QiYu interrupted his parents, saying that if LiQing decides that he no longer wants to be princess, then he should not be the one to blame. The emperor understands what he plans to do, and he slammed his fist, yet again on the chair. QiYu left his parents with a curt farewell. Shen Yu is upset by how his son acted. He tells Jun Xuanxiao that if QiYu grew up with them, instead of spending his time in the borders, he would have disciplined his son more. Turning to his husband, Empress Yu worries that QiYu might break LiQing's heart. At the Qilin mansion, Xiao Di helps LiQing with the wound on his forehead. She empathizes with her master, lamenting that the crown prince should not treat LiQing this way. She encourages LiQing to go to the emperor and queen and have them punish QiYu. LiQing told her not to be bothered. He worries what they may think of him. Besides, the emperor and empress are QiYu's parents, and they will naturally take the crown prince's side. QiYu angrily enters the room, and LiQing quickly stood up to greet him. Surprised that QiYu returned rather quickly, LiQing did not expect QiYu to lay his hand on him and roughly pushes him down. Xiao Di is quick to catch her master from behind. QiYu coldly ordered Xiao Di to leave the room. Xiao Di dreads this order. She fears what will happen to her master when she leaves but has no choice but to follow the crown prince's orders. QiYu sat down and made himself comfortable at his desk, about to make conversation. LiQing opened his lips to ask QiYu how his day went. QiYu interrupted him, telling him cuttingly that he wished he never knew Song LiQing. If he never met LiQing when they were younger, his parents would have not paired them together. LiQing places his hand on his heart because QiYu's words hurts him deeply. Standing up and purposely striding towards LiQing, QiYu towered over him, stating that if it were not for LiQing, he wouldn't have to endure his father reprimanding him daily. LiQing tried to reason with him, asking him to calm down. QiYu tells him that he will talk to LiQing calmly if he finds a way for him to reconcile with his emperor father. He expresses his hatred of being controlled by others. LiQing asks him if being controlled by others is the thing he hates most or if it was LiQing's presence that he can't tolerate. He points out that QiYu has been using LiQing to vent his anger at the emperor for controlling him. Annoyed at being told off, QiYu tells LiQing to stop pretending to be this intelligent sage who had him figured out. When he was young, he was forced to read literated books by his father. He likens LiQing to these books, forced on him, full of tricks, and boring. He got tired of looking at those books. He's basically saying that he's sick of looking at LiQing. LiQing lets out a sigh. He challenges QiYu that if he hates him too much, then he should hand LiQing a divorce letter. The silence that follows is so thick that you can cut with the knife. QiYu angrily tells LiQing that the emperor will never agree. He drew closer to LiQing and grabbed his neck with one hand. QiYu angrily tells LiQing that the only way for the emperor to agree is if the divorce is requested by LiQing. LiQing tells him that he won't do it. He can't let his father go back to the borders. The only way for LiQing's father to not be implicated is if QiYu initiated the divorce. In his anger, QiYu smirks and decides that if this is how LiQing plays, then he will teach him a lesson. If LiQing wanted to be crowned princess so much, then he should give it to him. QiYu proceeds to grab LiQing by the waist and lifts him up to his shoulder like a barbarian. The action surprises LiQing and he frantically asks QiYu what he plans to do. QiYu tells him that since LiQing received the honor of being crowned princess, then he must take on the crown princess's duties. He throws LiQing on the bed, grabs him by the shoulders and pulls at his clothes. This alarms LiQing and he tries to stop him. After how rough QiYu was with him last night, he can't bear to receive him now. QiYu leans down on him, making it clear that it is not up to LiQing to consent. He pins LiQing's wrist above him to LiQing's horror. LiQing can only tremble in fear and pain. For the next 3 days, LiQing had to endure QiYu's assaults whenever the prince returned to Shilin Mansion. QiYu is unrelentless and would exhaust LiQing fully before stopping. Although tired and sick, LiQing would take care of QiYu's attire in the mornings and help him prepare for court. QiYu can't fault him for taking the responsibilities of the crown princess seriously. Every day, LiQing would go to the palace gate to make sure that a surly QiYu would attend court. In one of these mornings, LiQing stood sadly in front of the palace looking at the gates, contemplating about his life had he decided to join the court instead of marrying QiYu. Hurried footsteps can be heard from behind, but LiQing is unaware. A figure clad in dark robes bumped into LiQing. The man was knocked off his feet and fell to the ground. Ranting that the other was not looking, the official threatened that if it were at the front of the palace, the other would be punished for being disrespectful. LiQing recognized them as the top 1 and 2 scholars of this year's Imperial exam. LiQing promptly apologized even if it was not his fault. The officials finally recognized LiQing as the crown princess, and the official who was just complained admits that it was he who bumped him. LiQing excuses himself as they must be busy, but the other 2 insist to keep him wanting to gain favor or dig up more rumors. They intrusively ask why he looks so haggard and why he was alienating himself from them. They pretend to be nice, but deep down they mock him. They mock LiQing for having it easy and wants to rub their superiority as scholars and officials. LiQing defends himself by telling them that he is not only the crown princess, he is also the prince's study attendant. He scorns them for taking the time to mock him, just so they can feel their superiority, instead of hurrying to court. It appears that they have quickly forgotten the things they learned related to values. Angry at being seen through, the other 2 pretended to have the pure intention of catching up. The 3 stared at one another contemptuously. Don't you hate people who just want to flaunt that they're better than other people? The scholar raised his fan at LiQing, demanding that he tells him clearly what he said. A hand grabs his wrist, preventing him from striking LiQing. The hand belongs to a tall man with tanned skin. The man tells the scholar that the gates of the palace is about to close and that the scholars should hasten to get in. Based on the man's appearance, LiQing likens him to a barbarian and wonders who he is. He observes the stranger, although he may appear as a barbarian. His stance and the way he talks is that of nobility. The stout scholar quickly joined his hands together and paid his respect. He recognizes the man as Prince Lulan. The prince is surprised that the stout scholar would recognize him when he has not yet attended court. The scholar explained that he was supposed to meet him previously, but due to a prior commitment, he had to send someone else in his place. The prince does not seem impressed. He turns his attention at LiQing and asks who he is. Before the stout scholar can introduce LiQing as the prince's wife, LiQing interrupts him and introduces himself as the prince's attendant who helps him read books. Prince Lulan clarifies if he means that he is the prince's study companion. Wanting to embarrass LiQing, the scholar conspiratorially whispers to Prince Lulan's ear. Based on the scholar's expression, he's about to tell Prince Lulan that LiQing uses his body to serve QiYu. There have been accounts of masters having affairs with their study companions. Such scandalous relations have been romanticized in the history books. LiQing does not want to waste his breath on them. At most, they only nod at each other as a greeting whenever they pass each other. LiQing is about to excuse himself, but he hears Prince Lulan reprimand the scholar for spreading such rumors. The prince points out that only qualified people are allowed as the prince's study companion. He asks the scholar to elaborate on what he said. Embarrassed at being scolded, the scholar apologized to the prince, which surprised LiQing. The taller scholar decided that they must go into the palace to escort Prince Lulan into court. As he leaves, Prince Lulan turns to LiQing, asking him if he would join them. The other scholars mockingly pointed out that LiQing's position as the prince's scholar does not qualify him to go to court. Prince Lulan looks at LiQing empathically and told him that he should visit the doctor and have himself checked. LiQing thanked him for his concern, but reasoned that his cold will go away on its own. Prince Lulan clarified that he is not referring to his cold, but rather it is because LiQing's hand has been bleeding. Surprised by the blood coming out of the wound, LiQing quickly covered it with his other hand. The object that hit him is not at all sharp, and if it were, it would leave a scratch at most. LiQing does not understand why it's still bleeding and does not seem to be clotting. He observed that every time he sleeps with QiYu, he would bleed a lot. He used to think that it was due to QiYu's roughness, but he realizes now that his health may be compromised. LiQing quickly headed to the carriage waiting for him and ordered the coachman to take him to the hospital. LiQing met up with a man who expresses his disappointment in LiQing for not visiting him. He explains that he was about to storm into Qilin Mansion to find LiQing. This man is the Imperial physician. The doctor calls LiQing by his moniker, Little Crying Bag. He asks why LiQing is so weak that he almost resembles a ghost. He remembers that LiQing is now the crown princess, and it is inappropriate for him to call him by such a childish name. He is not used to LiQing's new title. LiQing tells him that he should just call him by his name. The other teased that he would continue to call him Little Crying Bag. LiQing looks at him fondly, pointing out that his friend has become the youngest Imperial physician and it would no longer be fitting to call him dummy. The doctor told him that it's all right as his grandfather and Bian Shisi would frequently scold him. His master would often say that if he ever killed a patient to never say that he learned from the old man. LiQing remembers where these nicknames came from. Little Crying Bag and Big Man were the names given to them by Jun QiYu when they were at the academy. It was this doctor, Qi Mao, who would bully LiQing when they were young. He was once beaten by Jun QiYu and his grandfather complained to the emperor. This resulted to Jun QiYu being punished. As they grew older, LiQing and Qi Mao grew close together and became friends. LiQing finds it ironic that his bully became his friend while his protector became his enemy. He realizes that this is just how the world works, and nothing stays the same. LiQing's attention returns to the matter at hand and offers to have his pulse checked. The doctor concludes that LiQing has a cold and his ailment may be due to over-fatigue and mental stress. He recommends that LiQing take a rest and take the medicine he prescribes. He even offers to deliver the medicine personally to LiQing's home. LiQing thanks him, hesitantly. He tells Qi Mao that there is another thing that he wants to get checked. It was, in fact, his wound. LiQing shows him the back of his hand that is still bleeding. He explains that it was scratched by a fan and has been bleeding for 2 hours before it started to clot. Qi Mao observed the wound closely and asked if LiQing had other symptoms. He insists that he should know everything as blood diseases are hard to treat. LiQing admits that he bleeds whenever he sleeps with QiYu. The two sat in awkward silence for a while but proceeded to discuss LiQing's symptoms. Qi Mao tells LiQing that there are only a few blood diseases, but they are not to be underestimated. LiQing notices his hesitation. He tells Qi Mao that there's no need for him to lie. LiQing wants the truth of his illness. LiQing encourages his friend to tell him the truth. Hesitantly, the doctor tells him that he suffers from blood exhaustion. The disease is rare, that it was only mentioned once by his teacher. There is also very little known information about the disease. If the person is wounded, the wound will bleed non-stop and the person will be weakened until he dies of blood loss. A translator at Dame Novel suspects that the disease LiQing has is thrombocytopenia, which is a terminal illness during ancient times. It shocks LiQing to hear this. It's as if his life comes crashing down on him. LiQing becomes depressed, and Qi Mao tries to comfort him. LiQing asks if it can be treated. Qi Mao explains that there is no known cure. There may be some magical medicine out there, but he is unaware of it. Optimistically, Qi Mao tells LiQing that he should not worry as his master once told him that blood exhaustion goes away on its own. His tone of voice is obvious that he is only saying this to make LiQing better. Poor LiQing, he's still so young. LiQing closes his eyes in defeat. He realizes that there is only a 1 in a million chance for him to be cured. At this point, it is impossible. LiQing looks calm on the surface, but his hands are trembling. He's always thought that he has more time. Now that he knows that he has an incurable disease, he thinks of his parents and what would become of them if he dies. Qi Mao volunteers to get the formula right away for LiQing. He tells him that the Thai hospital has an array of magical herbs that could help. One of them could cure LiQing's blood exhaustion. He also remembers that his master Bian Shisi is renowned for curing all sorts of diseases. LiQing interrupts his friend's thoughts and asks that this matter remains a secret between them. The doctor clarifies if LiQing also wanted to keep it a secret from his father, General Song. LiQing does not want them to worry. If his illness is cured, then everything will be well. If it is not cured, then the burden will only be shared by LiQing and Qi Mao. There is no need to add more worried people to the mix. LiQing is sad that he is not able to return his parents' kindness when they treated him so well. The least he can do is to not make them worry. Qimao asks if they should also keep it a secret from Jun QiYu. LiQing does not know how QiYu will react. He fears that he may pity him and treat him better, or he may think that LiQing is just pretending to gain his sympathy. Qi, you would probably be glad to hear the news and will patiently wait until he dies so he can be free. LiQing tells the doctor that he will consider telling but would like more time to think it over. The doctor tells him to wait while he fetches the formula. He gives LiQing a temporary prescription while he tries to formulate a better cure for LiQing. Once the formula is available, he will send it to LiQing so that he can take the medicine every day. He also advises LiQing to not overwork himself and to take plenty of rest. LiQing reads the prescriptions and thanks Qimao. Qimao comments that LiQing always takes on the burden by himself. He tells LiQing that he does not need to be polite with him. He offers a 3-layered wooden box to LiQing. Qimao bought the sweet-scented osmanthus cake that morning and remembers that it is LiQing's favorite. He offers some for LiQing to take home with him. Although LiQing likes sweet, the sweet-scented osmanthus cakes were not his actual favorite. He only has fond memories of it, which is why he likes it. When they were children, Jun QiYu dragged him to skip class, and they got lost in the streets. At one point, QiYu made LiQing cry, and he fed LiQing with sweet-scented osmanthus cake to say sorry. Is that kid about to feed him with his mouth? Kid got moves. QiYu once told him that the sweetest part is when the osmanthus cake sticks to the roof of your mouth. Since then, LiQing had a fondness for these sweets. LiQing is glad that Qimao remembers his favorite treat and asked if they came from his favorite pastry shop, Liang Xiang Luo. Qimao told him that it indeed came from LiQing's favorite shop. As he hands over the box of treats to LiQing, the waterworks started to flow freely from Qimao's eyes. I thought LiQing was the little crying bag. Qimao leans his head on LiQing's shoulder and cried his heart out. LiQing asks him why he would cry when LiQing did not even shed a tear. Qimao tells LiQing that he does not cry often, but knowing that someone as kind as LiQing is burdened by such a disease, the gods are being unfair. When he finally got his bearings, the doctor wipes his tears and bid his farewell to LiQing. LiQing thanks him for his time, but was rooted where he stood when he heard rustling. Hidden behind the trees and rocks is Prince Lulan. LiQing approaches him and asks how a foreigner like him could roam the palace so freely. Prince Lulan explains that the emperor granted him a special pass to study the hospital's medical skills and treatment. Unnerved by the other man, LiQing asks the prince why he is lurking sneakily, spying on people. Prince Lulan denies the accusation and tells LiQing that he simply found a quiet place to read. He had no intention of listening to other people's conversation, not to spy on them. But he admits to hearing LiQing have an emotional conversation with Qimao. He suspects that LiQing and Qimao are lovers. LiQing quickly corrects his assumption and tells Prince Lulan that he and Qimao are just friends. He scathingly tells the prince that the Central Plains people are not as open as the barbarians. LiQing packs up his things while he tells the prince to mind his own business. LiQing proceeds to leave, which Prince Lulan took as an invitation to stride along LiQing. The prince tells him that the doctor of the Ministry of Rites told some salacious rumors about LiQing. However, he does not believe it. He grabs LiQing by the arm, causing for LiQing to turn to the prince. Prince Lulan's eyes are smoldering, whilst directed at LiQing. He tells LiQing that he wants to get to know him and wants the chance to know what kind of person LiQing is. It seems like we're about to have a love triangle soon. With QiYu's track record, this guy can't be any worse than that bully. LiQing reminds Prince Lulan that they are at Jingguo Palace, therefore there are etiquette and rules to uphold. He tells Prince Lulan to act respectfully. Prince Lulan is taken aback by his scathing remark. LiQing turns his back to Prince Lulan, intent on keeping his distance from the barbarian prince. Prince Lulan, undeterred, calls out to him that he shall be staying in Jingguo's capital for 6 months, and Prince Lulan will look forward to seeing him around. Prince Lulan introduces himself by his Chinese name, Pei Xing-su, and asks LiQing to not address him so formally when they meet again. LiQing leaves the hospital grounds baffled by this interaction. Pei Xing-su watches LiQing leave. He stands on the same spot, seemingly entranced. He finally snaps out of his trance and hits himself with the books he'd been reading. He came to Jingguo, 1,000 miles from Lulan, to further his knowledge. There are a lot riding on the success of his education and responsibilities waiting for him when he gets back home. But here he is, infatuated by some beautiful man who makes him lose his senses. Pei Xingsu can't help but wonder what it is about the beautiful man that makes him so entranced. It's such a shame that he didn't get his name. Looks like QiYu needs to watch out for a new rival. With how bad QiYu has been, I'm already rooting for this guy. Carrying the box of sweet-scented osmanthus cake, LiQing returns home to Qilin Mansion with a heavy heart. LiQing makes up his mind that he shall find a good time to tell QiYu about his ailment. If he's about to die, he might as well tell him, as he does not know when they will have a good relationship again. With this thought in mind, LiQing's lips curves up to a hopeful smile. LiQing's musings are interrupted by a baritone voice. LiQing is surprised to see QiYu sitting near their room's entrance, seemingly waiting for him. LiQing asks him what he's doing at home at this hour. QiYu takes offense at the question, challenging why LiQing would ask why he's home when he owns the place. LiQing explains that he expects QiYu to be back by dinner time, so seeing him at this time of day is surprising. Making conversation, he asks QiYu if the emperor delegated less work for him that day. He wonders if QiYu did not ask his assistant to review them for him. Triggered at the questions, QiYu sits up straighter, asking LiQing what right he has to ask him such questions. He's your husband. He has the right to ask these questions. LiQing tries to defuse the situation by telling QiYu that he is merely asking. He decides to change the subject because government affairs are boring and no one can blame QiYu for wanting to stay away from work talks. QiYu leans forward, asking LiQing where he went that he was out for half a day. Now, you're the one who's interrogating. Why can't LiQing ask you questions, but you can? Seeing QiYu's sour mood, LiQing decides to not tell QiYu about his illness. QiYu looks at him sharply, quietly observing him. Combined with his illness and being under QiYu's interrogating gaze, LiQing can feel sweat running down the side of his face. He sadly thinks to himself that QiYu does not care for his well-being. There is no reason for QiYu to know. LiQing tells QiYu that it's such a nice day that he took a stroll outside to enjoy the views of Beijing. He lost track of time and came home later than usual. Finding it unusual that QiYu is interested in his activities, he asks why he's asking such questions. QiYu challenges the truthfulness of LiQing's answer. He asks what's in the wooden box and where he got it. LiQing explains that inside are osmanthus cakes purchased from Liang Xiang Luo. It is a treat that QiYu has tasted before. LiQing wonders if QiYu would be nostalgic at the sight of these osmanthus cakes, and offers some to QiYu. He brings a box of osmanthus cakes to QiYu, explaining that the smell of the treat is so strong, and hands over a piece of the treat to QiYu. QiYu knocks the osmanthus cake off LiQing's hand. Grabbing LiQing's wrist, he menacingly tells him that he will only give him one more chance to tell the truth. What is he getting at? QiYu asks him if he bought the osmanthus cakes himself. LiQing avoids QiYu's eyes as he stammers his reply. He admits that he did not get the cakes from the shop. QiYu vindictively calls him a liar and lets go of LiQing's wrist, making him fall to the floor. He accuses LiQing for being restless, implying that LiQing is cheating on him. LiQing realizes that someone must have tattled to QiYu. The first person that comes to mind is Pei Xingsu, who must have come to QiYu. When LiQing refused his advances, LiQing holds the hand that was bleeding that day. He tells QiYu that he has not been feeling well, and that he spent the morning at Tai Hospital and met up with Qimao. QiYu clenched his fist. He got word that LiQing had a secret rendezvous with Qimao. At first, he is unable to believe it and did not expect that LiQing would readily admit to the affair. Hold up. He only admitted to going to the hospital, not having an affair. Calm down. The newlyweds are at a standstill. QiYu asks what kind of disease would take that long to treat. He can't believe that LiQing would not mind his station as crown prince and entangle himself with another man. LiQing brings the wounded hand closer to his chest, as if protecting himself subconsciously. QiYu asks why he wouldn't make use of the doctors at Qilin Mansion. It's not as if Qimao is known for being the best. Finally, getting straight to the point, he asks LiQing if he went to see Qimao to make himself feel better. LiQing finally understood where QiYu is coming from. He incredulously asks QiYu how he could think that he and Qimao are having an affair. QiYu angrily snaps back that if there is nothing to hide, then LiQing wouldn't lie about visiting the hospital. LiQing asks why QiYu would throw wild accusations at him when they are already married. QiYu points at the fallen osmanthus cake and correctly assumes that the treats are from Qimao, clearly trying to gain QiYu's affections. Furthermore, QiYu has been gone for several years, which is enough time for LiQing and Qi Mao to turn their relationship from enemies to lovers. They must have been lovers for so long. Such an accusation makes LiQing shiver. QiYu tells him that if he likes Qi Mao so much, then LiQing should have married him instead. LiQing hugs his wounded hand closer, chanting a proverb to assure himself. If one is doing right, then one must not worry about unfair comments. His body shakes at the injustice, his stress level through the roof. This waste of space is making him more sick, instead of expressing sympathy for LiQing. QiYu admonishes him for acting like a kicked dog. He notes that LiQing never smiled when they were together, but he came home smiling after seeing Qi Mao. Is someone acting jealous? LiQing can't believe it. He went to the hospital finding out that he has a terminal illness, yet he comes home and is accused of happily seeing his lover. LiQing can't help but want to laugh. If only it were true. Qi Mao would probably a far better lover than this spoiled prince. QiYu observes LiQing's movements, but his jealousy and rage is far greater than any compassion that he could muster. He can't believe how audacious LiQing is by bringing home the osmanthus cake he received as a gift from his lover. QiYu picks up the plate of osmanthus cake and drops it to the ground. LiQing tells him to stop, but his body is too weak. Bile crawls up his throat that he started hurling at the privacy screens. Unaware of LiQing's illness, QiYu threatens LiQing to not meet up with Qi Mao again or with anyone else. His threats halted at seeing LiQing struggle with red fluid on his lips. Alarmed, he turns to LiQing, finally showing concern. Now that you know that he's sick, do something. You're just making it worse. QiYu grabs LiQing by the arms, thinking that LiQing, while sickly, has not displayed such symptoms before. LiQing tells him to not mind him. QiYu tells LiQing that he should call someone to clean the place up. LiQing thanks him for caring and pushes him off. The newlyweds are at a standstill. QiYu asks what kind of disease would take that long to taking a cloth and making use of the basin readily available in the room. LiQing carefully cleans himself. When he lifts his head, he is surprised that QiYu stayed in the room with him. QiYu's eyes are glued to a spot on the privacy screen. LiQing follows his gaze and sees the crimson stain at the bottom of the screen. He wonders if QiYu is upset that the privacy screen was ruined. LiQing apologizes for dirtying QiYu's belongings and offers to clean it himself. Should the cleaning not work, he offers to pay for it, as it is a rare art by Tian Gongfang. QiYu compassionately tells him not to worry about it, so you can at least act civilly. Where's that compassion a while ago? QiYu finally takes the time to observe LiQing's physique. He wonders, when did LiQing become so frail? When they first met, LiQing's body did not seem so sickly. He turns his eyes away from LiQing and asks if he wants to have a doctor to give him a checkup. QiYu notes that LiQing offered to replace the screen as if the contents of Qilin Mansion are not his. He also went out of his way to get a doctor outside of Qilin Mansion to treat him. He realizes that LiQing does not see Qilin Mansion as his own home. It is obvious that QiYu wanted him gone. So why won't LiQing leave? QiYu broods unhappily. LiQing waves off QiYu's suggestion of having a doctor attend to him, as he already received his prescriptions from Qi Mao. He promised to take the medicine to get better. He speaks as if his illness is an inconvenience for QiYu. Poor LiQing. QiYu demands that LiQing does not see Qi Mao again, brushing off LiQing's needs. LiQing attempted to protest as unbeknownst to QiYu. LiQing desperately needs the medicine. QiYu sternly told him not to come up with any more excuses. He deems his order non-negotiable, as his pride won't be able to take the embarrassment of his spouse cheating on him. Why do cheaters love to project? He threatens LiQing that it will be best if he never hears about LiQing fooling around with another man. He grabs LiQing by the waist as he doles out his threats, leaning in intimately. LiQing turns his head away from him as he promised that he'll do as QiYu asks. On LiQing's slender neck is a mole that QiYu finds alluring. He can't help but be drawn towards his new spouse. It's probably the newness of their relationship and the excitement of having a new compliant toy to play with. LiQing's innocence, his compliance, his elegant movements, and the virginal ways he looks at him are things that QiYu finds interesting and seductive. He leans in further to catch a whiff of LiQing's smell. In spite of the bitterness of their union, QiYu feels a connection, a spark, if he dares to call it, between him and LiQing. LiQing pushes him off, not wanting to be hurt again. A jealous feeling snakes through QiYu's heart. He asks LiQing why he would deny him. He accuses that LiQing's meeting with Qi Mao made him repulsed by QiYu's touch. LiQing tried to deny his accusations, unable to look at him. He asks QiYu to go easy on him while he recovers. But QiYu does not want to wait. He holds Liqing tightly as he continues his advances while Liqing tries to struggle against him, begging him to take it easy. Having trained in martial arts, QiYu is far stronger than Liqing. The crown princess's struggle is futile as QiYu successfully captures his lips. When their lips parted, Liqing looks at him with a mix of surprise and fear. QiYu demands that if Liqing is not really having an affair with Qimao as he says, then he must prove it by fulfilling his duties as QiYu's crown princess. Knowing the pain that he would endure, Liqing's face paled. QiYu lifts him up in his strong arms and takes him to their bedroom. He placed Liqing down on the bed. Noticing that Liqing had lost some weight, he is far too light for a grown man. Liqing counters that there is nothing wrong with his weight and that it should be considered good. QiYu remarks that Liqing is as light as a leaf that he may get blown away by the wind. Feeling melancholic, Liqing cryptically asks if QiYu would feel sad if Liqing suddenly disappears. Annoyed by Liqing's childish question, QiYu straight up tells him that he won't be sad at all. He pushes Liqing on the bed and climbs up on top of him. Hurt by QiYu's lack of care, Liqing covers his eyes to hide his tears as he lays on the bed and helplessly gives QiYu what he wanted. Liqing can only hope that QiYu will never forget him. When morning came, Liqing washed up after the arduous time he spent with QiYu and noticed that his symptoms had gotten worse. Xiao Di approaches him with a bowl of medicine and offers them to Liqing. The medicine is from Qimao and Xiao Di brewed it herself, so that no one else would know that Liqing is ill. She worries that Liqing's complexion is far too pale and his weight lighter. She offers to take on Liqing's task of dressing QiYu in the mornings. Liqing gladly accepted the medicine and told Xiao Di that he is all right. He quickly drank the medicine, complaining that it has a metallic and fishy taste. Unable to keep the medicine down, he hurls in front of Xiao Di, almost vomiting the medicine. As he wipes his mouth, cold sweat breaks out from the side of his face and neck. He describes the medicine as fishy and metallic. QiYu comes out of their bedroom complaining at the smell of medicine and vomit at this hour. His mood sours at the sight of Liqing and insensitively asks how long Liqing would be sick for. I don't think it's up to anyone how long they will be sick. Liqing apologized and promised that he will soon recuperate. Liqing decides to change the topic. Like a dutiful wife, he offers to help QiYu get dressed. QiYu observes Liqing as he helps to get him ready for court. He suddenly had the urge to lift up Liqing's face, making him look up at him. Liqing's face morphs to a look of surprise at his gesture. He tells Liqing that he should eat more protein to get better as good food can accomplish more than any medicine and treatment can. Are you a medical professional? I demand to see your license. He blames Liqing for being picky with his food and sees this as the reason why Liqing is sickly. Liqing realized that QiYu remembers that he dislikes meat. Instead of answering him, QiYu turns his back to Liqing and leaves. Liqing calls out to wait for him so that he can escort QiYu, to which the prince declines and tells Liqing that he will go to court alone. Liqing watches him leave, wondering if QiYu decides to go to court on his own, so that Liqing can rest. His heart soared at the thought of QiYu caring for him. Unfortunately, Liqing's wishful thinking is far from what QiYu has in mind. He throws that overcoat that Liqing meticulously dressed in with and tells his attendants that he shall not go to court that day. There is another place that he'd like to go to. Just when you thought that he has changed, he decides to play cookie. It has been 3 days since Liqing's visit to the hospital. QiYu has been going to court on his own, and everything seems well. An official came to Qilin Mansion, delivering a message from the emperor. It is a summon for Liqing to immediately visit the palace. Liqing accepts the summon and asks what it is about. The official knows very little as to what the emperor wanted from Liqing, but shares that it may have something to do with the emperor scolding the prince that very morning. The official warns him to be careful. Liqing cannot think of anything that may anger the emperor and thanked the official for delivering the message. Xiao Di handed a silver tael to the official, which the official tried to decline. Liqing tells him to accept it as the man has been working really hard and to use the trinket to treat himself to a bowl of soup. So Liqing is a generous tipper. The official thanked him for his generosity. Liqing asks him to wait as he changes to clothes appropriate for the occasion. Liqing enters the palace escorted by the official. He was then ushered to the emperor's private office. The emperor sits behind his desk on a raised platform, while QiYu stands close to him on the steps. Liqing bows to the emperor to show respect. The emperor asks him if he knows what he did wrong. However, Liqing draws up a blank as he has no idea what is going on. He tells the emperor that he has been ill since his wedding. thinking that the emperor is referring to the fact that he never paid his respect to his in-laws, as is customary for a bride that enters a new family. LiQing explains that he did not come to avoid spreading his illness. The emperor tells him that he is not accusing LiQing of not doing his duties. He explains that the crown prince has not attended the morning court sessions for 3 days in a row and asks LiQing if he knows about it. LiQing sweat bullets while he sneaks a peek at QiYu. LiQing would see him off every morning, but it turns out that QiYu has been skipping the sessions like an errant child. LiQing admits that he is unaware of the prince's activities. The emperor angrily tells him that the prince has been spending his time at the military camp to party and drink himself to stupor. He would draw his sword to challenge the soldiers, causing a ruckus. QiYu interjected that he spent his time with the soldiers during the years at military camp. It is not unusual for him to visit the camp, and he is not a child that needs to tell LiQing everything he does. LiQing realizes that no one would dare tell on QiYu, as all servants at Qilin Mansion work for him. While LiQing may be the crown princess, he does not have any power over the servants. Jun Xuanxiao tells QiYu off, angry at his son's petulance. We all know where he got that from. The emperor scolds LiQing. He insists that as LiQing is now the crown princess, it is his duty to make sure that the prince attends the morning court sessions and strays away from trouble. He should know where the prince is at all times. QiYu is highly anticipating that LiQing would realize what he just got into and throw in the towel. He wants LiQing to finally give up and offer to divorce him. But LiQing is tougher than that. Instead of giving up, he bows to the emperor and promised to be more diligent in his duties. Realizing that QiYu's actions were not out of care for him, LiQing pressed his lips together in disappointment. QiYu took LiQing's illness as a chance to get away from him. QiYu and LiQing returned to Qilin Mansion. Instead of talking it out, QiYu gave LiQing the silent treatment and put in every effort to avoid him. Meanwhile, LiQing continued to drink bitter medicine every day. While drinking a bowl of the bitter concoction, Xiao Di reminded him that Qi Mao instructed LiQing to eat a balanced diet. LiQing took the time apart from QiYu to focus more on his well-being. LiQing strolls to the gardens and found the servants in perfect assembly. He sees QiYu's carriage preparing to leave, and he wonders when QiYu returned. He has not seen hide nor hair of his husband. At a distance, he sees Hu Nuer standing beside QiYu, smugly waving at him as if he is gesturing to a close friend to come closer. LiQing approaches the two and asks if QiYu is also going. In the book, LiQing asks if Hu Nuer is also going. The Jing Empire called all its vassals and representatives of other countries to the capital to celebrate in a grand banquet. The event's purpose is to display the might and richness of the Jing Empire to its surrounding nations, brokering lasting peace and strengthening its connection to allied nations. As Emperor Jun Xuanxiao's only heir, it is inappropriate for QiYu to bring his slave along. Hu Nuer happily explains that it excites him to see many nations coming together, and QiYu promised to bring him to the banquet. Hu Nuer would sometimes address QiYu as father or sometimes grandfather. It's weird, but I guess it's no different from calling your partner daddy. He innocently asks if LiQing is unhappy that he is tagging along. LiQing has no say in the matter. He took his time on how to carefully reason with QiYu. Gathering his bearings, he starts to lightly explain to QiYu how inappropriate it is to bring Hu Nuer to this kind of event. To which QiYu pointed out that it is not LiQing's place to tell him off. Not only is he embarrassing LiQing by bringing his side chick, he's also rubbing it in on the other nations' faces that the Jing Empire is cruel to those they conquered. Hu Nuer is a prince from the eastern regions, and showing him off as a slave may not be good for brokering peace. It's just not in good taste. LiQing watches QiYu and Hu Nuer climb up the large carriage in front of him. He tells himself that he must tread carefully for QiYu's sake. The emperor's request that he take charge of QiYu's well-being and reputation bears heavy on him. He must take control of the situation, fearing that it may have an effect on others. It's really difficult if you're in charge of someone who's so bullheaded. The Taiji Hall is filled with guests basking in the merry atmosphere. Exotic dancers and talented musicians entertain the guests. An array of decadent dishes is served to all the guests. LiQing sits on QiYu's right while Hu Nuer sits on the left. As is customary for the wife, LiQing is about to offer to pour QiYu his wine. But QiYu beats him to eat by asking Hu Nuer to pour him his drink. Hu Nuer delightfully granted his request. Simpering, Hu Nuer thanks QiYu for allowing him to join in the festivities. QiYu did not respond and only looked at him sharply. Hu Nuer quivered and sweated bullets at QiYu's reprimanding look. LiQing sighs as he watches QiYu down his drink. LiQing is not an avid drinker, and he dislikes the taste of alcohol. He coughs when the alcohol reaches his throat. From across the hall, a pair of eyes never left its gaze on him. It's none other than the Prince of Lulan, Pei Xing-su. LiQing sweat drops as he wonders why the other man keeps looking at him. He looks at LiQing like he wants to eat him. LiQing is taken aback when Pei Xing-su goofily waves at him in greeting. I love Chippy Pei. He can switch from the tall, dark, mysterious type to goofy, cute. What are you up to type? LiQing sits there in confusion while Pei is just straight up crushing on him. Pei congratulated QiYu for being so lucky that a marvelous beauty sits beside him in this banquet. He raises a cup of wine to toast to QiYu's good fortune. QiYu looks at him surprised. He reaches for his own cup, but instead of politely accepting Pei's compliment, QiYu grabs Hu Nuer's face to show him off to Pei Xing-su. He tells Pei Xing-su to marvel at Hu Nuer's beauty, which is rare in the eastern parts. Pei Xing-su agrees that QiYu is indeed very fortunate. Pei Xing-su drinks while smirking. He thinks to himself that Hu Nuer's looks pale from LiQing's elegant and striking beauty. When he complimented QiYu, he was referring to LiQing. He finds QiYu's taste in man to be disappointing as LiQing is far more superior than Hu Nuer. Watching LiQing being ignored in the sidelines is a sad sight for Pei Xing-su. QiYu notices that Pei Xing-su keeps looking their way. As if flexing a shiny toy, he tells Pei Xing-su that Hu Nuer is not only beautiful, but is also skilled at dancing. He also mastered the dances of the western regions. At the shock of the guests at the banquet, he orders Hu Nuer to dance in front of everyone. Hu Nuer pales. He sweats bullets and tries to reason with QiYu, asking him to reconsider. He tells him that he only belongs to QiYu and would not dance for other people. Poor Hu Nuer. QiYu does not care that he is humiliating Hu Nuer. Making a former prince dance like a harlot in front of the other royals is just embarrassing. Annoyed at being told no, QiYu repeated his order for Hu Nuer to dance, anger lacing his voice. Taking pity, LiQing tells QiYu that his request to make Hu Nuer dance is not acceptable behavior for a prince. As a representative of the Jing Empire, he should not let pride get the better of him. LiQing rightfully observed that others may take pleasure at seeing the Prince of Yu dance for them to feel powerful and to show off. However, such action will be looked down upon. They may pretend to congratulate QiYu, but the childishness of the act is not lost on them. LiQing throws a glance at the emperor and observes that Jun Xuanxiao must be seething, although he has yet to reprimand his son. LiQing fears that the emperor might punish them later. QiYu looks at him sharply. He challenges LiQing that if he does not want Hu Nuer to dance, then LiQing should dance in his place. Appalled at QiYu's threat, LiQing could only sit there shocked. QiYu orders Hu Nuer a third time, and the prince-turned-slave has no other choice but to obey. He stands on shaking knees, swallows his humiliation, and dances to the beat of the music. LiQing can tell that the guests are only pretending to admire QiYu. Deep down, they are mocking him for lacking class and not understanding etiquette. The emperor decided to draw the attention of Pei Xing-su. As the Prince of Lulan is the same age as QiYu, he encourages them to be friends. Pei Xing-su bowed respectfully and tells the emperor that he admires QiYu for being talented at both martial arts and literature. He might be prince, but the difference between their stations is vast as Lulan is not as rich as Dajing. Befriending the crown prince of Dajing will be very fortunate for him. QiYu hates people who bond together for benefits. He insists that in order to make a nation as strong as Dajing, a country must have a strong army to avoid other countries from conquering them. He believes that having connections will not result in winning over the world. Tension arises in the hall. Yun the emperor stills in his seat. The purpose of the banquet is to gain allies through diplomacy, with the prince announcing that words and connections are useless, and military might is the way to go. He's practically telling the other nations that all this talk is pointless. LiQing saves the day by diplomatically rewording Jun QiYu's words. He made it seem that QiYu is simply pointing out that having a strong military defense is the minimum requirement in making the nation strong. However, everyone should work towards keeping the people content, happy, and secure. Pei Xing-su brings up a question to the crown prince. He explains that although the Western Plains covers a large land, geographically speaking, their resources are scarce as they are mostly deserts. He asks what solution they can come up with to make sure that their people are well-fed and live abundantly. Knowing that QiYu can't answer the question, LiQing took it upon himself to answer on his behalf. LiQing eloquently pointed out that the country must determine where their strength lies and find ways to compensate for their weakness. He made it appear as if it was QiYu's idea. As Lulan is in an advantageous location between Dajing and other nations, If Lulan invests on trade routes between the countries, it would benefit Lulan greatly. I think LiQing means charging for toll fees and making Lulan a hotspot for exchanging goods. Lulan can also make use of their precious stones and spices to exchange for basic needs like food and medicine. Pei Xing-su thanks him sincerely for his advice. He admits that his main purpose in visiting Dajing is to create an alliance and open up trade between the countries. Hearing LiQing speak on behalf of the crown prince makes it clear that Dajing is open to such talks. Pei Xing-su smiles in admiration for LiQing. He is impressed by LiQing's eloquence and his diplomatic way of implying that Dajing's conquering days are over, and is open to creating allies for lasting peace. He is glad that Dajing's interest aligns with Lulan's. The emperor did not hide his appreciation of LiQing's eloquence. He complimented Songqing, who is now minister and raising a wonderful son. He is happy for choosing LiQing as QiYu's study assistant. Pei Xing-su silently rejoiced. He finally learned his crush's name. He savored the name in his head, keeping it in mind. LiQing took a well-deserved drink after diffusing the situation. He may have done a good job at making Dajing look good, but QiYu is unlikely to appreciate it. QiYu pointed out that LiQing seems to be in better health. QiYu accused LiQing of finding Qili Mansion not big enough as a stage to show off on and ordered him to go home as his opinion is not welcome. With shaking hands, LiQing swallows his tears and puts down the bowl he's been sipping. Seeing the silver lining of QiYu's dismissal, he excused himself, choosing to leave rather than face further humiliation and neglect. LiQing leaves the banquet hall, leaving behind QiYu to enjoy the festivities without him. After taking his leave, LiQing rounds a corner outside the banquet hall. He halts in his steps at hearing someone call his name. He recognizes the voice of Pei Xing-su and decides to walk faster. He cannot fathom why the Prince of Lulan would follow him. But alas, the Prince of Lulan is able to outwalk him and blocks his path, confirming that his name is Song LiQing. LiQing ignores him and tries to walk around him to get away. Pei Xing-su asks if LiQing has visited a doctor. He correctly assumes that LiQing's illness is blood exhaustion. In other references, LiQing is suffering from anemia. Turning towards him, LiQing asks how he knows. Plucking a branch from a nearby plant, Pei Xing-su points the sharp end of the branch against his arm. He tells LiQing that he recognized the symptoms and told LiQing to watch closely. Pushing in the pointed end of the branch against his skin, Pei Xing-su shows LiQing the red oozing out from the wound. LiQing understood. Pei Xing-su pointed out that they suffer from the same ailment. This is the weirdest show and tell. He's probably just glad to meet someone who can fully understand his sufferings. He tells LiQing that he has been suffering from the ailment for 2 years now. LiQing is surprised to hear this, as blood exhaustion is a terminal disease and is incurable. So how can this prince live this long and look healthy? Pei Xing-su admits that he is not yet cured from the ailment. He is lucky to have a father who exhausted all resources to find a cure for him. Alas, their search finally bore fruit when they discovered a cure called blood stench from the desert. With this cure, Pei Xing-su is able to live this long. LiQing is astounded to hear that magical elixir such as a blood stench would exist. He asks Pei Xing-su how he can find the blood stench. Disappointingly, the Prince of Lulan answered that there are no more left. Lulan is a barren desert and they were only able to find one. He reveals that he came to Dajing to study the medical books in the hopes of finding another cure for his illness. The bit of hope that aroused in LiQing was quickly dashed. Thanking the prince, LiQing told the prince that he shall deal with his illness on his own. He also asked the prince to stop tattling on him to QiYu and asks what he wants from him. Taken aback, Pei Xing-su is surprised at the accusation, as he never tattled to QiYu about LiQing. Thinking that the other is lying, LiQing turns to leave but is stopped by Pei Xing-su. Putting a hand on LiQing's shoulder, the prince excitedly asks him to come back with him to Lulan. Surprised at this request, LiQing had to ask the prince to repeat himself. Pei Xing-su elaborates that he wants LiQing to leave QiYu. He leans down so that he is eye level with LiQing and urges him to follow him, promising that he shall never disappoint him. That's a strong claim to make. Bewildered at the prince's request, LiQing asks him how much he knows about him. They've only seen each other in passing a few times. He asks the prince if he knows who LiQing is. The prince insisted that it does not matter who LiQing is. What matters is that LiQing is the one he has been seeking. When LiQing answered his question at the banquet, Pei Xing-su was able to confirm that LiQing is the one. LiQing pushes him off, demanding that he takes back his words. He fears that people would hear their conversation and misunderstand what they are discussing. Should it fall on QiYu's ears, he might plot to kill Pei Xing-su. The Prince of Lulan explains that he is not going to compete with QiYu. He believes that LiQing must feel undervalued in his position as the prince's attendant. He also points out that LiQing has been thinner since the last time they met. He showers LiQing with praises, driving home that he sees LiQing as a valuable asset who has a good heart, a clear vision of the future, and ambition. He is far from a normal person. However, they degraded a wonderful talent like LiQing's to that of a mere attendant. Is he offering him a job? Laying out the benefits that LiQing will sow if he follows Pei Xing-su. The Prince of Lulan promises to respect, value, and love LiQing for the rest of his life. He smoothly turned the job offer into a love confession. This guy has guts. He even promises LiQing an official position at court should he want to. Pei Xing-su's offer is sincere. He can't believe that a prosperous nation like Dajing would disregard a talent like LiQing. If LiQing agrees to return with him to Lulan, then he would surely be a great help in making Lulan prosper. He expressed his disappointment at QiYu's blatant favor for someone like who knew her when he had a gem like LiQing beside him. LiQing had enough and tells Pei Xing-su to back off. He shall forget that such a proposal ever happened and demands that Pei Xing-su drops the idea. LiQing marvels at the man's frankness but also thinks that he is rather silly. Bowing down in farewell, LiQing gave the excuse that he must return home to drink his medicine. Pei Xing-su watches him leave, his heart heavy yet full of determination. That look tell me it's not over. A little while later, Pei Xing-su returns to the banquet. When it is time to present his gifts to the emperor, he stands at the bottom of the raised platform as the eunuch reads through the list of gifts. Going through the treasures, poultry, and 1,000 horses, the list finally ended and Pei Xing-su congratulated the Empire of Dajing for its success and wished the emperor a long life. The emperor noticed that there is more he wants to say and like an indulging uncle asks him to spill it out. Prince Lulan kneels down as he reveals that he has more requests and hopes that the emperor will grant it. Emperor Jun Xuanxiao encouraged him to talk. Prince Lulan explains that it is a certain someone that he wants and that the emperor and crown prince can grant it. No, don't do it. QiYu is surprised that his name is mentioned. Intrigued, Emperor Jun Xuanxiao asks if there is beauty that caught Pei Xing-su's heart that he made a request from the emperor. In the book, Jun Xuanxiao jokingly told Pei Xing-su that he does not have a princess to give him. Pei Xing-su explains that he is not going to ask for a princess or someone of noble birth, but what he wants is the 7th-ranked attendant who left the banquet early. He wants Song LiQing. He did it. Unable to restrain his anger, QiYu grabs a bowl made of porcelain and throws it on the floor. This is the best chance to get rid of LiQing like you've always wanted. So why are you having a tantrum now? Silence envelops the banquet hall as they watch the Prince of Lulan await the Emperor's answer. Experienced at keeping himself calm, Emperor Jun Xuanxiao asks what Pei Xing-su wants from Song LiQing. The Emperor may look calm, but deep down he feels agitated. He glances at his angered son standing with his hands fisted tightly. Pei Xing-su confessed that he fell in love with LiQing the moment he laid his eyes on him. He admires LiQing's talents and looks. He promises to take care of him as he knows that he is a valued member of the Imperial court and QiYu's attendant. Begging on his knees for the emperor to grant him a marriage with LiQing, he promises to build strong ties between Lulan and Dajing. The emperor takes it in stride and carefully explains that he already married off Song LiQing, and even jokingly tells Pei Xing-su that he came too late. This is news to Pei Xing-su. He is not aware that Song LiQing is already married. A eunuch explains that Song LiQing is not only the prince's attendant, but he is also the crown princess of Dajing. Not only that, it is the emperor himself who imposed the marriage. So, Pei Xing-su did ask for a princess's hand. Pei Xing-su's heart stops after hearing this. He turns towards the eunuchs who attended him and demands to know why no one ever told him. Upon looking at their sheepish expression, Pei Xing-su realized that as QiYu does not appreciate his marriage to LiQing, the Imperial court kept LiQing's position a secret from the attending representatives. It dawns on Pei Xing-su that it is too late to save LiQing from this fate, and realizes that his impulsiveness would only make things more difficult for LiQing. At Qilin Mansion, LiQing prepares QiYu's sleeping robes and some snacks for him to enjoy when he comes back from the banquet. Qiao Di scolds him for doing her job, and laments that she will have no work if LiQing continues to do her work. LiQing waves her off, citing that he has nothing to occupy his time with. Xiao Di complains that the crown prince is so mean to her master for ordering LiQing to leave the banquet early. However, instead of being angry at the prince, LiQing still treats him well. LiQing notices a string peeking out from the pile of clothes and pulls at it. A charm attached to a string of tassels comes out. It bounces on the floor and finally stops. The spherical charm splits in half to reveal a red brocade pouch. LiQing picks it up and finds a red jade inside. The red bloodstone has his and QiYu's name engraved on it. Xiao Di excitedly explains that QiYu returned one evening with this item. The brocade pouch is embroidered with mandarin ducks and twigs, which symbolizes love, devotion, and fidelity. She also explains that the red bloodstone takes the place of the red beans that's customary to the Chu people. QiYu's little father, Empress Shen Yu, is from the Chu clan, and it is tradition that you engrave the name of the one you love on a red bean. Xiao Di takes this as a sign that the crown prince does care for LiQing after all. LiQing asks why Xiao Di never told him about it. She explains that the crown prince must be saving the gift as a surprise for LiQing's birthday. LiQing is not deluded enough to think that Jun QiYu would ever do such sweet things for him. Looking at the red brocade pouch, he notices that there are fine hairs sticking out. Xiao Di explains that those are Jun QiYu's baby hair when he was 1 year old. The Chu people have a lot of customs and they would keep a lock of their baby's hair. One day, when the child is old enough to get married, he would tie his hair with his spouse so that they will never part. Xiao Di encourages LiQing to do it. Song LiQing was adopted by General Song and his husband, Hong Lion, when he was 3 years old. He is sure that they did not have a lock of his hair when he was a baby. Xiao Di insists that it does not matter. Hair is hair, and LiQing should cut off a lock of his hair and tie it with QiYu's. She quickly scampered off to get scissors. LiQing does not want to do it, but as he does not want to offend QiYu and his in-laws. After cutting off his hair and tying it with QiYu's baby hair, LiQing puts the hair inside the red brocade pouch. Seeing the locks of hair tied together moved LiQing's heart and he felt like crying. If only QiYu is not so opposed to their relationship, they would be a happy couple. When he looks up, he sees QiYu standing in front of him. A foreboding feeling settles on LiQing's stomach as he sees the look in QiYu's eyes. LiQing stares up at QiYu, but it is clear to see that the other is livid. LiQing frantically sat up asking his spouse why he came back so soon. Xiao Di greets QiYu by bowing her head in respect, but QiYu only coldly tells her to leave. LiQing suspects that he must be mad because he touched his things. He quickly apologized and handed the red brocade pouch to QiYu. QiYu forgot about the pouch completely. It was a gift given to him by his little father with instructions to hand it to LiQing. The red brocade pouch adds to his ire, a reminder of this fate being forced on him. LiQing asks about the bloodstone and comments that their names were written on it. He tells QiYu that he tied their hairs together as tradition dictates. He asks if the contents of the brocade pouch were gifts for him. QiYu is not listening. All that's ringing in his head are Pei Xingsu's praises for LiQing and his brazen request to marry him. His jaw clenches at the thought. Unable to restrain his anger, he takes it out on LiQing and pushes him down on the couch. He vaguely asks when it happened. LiQing does not understand what's going on and can only look at him with a mix of surprise and fear. QiYu demands to know when LiQing had time to dally with Pei Xingsu. LiQing fearfully tells him that he does not know Pei Xingsu well. QiYu does not believe him and tightens his hand around his throat. QiYu is convinced that the two must have had an affair for a long time. Otherwise, why would Pei Xingsu ask the emperor to marry LiQing with the representatives of other countries bearing witness? If their relationship is not that deep, why would Pei Xingsu go to that extent? LiQing shivers, not understanding how it came to this. With pure hatred, his voice laced with jealousy, he tells LiQing that Pei Xingsu even confessed that he fell in love with LiQing at first sight. LiQing can't believe it. To LiQing's relief, QiYu finally lets him go. Spitefully looking at LiQing from head to foot, QiYu concluded that Pei Xingsu must like LiQing, who looks sickly, submissive, and weak. He accuses LiQing of seducing Pei Xingsu with his silver tongue when he spoke at the banquet. QiYu accuses LiQing of throwing himself at any man. He had suspicion that something was going on between LiQing and Qi Mao. To QiYu, it shouldn't come as a surprise that LiQing is having an affair with another man. In the book, QiYu even insulted LiQing by saying that he is no different from his little father, Hong Lian, who was known for being promiscuous. LiQing, who loved his adopted father so much, can't stand to hear QiYu badmouth his father, something that is a sore spot for him as QiYu used to defend him from other bullies who does the same. LiQing has had enough and tells QiYu to stop. LiQing looks at QiYu and asks how far QiYu would go to embarrass LiQing. If he thinks so little of LiQing, QiYu shouldn't be mad if LiQing did have an affair with Pei Xingsu. If Pei Xingsu marries LiQing and takes him back to Lulan, it would solve QiYu's problems. He'd been demanding that LiQing divorce him. He should be happy that LiQing will be out of his hair, which is what he's always wanted. At the thought of Pei Xingsu taking LiQing away, QiYu snarls and roars that he will not allow it. So what exactly do you want? Make up your mind, dude. LiQing just can't understand him. He lets out a long sigh at seeing QiYu so angry. QiYu's eyebrows are drawn together as he asks if LiQing has been waiting for the chance to run away with Pei Xingsu. For some reason, QiYu is getting more and more angry. LiQing does not want to continue talking as he knows that QiYu won't believe whatever he says. He looks straight at QiYu and asks what makes him so angry when he claims to be disgusted by LiQing. QiYu has no answer as he does not understand why he is so mad. Taken aback by the question, he looks at LiQing as he ponders on what sets him off. He can see in LiQing's eyes what the other is thinking. LiQing thinks he cares. QiYu can't wrap his mind around the possibility of caring for LiQing when he despises him so much. He grits his teeth and throws all his anger in a single punch. Thankfully, he only connects with the wall besides LiQing. The crown princess is stunned that QiYu would actually hit him. He looks up at him in fear, while QiYu coldly tells him to not get ahead of himself. QiYu reminds LiQing that he only belongs to him. He won't allow others to trample his pride by touching what belongs to him. LiQing is disheartened at the realization that QiYu only sees him as an object to possess, an accessory to boost his ego. LiQing's silence is getting to QiYu. LiQing lets out a tired sigh, which angers QiYu even more. QiYu pulls his hand out of the wall and grabs LiQing's head. Catching LiQing's lips, he pushes him down. LiQing couldn't manage to get away. When QiYu finally lets him go to breathe, LiQing shakes in fear as QiYu demands to know if he ever did any extracurricular activities with Pei Xingsu. He needs to know that LiQing has not betrayed him. Angered by QiYu's baseless accusations, LiQing curses at him. LiQing's look only added fuel to QiYu's anger, and he continued to kiss LiQing. In the heat of the moment, LiQing slaps QiYu to protect himself, while insisting that he does not know Pei Xingsu well and nothing between him and Pei Xingsu has ever occurred. When LiQing thought he'd escaped, a hand grabs his arm. QiYu pulls him to his chest. LiQing's strength is no match to him. LiQing's denial makes him blind with anger, not believing that anything happened between the two. LiQing tries to get away, but QiYu won't let him. Lead sinks in LiQing's stomach as QiYu whispers his desires. Lifting LiQing up to his shoulder, QiYu walks towards their bed and throws LiQing down. He accuses LiQing of denying him because of Pei Xingsu. LiQing simply tells him that he's not in the mood, but QiYu is insistent. As he removes LiQing's garments, QiYu tells him that he should be grateful for his attention. The only way that LiQing can escape QiYu is to no longer belong to him. Throughout the night, LiQing endures the pain, his body littered with marks. QiYu appears satisfied. It reminds him of the seals that he stamped on LiQing when they were children. Reveling at the mere thought of possessing LiQing once more, QiYu gleefully whispers to LiQing's ears that as long as they are married, he will own him. Their activity lasted through the night, with QiYu making sure that LiQing understood his lesson. The activity left LiQing weak and in pain. He has been losing a lot of fluid. The darkness hides the fact that LiQing is on the verge of dying. QiYu wakes up after a satisfying sleep. Noticing that he slept past the usual time, he blames LiQing for not waking him up. Fear grips his chest at the sight of red stains on their sheets. He shakes LiQing to wakefulness, but the other is unresponsive. QiYu knows that he'd been rough with LiQing last night, but there's no way that he'd done enough damage to make LiQing hurt so much. LiQing's complexion is not good. The marks of last night's activities litter his neck, chest, and collarbone. QiYu panics after having a good look at his husband. He screams for the servants to call for the Imperial doctor. When the doctors arrive, QiYu demands that they check LiQing right away. Qimao strides over to LiQing's bed and notices the red marks on his skin. Qimao can already guess what happened. He quickly rummaged through his chest of medicine and found the red pills that will help LiQing. He knows that LiQing is ill from blood exhaustion and correctly assumes that the prince did a number on LiQing to make him like this. He slips the round pill between LiQing's lips and raises his head to help him drink water to help the pill go down. LiQing coughs and spits the pill out. QiYu berates Qi for not being able to make LiQing take the medicine. Grating his teeth, Qi explains that LiQing can't take the medicine while unconscious. Unable to comprehend what's going on, QiYu demands to know what's going on with LiQing. Qi looks at him sternly, rightfully telling him off for being the cause of LiQing's current condition. QiYu defends himself by saying that he was only a bit rough on LiQing. You might want to reconsider what a bit means. QiYu remembers all the things he did to LiQing last night and clenches his teeth in a mixture of guilt and anger. Qi observes his friend's condition and takes pity on his current state. It's only been a while since LiQing lived at Qilin Mansion, but his body has deteriorated significantly. He wonders if QiYu treats him inhumanly. QiYu tells Qi that he knows of his secret meeting with LiQing and accuses him of having feelings for LiQing. Qi vehemently denied the accusations, insisting that he and LiQing are only friends. He also pointed out that QiYu's accusations at this time are unnecessary when LiQing is on the verge of dying. This shocks QiYu. Not wanting to believe him, he pushes Qi away and scampers towards LiQing's bed. He picks up the red pill and forces it down LiQing's throat. Against Qi protests, QiYu demands for water, intent on making LiQing swallow the pill. The water dribbles down LiQing's jaw. QiYu stops to observe LiQing and sees that LiQing is breaking out in cold sweat. QiYu abruptly stands up and rushes towards Qi chest of medicine, rummaging through the drawers, finding a cure. Qi stops him, telling him that at this point, he killed LiQing. QiYu finally snaps at hearing Qi words. He clenches his fist, acknowledging his hopelessness, and asks Qi what to do. At this point, QiYu realized that he had no idea how to save a life. Growing up in the borders, he only learned how to slay Da Jing's enemies. LiQing groans, which draws his attention. He comes closer to the bed, wanting to know what LiQing is saying. The crown princess murmurs QiYu's name in his sleep, wishing to be let go. A thorn pricks his heart, but he ignores it. He touches LiQing's hand and asks no one in particular why they are cold. Lifting LiQing up to a sitting position, he tells him that he can't die. Hugging him close, his heart full of regret, he demands that he wakes up. But his demands are for naught, as LiQing stays unconscious, his mind in darkness. QiYu hugs him closer, promising to be gentler with him. He turns to the doctors, offering a reward to anyone who can cure him. He threatens to punish all of them if LiQing were to die. Without any choice on the matter, the doctors bow in agreement. QiYu seethed, dissatisfied with the doctors who attended LiQing. It's been a full day, yet none of them are able to diagnose what is ailing his husband. The feeling of hopelessness eats at him. He can do nothing but worry. Shavadi interrupts his thoughts, announcing that the Prince of Lulan came to visit. QiYu can't believe that the man has the audacity to come to his home. Shavadi explains that the Prince of Lulan heard of LiQing's condition and claims to have a cure. QiYu stills at hearing this. Clinging to any hope he can grasp, QiYu allows Pei Xing-su to enter his home. If not for LiQing's condition, never in a million years would he allow this man near LiQing. Pei Xing-su observes LiQing and is surprised that he would look so weak and he was fine the day before. How could he be on the verge of death after a single night? Impatiently, QiYu demands to know if Pei Xing-su has the cure. Like a lover sitting beside his beloved's deathbed, Pei Xing-su bows his head. QiYu looks down on Pei Xing-su like some villain. Surprised, he had no time to dodge when a fist flew at him. Hit him good. Pei Xing-su curses him, demanding to know what torture LiQing had to go through in QiYu's hands, enduring his swollen cheek. QiYu stands silently, even when Pei Xing-su poses to attack a second time. Gathering his bearings, QiYu grabs Pei Xing-su's wrist. He tells Pei Xing-su that if he can save LiQing, he'd allow him to punch him. If not, he'll be sure to fight back. Pei Xing-su is not as strong as QiYu, who grew up in the garrisons waging war against Da Jing's enemies. He is no match for QiYu's strength. The first punch was a lucky strike. Pei Xing-su knows of QiYu's reputation and how cruel he can be. Not only did he kill many people and enslave a prince of the Yili royal family, he even tortures his dear husband. QiYu does not care what he thinks and demands that he save LiQing. Pei Xing-su does not need to be told twice. Pulling his hand away from QiYu's grasp, he vows to save LiQing. As much as Pei Xing-su wants to vent his anger, fighting with QiYu is pointless. Insulted that Pei Xing-su had the gall to be angry at him, QiYu tells him that it was he who should be mad for asking LiQing's hand in marriage in front of the world's envoys. It is QiYu who has a beef to settle with him. Pei Xing-su claims that he has the right to be angry. First, he is jealous of QiYu for being so lucky to marry LiQing. Second, he is mad at him for being blind and not able to appreciate the gem he had been gifted with. Lastly, he is angry that QiYu does not uphold the responsibilities of a married man and hurts his husband. QiYu has no words to defend himself with. He can only clench his fist as Pei Xing-su rants at him. Finally, having said his piece, Pei Xing-su concluded that QiYu does not deserve LiQing. He turns to LiQing, watching his face. QiYu tells him that LiQing is his, and Pei Xing-su has no right to interfere in the matters regarding their marriage. He tells Pei Xing-su to leave if he only came to Qilin Mansion to rant. Pei Xing-su confidently answers that there is a way to save LiQing, but demands that he should be left alone with LiQing when administering the treatment. QiYu looks at him incredulously. He thinks that Pei Xing-su must have nefarious intentions to LiQing, but Pei Xing-su is unbendable. He will only save LiQing under the condition that they are left alone together. Otherwise, LiQing will die. QiYu looks at LiQing, watching his husband suffering on the bed. There is no other choice, threatening to end Pei Xing-su and destroying his country if he fails to save LiQing. QiYu leaves him alone to do what needs to be done. All he did was dole out threats to medical staff and those who wanted to save LiQing. Not really helpful. QiYu. Pei Xing-su mocks QiYu for lacking this kind of protectiveness when it was needed. What right does QiYu have to act like a caring husband when it is too late? QiYu leaves the room, his eyes closed in regret. When QiYu left, Pei Xing-su stood in LiQing's room in silence. Outside, QiYu stands facing the garden, contemplating if he had gone too far this time. From behind, a playful voice comforts him. It is Hu Nuer inviting him to his room and Xing Lizad have a meal together. QiYu explains that he must stand guard as he is worried that Pei Xing-su might do something bad to LiQing. Hu Nuer tries to convince him that the guards won't let Pei Xing-su do anything to LiQing. He convinces QiYu that his health is far more important and that he must rest. Compromising, Hu Nuer offers to message him to make him feel relaxed. Ridden with guilt, QiYu asks Hu Nuer if he treated LiQing so cruelly. Hu Nuer takes his side and angrily states that anyone who accuses QiYu of such things should be punished. As the future emperor of Dajing, he is above all others, and such words are slander. With these words of flattery, Hu Nuer is able to get to QiYu's head. Driving his point, he praises QiYu for his adventures in the western regions and all the things he did to protect his country. However, it is LiQing who does not understand QiYu's sacrifices. Under the pretense that it is not his nature to talk ill about people, Hu Nuer criticizes LiQing for not doing a good job of managing QiYu's reputation. He accuses LiQing of making himself look good while pushing QiYu's name to the mud. As QiYu's slave, he pretends to be aggrieved. Hu Nuer even goes so far as accusing LiQing of pretending to be sick to gain QiYu's sympathy, a strategy written in the book, The Art of War. It's a must-read. He warns QiYu to tread lightly and not fall for LiQing's traps. Hu Nuer's words angers QiYu, and he throws off the food prepared for him. The slave asks him what's wrong. QiYu looks at him coldly and asks if Hu Nuer has forgotten his place. Hu Nuer tries to calm QiYu by insisting that he is genuinely upset for him. He claims that he can't help but feel indignant for him. Hu Nuer wonders why QiYu suddenly started to care for LiQing. QiYu dismisses him, his steps leading back to LiQing's courtyard. Inside Pei Xing-su's seethas, he expected QiYu to leave right away. Surprisingly, he decides to stick around outside while Pei Xing-su tends to LiQing. Pei Xing-su wants to make LiQing give up on QiYu so that it will be easier for him to take him back to Lulan and treat him. As someone who suffers the same ailment as LiQing, he knows that the pill created from the blood stench will help LiQing leave. It is the only reason why Pei Xing-su has lived this long. The pills must be taken yearly to extend one's life. Pei Xing-su only has 3 pills in his possession. He recites a silent prayer to his father, begging for forgiveness. If the pills can save LiQing, then Pei Xing-su will have no regrets. Pei Xing-su stayed at LiQing's bedside until it got dark, prompting QiYu to enter the bedroom to kick him out. QiYu snarkily asks the Prince of Lulan how long he plans to loiter in Qilin Mansion. He glances at LiQing and is relieved to see that his complexion is a lot better than before. Knowing he's not wanted, Pei Xing-su stands up to deny QiYu the chance of chasing him away. QiYu asks about the medicine Pei Xing-su used and demands to know why LiQing is still unconscious. Pei Xing-su snaps at him that there is no such thing as a medicine that would miraculously make you feel better after taking one. What he means is that recovery takes time, and QiYu is acting like an impatient brat. Although annoyed, QiYu has nothing to say to Pei Xing-su. Pei Xing-su leaves in a sour mood, promising to return to see LiQing again the next day. He looks back to QiYu, telling him that LiQing is still not cured. His life still hangs in balance between life and death. If QiYu has any care at all, he must be vigilant in observing LiQing's condition. Angered at being told what to do, QiYu challenges Pei Xing-su's right to tell him off. LiQing is his crown princess. It is only right for Pei Xing-su to back off. Pei Xing-su grits his teeth, stomping off as he leaves. QiYu tells Xiao Di to gather more servants to attend to LiQing. They can all take turns in watching LiQing throughout the night and day. He also tells her to follow the Imperial doctor's orders. Making the right call, he tells her to alert the people at Tai Hospital should something happen to LiQing. He specifically told her to call Chi Mao, setting his jealousy aside. Xiao Di obediently follows his orders, thinking that it would make her master happy. Xiao Di asks if QiYu would stay. QiYu gets annoyed when he is told what to do, and tells Xiao Di that there is nothing for him to do. Making him stay will not make LiQing heal faster. Xiao Di reasons that she believes that when LiQing hears his voice, LiQing might wake up. Such things have happened before. QiYu does not believe such nonsense. He takes a glance at LiQing. With his conscience tugging at him, QiYu changes his mind. He walks over to LiQing's bed and arranges his blanket neatly on top of him. He can only wish that nothing happens to LiQing. In the book, he leaves to have fun with who knew her. For the next 3 days, Pei Xing-su continues to visit LiQing. The crown princess stays unconscious the whole time. Pei Xing-su sits LiQing up and guides the last of the blood sistinge pill to his lips. If this does not save LiQing, then nothing will. Pei Xing-su worries that now that there are no more pills left, there is little chance that they will find a blood sistinge plant in time to save him. Fear grips his heart at the thought of LiQing dying. As he turns to leave, LiQing moves and a moan escapes from his lips. He slowly opens his eyes, groaning. LiQing has slept for so long, but even with his eyes open, he can only see darkness. He asks Pei Xing-su if it is nighttime. Pei Xing-su thinks that LiQing's question is strange. It is daytime, but LiQing thinks it's during the night. Sensing the presence of another person in the room, LiQing turns to him, mistaking him for QiYu. The Prince of Lulan tells LiQing that it is him, Pei Xing-su. LiQing's heart is in a panic. He asks Pei Xing-su what he is doing at Qili Mansion. He worries that QiYu will hear about it. Pei Xing-su explains that LiQing has been unconscious for days and the doctors were unable to cure him. He tells him that they used his remaining blood sistinge pills to save LiQing from the brink of death. LiQing clearly remembers that Pei Xing-su told him that they only got hold of one blood sistinge plant even after years of searching. He asks why Pei Xing-su would give up something so precious and give it to LiQing. There was only a limited supply and Pei Xing-su also needed it to survive. LiQing, marry this guy instead. If you don't, I will. Pei Xing-su admitted that there were a total of 9 pills and he has already consumed 6 of those. He had 3 pills left, which are thankfully enough to save LiQing. Pei Xing-su blames himself for what happened to LiQing. If it were not for his impulsive request at the banquet, QiYu would not have taken out his anger on LiQing. LiQing worriedly asks him why he did it. The pills are extremely crucial in keeping Pei Xing-su alive. Why would he give it up to save someone unrelated to him? Giving the pills to LiQing would result in his death. Pei Xing-su brazenly told him that 3 years means nothing. Those pills could extend his life for 3 years, but since he gave it to LiQing, Pei Xing-su can spend a year of his life with LiQing. In Pei Xing-su's eyes, he did not lose 3 years, but rather he gained a year happily knowing that LiQing is alive. He tells LiQing that it no longer matters. What's done is done. It's no use discussing what already happened. LiQing bows in shame. He asks Pei Xing-su what he wants from him. If it is in his power, he would gladly give them to Pei Xing-su. Pei Xing-su teases him that saving one's life is usually repaid by one's body. You can also pay with a horse or an ox. Pei Xing-su makes it clear that he does not want anything in return. Now that he has given 3 years of his life to LiQing, his only wish is for him to have a good life and try to stay away from things that hurt him. At the thought of hurtful things, Pei Xing-su realizes that he does not know where QiYu is at that moment. LiQing berates himself for even hoping that QiYu would take care of him when he gets deathly sick. Even when he is at death's door, QiYu is nowhere to be seen. To be fair, he did stay a bit, just not enough. LiQing closes his eyes in disappointment. His heart cries for his pitiful situation. In order to protect his family, LiQing silently endures QiYu's cruel antics and humiliation. LiQing holds QiYu close to his heart as he has been infatuated with him when they were young. He holds hope that QiYu is the same as before, but he knows now that he should acknowledge that he is a different person now. He must take off the filter and see QiYu as he is. Finally, you should see him as the cruel, sadistic piece of work that he is. LiQing's thoughts are interrupted by Pei Xingsu, who has been calling his name repeatedly. It is obvious to Pei Xingsu that LiQing's gaze is not directed at him. He correctly assumes that there is something wrong with LiQing's eyes. He asks LiQing if he is all right. He observes that LiQing is unable to focus on any object. LiQing explains that when he was young, he cried too much until his vision was blurry. He thinks that he must simply be having a relapse of a childhood illness. Pei Xingsu rightfully tells him that LiQing's condition is a big deal. LiQing assures him that he will be fine again in no time. He tells Pei Xingsu that he is better now and even pointed at Pei Xingsu's body parts to prove that he can see. It will take more than that to convince Pei Xingsu. So he asks again if LiQing is really okay. LiQing points at the table and asks if the food is for him. Pei Xingsu answered that they are indeed for LiQing. It is a healthy meal made by Qi Mao, cautioning LiQing to take it easy. He tells him not to force himself if he cannot eat yet. LiQing worries about his eyes. He did not want to worry Pei Xingsu, but his eyes went blind for a while before he started to see things clearly. He was able to see momentarily, but now he cannot see again. It's completely black. It may take him a while to regain his sight again. LiQing is a compassionate person and does not want to waste the efforts of those who serve him. Pei Xingsu can see through his heart. He observes that LiQing is someone who is selfless and puts others' needs before him. He asks that if he always cares for others, then how can he have space for himself in his own heart? Pei Xingsu offers to feed LiQing. He walks to the desk to get the tray of food. LiQing insisted that he could feed himself. Suddenly, the door is kicked open, and QiYu enters the room, demanding to know what they are doing. Grumpy enters the room. Upon seeing LiQing awake, QiYu is angered that no one has told him that LiQing has recovered. Pei Xingsu tells him to not be so loud as LiQing has not yet fully recovered. He scolds QiYu for not knowing how to take care of someone properly. Stomping towards the two, QiYu tells Pei Xingsu that it is not his place to care for LiQing. He demands to take the bowl from Pei Xingsu's hands so that he can feed LiQing himself. Securing the bowl of the nourishing meal, he tells Pei Xingsu to leave. Pei Xingsu does not argue and tells LiQing to have a good rest. LiQing thanked him for his kindness. QiYu thinks it is unfair of Pei Xingsu to say that he does not know how to take care of LiQing, when all Pei Xingsu did is to check up on LiQing from time to time. QiYu thinks bitterly that he has been caring for LiQing and stayed beside him most of the time. When the two of them are alone, QiYu breaks the silence by telling LiQing that he knows that all will be well. LiQing was just fine, so there's no way that he died a sudden death. When he looks at LiQing, a foreboding feeling creeps at him. There is something about LiQing that is different, but he cannot put a finger on what it is. What has changed? It is a pleasant afternoon. LiQing spends the day catching up on his reading. He looks and finds QiYu poring over the memorials, looking like he'd rather be anywhere else. He didn't expect that his wayward husband would come back after storming off the other day. It was an unexpected turn of events, as QiYu is the type to use his muscles more than his brain. LiQing wonders if QiYu is up to something. QiYu pores over the letters, having a constipated look on his face. It is no different from when they were young. Some things never change. QiYu notices him and asks LiQing what he's looking at. LiQing sweats, worried that he'd offended his volatile husband. QiYu watches him silently, and it makes LiQing more nervous. After a beat, he commands LiQing to come closer. LiQing obeys and walks up to QiYu's desk. QiYu assures him that he does not bite and that LiQing should not fear him. That's debatable. He offers LiQing a seat. QiYu remembers how full of life LiQing was when they were young, but he grew up into a boring guy. LiQing sits at the table, and QiYu hands over his brush. He then tells LiQing to start writing, to LiQing's surprise. That's scum. I knew he's up to something. He tells LiQing to write the memories for him. His emperor father wants him to review the memorials and learn from them. His father always tells him that in order to be a good emperor, he must learn the affairs of the common people. As LiQing passed with flying colors in the Imperial exams, he is perfect for the job. LiQing argues that making someone else do the work defeats the emperor's true purpose. LiQing observes that QiYu did not change at all. He used to make him do his homework when they were young. QiYu argues back that he got the gist of the important memorials and the remaining topics are inconsequential. He just wants LiQing to write a few sentences. After glancing at them, LiQing tells him that the emperor will notice the difference in their handwriting, to which QiYu replies that he can transcribe whatever LiQing writes, so that he can present his notes to the emperor in his handwriting. QiYu thinks he's very clever. LiQing laments that QiYu could be clever when trying to do things the lazy way. Although LiQing does not want to do it, he wants to compromise. He cannot outright disobey QiYu, as it will only cause him pain, but he cannot do all the work for him. He decides to read through the memorials and ask QiYu how you would handle the various scenarios. One of them is about coastal provinces being plundered by pirates. QiYu offhandedly answers that the job of protecting the people lies with the coastal garrison, and they should be punished for failing to protect the provinces. To redeem themselves, they should kill a pirate. The capital will reward them for each kill, with no reward limit. This way, the pirates will not be so confident. LiQing looks at him, stunned, with a look on his face. It's as if he's questioning himself about why he fell for a guy with only 2 brain cells to rub together. LiQing writes down the answer on the paper. Trying to steer QiYu's answer in the right direction, he asks what kind of assistance should be given to the victims, how much relief they should get, and if there have been instances in the past when the ones at fault were rewarded. QiYu blurts out some random numbers on top of his head. He initially recommended 10,000, then reduced it to 8,000. He reasons that they should not be too generous, as people may get lazy. LiQing coaxes him to say more. QiYu reasons that if the people start to rely on the government's welfare, it will cause a revolt when the relief stops coming. LiQing finds no fault in his answer, so he writes it down according to QiYu's instructions. QiYu finally catches on. LiQing is making him review the memorials, instead of doing it himself. He watches LiQing and blushes at the sight. Xiao Di enters the room to bring LiQing his meal. LiQing tells her that he will eat after he's done. To their surprise, QiYu tells her that he will be having his meals at LiQing's place in the next few days, and orders Xiao Di to prepare his meals. Xiao Di immediately obeys. LiQing looks at QiYu like he's grown 2 heads. QiYu asks him what's so surprising about his plans to have a meal there. They will be working a lot together, so it will be more efficient if they have their meals together. Xiao Di smiles as she watches the two interact, happy that her master is finally getting along with the crown prince. Hopefully, things will get better from here. QiYu could at least become civil and respectful to LiQing. The next day, LiQing decides to take a walk in the courtyard. He has been cooped up in the house, and he only found the strength to go out that day. A bluebird swoops ahead and drops in front of LiQing. The bird seems to be injured. It tries to flap its wings, but its efforts are futile. LiQing reaches out to help the bird, but he notices that the bird smells weird. Xiao Di warns him to be careful, as the bird's blood may be harmful to LiQing. From the sidelines, Hu Nu-er approaches them. His face looks like he's looking for trouble. LiQing tells him that he's simply trying to help an injured bird. Hu Nu-er pretends to be a gracious person, offering to help the pitiful bird that does not have long to live. LiQing can't help but think that Hu Nu-er is mocking him. LiQing stands in front of the bird, preventing Hu Nu-er from picking it up. He orders Xiao Di to pick up the bird and take care of it. Once the bird is feeling better, he plans to release it in the wild. LiQing is just too nice. Secretly, Hu Nu-er rejoices that LiQing took the bird. QiYu approaches them, and Hu Nu-er quickly greets him. His greeting is so familiar compared to LiQing's, who acknowledges his husband's presence with formality. QiYu wonders why LiQing is not saying anything. Hu Nu-er explains that LiQing is just so tired, and that QiYu should not take LiQing's offense to heart. He acts like he's the legal wife. Who are you to talk to on behalf of LiQing? LiQing watches the two interact, feeling like a stranger watching a lonely couple. LiQing excuses himself, as he understands that QiYu only came to his mansion to review the memorials with him. Unexpectedly, QiYu grabs his arm and drags him to a quiet place. Where are you taking LiQing? QiYu takes LiQing to a secluded place in the capital. LiQing had no idea that a scenery as good as this existed in the capital. QiYu tells him that he found this beautiful place when he went to the military camp. LiQing asks him why he would show him this place. QiYu answers that he received praise from his emperor father, who did not make too many corrections to his proposals. This lifts QiYu's mood, so he's feeling generous at the moment and decides to take LiQing on a trip. How I wish you could be generous every day." However, the emperor commented on his ugly calligraphy and requested that he practice more. LiQing encourages him to work on his calligraphy, which triggers QiYu. He tells LiQing that he is aware of what LiQing is doing. LiQing has been sneakily making him learn the stuff he does not like, so he just wants to be praised without doing the work. "That's not how it works, you lazy bum." LiQing honestly tells him that he only wishes for QiYu to become a good emperor. LiQing realizes that QiYu can see through his maneuvering, but has not said anything about it until now. LiQing panics. Who knew what QiYu would do? Unexpectedly, QiYu lets him go when he sees LiQing's pitiful reaction. Confidently, he tells LiQing that he is bound to be a great emperor someday. LiQing knows QiYu well. Only someone with a princely bearing like Jun QiYu would be so confident. Out of the blue, QiYu comments that LiQing has been cooped up in the palace, reading obscure books. Someone who's as weak as LiQing should take more walks. LiQing did not answer. He looks around, enjoying the scenery. The pinkish-white blossoms fall gently around them. He notices that QiYu's attitude toward him has changed for the better. He is more considerate of LiQing's needs and seems to be more comfortable around him. QiYu watches his spouse. LiQing looks so frail amongst the cherry blossoms. LiQing's lips curve in a smile, and his face has a dreamy look. QiYu does not understand why heat rushes to his face at LiQing's smile. He wonders what's making LiQing happy and what causes LiQing's thoughts to drift. Good things have to come to an end, and the two have to return to the capital. Before they return home, LiQing takes this opportunity to grab some items from his favorite bookstore. QiYu complains that LiQing would take upon himself to look for books and ink treasures when he could order the servants to do it for him. LiQing tells him that he'll be finished soon, and it's no trouble for him since he can do it himself. As LiQing looks for the book that helps put people's minds at ease, a stranger approaches him respectfully, bowing at him. LiQing notes how unusual it is for someone to enter the bookstore at this time. It is more unusual for a barbarian to come visit and pay him respect. Alarm bells ring in LiQing's head when he notices that the barbarian enters his personal space and whispers cryptically in his ear. Quietly, the barbarian asks him if he knows what his real fate is. Is this barbarian some sort of soothsayer or fortune teller? Before LiQing could ask him what he meant, the barbarian walked away from LiQing's bafflement. QiYu, who finally got impatient after waiting, approaches LiQing. He tells LiQing that they have to return, so that they can eat and LiQing can take his medicine. He's really just hungry, but it's a big change, as he's now considerate about LiQing's health, still thinking about the strange barbarian. LiQing tells QiYu that he found the books he needs, and they should return. QiYu looks at him like he wants to say something. They return to the mansion and start to review the memorials. LiQing gives QiYu some suggestions on how to write the memorials and what questions to ask the emperor. QiYu wonders why LiQing would read the memorials so closely. LiQing's eyes are not so good, so he needs to read the memorials close to the candlelight. QiYu watches him closely. LiQing's profile is illuminated by the candlelight, and the warm glow accentuates his beautiful features. Suddenly, LiQing asks QiYu what he thinks about his suggestions. QiYu jolts in surprise as he was not listening, so he just tells LiQing to do whatever he thinks is best. QiYu observes that he can't help but look at LiQing. He clenches his fist as he musters the resolve to tell LiQing what he's been thinking. He grabs the memorials from LiQing's hand, which makes LiQing worry. Unexpectedly, he tells LiQing that they should not divorce. Is QiYu turning a new leaf as he finally realized what a treasure LiQing is? Silence hangs in the air after QiYu's sudden declaration. LiQing drops the brush he's been holding. His brain could not believe that QiYu would utter such words. There's no way that QiYu would suggest that they stay together when he's been adamant about divorce, deciding that he must have been hallucinating. LiQing changes the topic and comments on the messy state of their table. QiYu lets out an exclamation of disbelief. LiQing continues to look down, not wanting to meet his gaze. LiQing scolds himself for being weak. A kind gesture from QiYu makes him melt. QiYu breaks the silence between them and makes it clear that he is not in love with LiQing. QiYu decides that being together is not so bad and that they have been getting along. LiQing visibly deflates upon hearing this, so QiYu lifts up LiQing's chin to make LiQing look at him. QiYu explains that even if he divorces LiQing, the emperor will find a suitable wife for him. Rather than have a stranger become his spouse, it is better to have LiQing beside him. LiQing's eyes widened. He looks like he got slapped by the cold, bitter truth in the face. Poor LiQing. LiQing pushes QiYu's hands away. telling him that he understands. Liqing is obviously disappointed. However, he's used to it. Divorce is sorry behind. As much as he wants to be with QiYu, he does not want to be someone he has to endure. He asks QiYu if there's someone he likes or if he's been in love. QiYu can't think of anyone he wants to be with and is annoyed that Liqing is asking these questions. He can't help but think that Liqing is up to something again. He gets up, dismissing Liqing's questions. Liqing apologizes for his forwardness. QiYu leaves, but not before telling Liqing that he would be back to transcribe the memorials. Left alone in the study, Liqing reflects on his actions. He admits to pushing QiYu's buttons and being too intrusive. You're his husband, and he just asked you to stay in a loveless marriage. It's just right for you to know where you actually stand and what to expect. He knows that he made QiYu angry. He thinks that QiYu probably thinks he's being ignorant. All this stress made Liqing's nose bleed. Drops of the red liquid stain the memorial, and no matter how much he rubs off the blood, it just won't come off. Liqing looks at the bloodstains worriedly, a reminder that he does not have long to live. All this stress is not good for Liqing. He should be resting, instead of helping that good-for-nothing QiYu. The next day, QiYu was told by the emperor to stay after the court meetings. He asks his emperor father why he was told to stay. Instead of answering, Emperor Jun Xuanxiao asks him what he's been up to. QiYu answers that he has been diligent in his studies and has been returning home early to review the memorials. After the court sessions, the emperor asks him if the task has been so difficult that it has affected his health. The emperor tells him that there are bloodstains on the memorials, which makes him worried about QiYu's health. QiYu wonders what the emperor is talking about. Wrong answer. His baffled look made the emperor realize that QiYu had been deceiving him. Jun Xuanxiao throws the memorial at QiYu. The jig is up. The emperor rages at QiYu in disappointment. He can't believe that he saw someone so irresponsible, making someone else review and write the proposals. Wasn't QiYu supposed to transcribe the memorials? You must have submitted the one Liqing wrote. You only have yourself to blame for that one. Before QiYu could string some words of apology, Emperor Jun Xuanxiao continued with his tirade. He scolds his son for being arrogant and neglectful of his duties. Rumors have been circulating that he is unfit to become the emperor's heir. The emperor regrets being too lenient with him. The emperor thinks back to the time that QiYu returned home with a slave. He knew that he should have set his foot down. To QiYu's horror, the emperor makes a decision. He declares that the slave, who knew her, will be executed. That's a little too harsh. Why not make QiYu do some hard labor or make him memorize some boring script instead? Or throw him out into the wild and live his life as a poor person? That should teach him. QiYu heatedly shouts back in protest. He reasons that who knew her has nothing to do with his actions, and it's a harsh punishment to bestow on anyone. Emperor Jun Xuanxiao does not trust who knew her and does not believe that the slave has no ill will against them. QiYu wonders if Song Liqing has something to do with this. He's the only one who knows that QiYu has not been reviewing the memorials on his own. He suspects that Liqing told the emperor to cause trouble for who knew her and to control QiYu. Hiding behind the emperor's power, Liqing wants to elevate his own position so that QiYu will not be able to divorce him. QiYu decides that no matter how much the emperor wants to force him, he will not stay with Liqing. Just when things are getting better for these two, things happen that take them 100 steps back. QiYu returns to the mansion, and a eunuch announces his presence. It is apparent on his face that his morning did not go well, and Liqing approaches him with hesitation. He looks at Liqing coldly and slaps his hand. His slap leaves a red bruise on Liqing's delicate hand. The poor crown princess looks at Liqing's back, wondering what happened to set his husband off. From the sidelines, a eunuch announces that the emperor orders the punishment of the slave, who knew her. Who knew her will receive 50 strikes as punishment, and he orders the crown prince and crown princess to watch. That's just cruel. Approaching the allotted seats, Liqing asks QiYu what's going on. QiYu is already seated and maliciously blames Liqing. The eunuch asks Liqing to take his seat, as the emperor wanted who knew her to kneel in front of Liqing while being punished. Jun Xuanxiao, you're not doing Liqing any favor. You're actually making it worse for him. The emperor wanted to make who knew her realize where his place is and to show respect to Liqing. Who knew her struggles against the people holding him. He finds it unfair as he has not done anything wrong. He begs QiYu to save him. The servants slapped him to shut him up. Liqing still does not understand what's going on and sits there dumbfounded, fear etched on his face. QiYu tells him to watch. He vows to make Liqing suffer, who knew Er's humiliation tenfold. Who knew begs and begs, but his words seem to fall on deaf ears. The eunuch accuses him of bewitching the crown prince, leading him astray. The emperor wanted to execute him, but decided to be more lenient due to the crown prince's feelings. The emperor wanted him to know his place and be respectful to his betters. This shakes who knew her to the core. There's only one person who'd wish him harm, and it's none other than the crown princess, Liqing. Who knew her screams, blaming his misfortune on Liqing. He suspects that Liqing got jealous, because QiYu favors him. He tells Liqing that he should have killed him instead, rather than made the emperor do the deed for him. These words further implicate Liqing. Knowing that his words would not be heard, Liqing sat rooted in his spot, and his world turned upside down. QiYu's eyes look at him with loathing, telling Liqing how he should not have trusted him. If you had transcribed the memorial like you're supposed to, then this would not have happened. Liqing asks if he really believed that Liqing could do such a thing. QiYu can't think of anyone else who would tell the emperor that he has been making Liqing review the memorials. Liqing has all the reasons to punish who knew her, but does not have the guts to do it himself. So, he made the emperor do it. Liqing looks down in disappointment. QiYu should know that Liqing would never do such a thing. QiYu looks away while snidely, commenting that Liqing's heart does not match his appearance. The eunuch announces that the punishment has been carried out. Who knew her falls to the hard ground, looking pitiful. I feel bad for who knew her. The eunuch bows to QiYu, wishing that the crown prince does not vent his anger on him. He was only doing his job, and he could not go against the emperor's wishes. QiYu tells him to leave, briskly walking towards who knew her to help him. Liqing looks at the couple. A stranger from the outside is looking in. QiYu looks at him with deep-seated hatred. Carrying who knew her in his arms, he announces that he will never set foot in Liqing's mansion again. Since Liqing wanted to be the crown princess so much, he can live alone in the main corridor, all by himself. He looks down at Liqing in disdain, sarcastically asking if he's happy. Before Liqing could defend himself, QiYu turned his back, not wanting to listen to what Liqing had to say. Liqing stays in his seat, still in a daze. It was only when Xiao Di invited him to come inside did he leave his seat. With wobbling steps, he enters the pavilion. When Xiao Di enters the room, she finds her master huddled against the wall, his arms wrapped around his knees. His body is shaking. With sympathy, she calls out to him, and he looks up to her, with tears running down his cheeks. Liqing tells her that he wants to go home. She asks him what he means as he is home. Like a lost child, Liqing tells her that this is not home. I feel sorry for who knew her, but Liqing has nothing to do with his punishment. Liqing tells Xiao Di to pack his things. He wants to take a breather and go home to his parents' house. He does not have very long to live, so he wants to take his opportunity to go home and properly say goodbye to his parents. Yes, dear, take a breather. Maybe your parents can convince you to divorce his sorry ass. In Who Knew Her's pavilion, the sound of laughter can be heard outside. QiYu compliments Who Knew Her's clever ideas. The two play around in merriment, not minding the third person who enters the room. Liqing approaches the couple, intending to ask QiYu to accompany him to his parents' house. It would be weird if he showed up without his husband, and they might worry that things are not going well. Just go home without QiYu. It would be worse when they saw his sour face. QiYu looks at him in annoyance. He asks Liqing why he came and flat out tells him that there's no way he'd forgive him even if he begs. Without a beat, Liqing answers that he knows. QiYu wonders if Liqing is not taking his threats seriously. Liqing explains that he wants QiYu to accompany him to his parents' home to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival. Hearing that Liqing's course of action was to run to his parents rather than apologize to Who Knew Her, QiYu got more mad at him. Liqing explains that he wants to spend time with his parents and assures them that he is well. His father just got back from the barracks and Liqing has not had the chance to spend time with him since his return. QiYu looks at Liqing like he's the scummiest of scums. He realized that Liqing wanted them to pretend to be a happy couple. He suspects that Liqing just wanted to complain to his parents when he's not looking. He does not trust Liqing to be honest. Liqing then tells him that he will have to go by himself and prepares to leave. Guilt twists in QiYu's heart. He does not understand why he feels this way, but looking at Liqing's retreating back, he feels a twinge of sadness. He stops Liqing from leaving, telling him that Liqing could meet his parents during the emperor's birthday. Liqing looks at him, hopefully. Stepping forward, QiYu tells Liqing that he could go under certain conditions. It depends on what Liqing could do just to see his parents. No, don't make him suffer more than he already has. Just let him go home. Liqing asks him what he has to do. He offers to review QiYu's memorials for him. QiYu agrees, but Hu Nu suddenly interjects and maliciously suggests that he wanted to eat some pine nuts. Since QiYu is easily manipulated, he cruelly tells Liqing to peel some pine nuts for Hu Nu. He does not expect Liqing to agree, and just wants Liqing to beg. To his surprise, Liqing agrees and walks over to Hu Nu's table. To add to Liqing's humiliation, he tells him to kneel while peeling the nuts. He wants Liqing to show his true face. A prideful person would never stoop to kneel in front of a slave. Liqing still for a moment, and QiYu mocks him for wanting to back out. However, Liqing reaches for the pine nuts and tells him that he will do it. He'll do whatever it takes to see his father again. He's dying, and just wants to see his parents for the last time. Have some mercy, QiYu. Stop bullying him. Liqing's hands are soft and are not good at peeling nuts. Hu Nu teases him for being too slow and too weak. QiYu observes him and wonders how someone like Liqing could endure the humiliation. Liqing continues to peel the nuts until night falls. The hard nuts cause his hand to bleed. Oh no, Liqing has a blood disease, which makes him bleed a lot when wounded. This is not good for him. Red stains the nuts he's been peeling. Hu Nu eggs him on, maliciously making him peel more nuts to make Liqing suffer more. Finally having enough, QiYu makes him stop saying that there's no way he'd eat contaminated food, calling Liqing useless and mocking him for not being able to do anything right. Liqing reminds him that he promised to attend the emperor's birthday with him. QiYu agrees, and Liqing thanks him politely. This time, instead of addressing him as QiYu, Liqing addressed him as Your Highness. The formality leaves a bitter taste in QiYu's mouth. Liqing's coldness unsettles him. Something has changed in Liqing, and QiYu does not like it. He does not like it at all. Hu Nu observes that QiYu is acting weird. Turning QiYu's attention back to him, he massages his shoulders and sweetly asks QiYu if he feels sorry for Liqing. QiYu complains that Liqing never addressed him as Your Highness. He always addresses him by his name. Hu Nu tells him that Liqing has finally learned where his place is. However, QiYu is not convinced. The way Liqing addresses him is now cold. On the day of the emperor's birthday, Liqing and QiYu share a carriage to the venue. He points out the tassel that Liqing has been wearing, effectively mocking him for wearing something old and cheap. Seeing Liqing wear the tassel he gave him when they were kind, QiYu becomes assured that Liqing still has feelings for him, and that his sudden coldness is but a facade. Liqing looks down at the tassel, his mind elsewhere. QiYu asks him why he would continue to wear something so cheap when there are so many jeweled tassels available for him. Liqing's father might think that QiYu is mistreating his son and making him wear something too old and cheap. When he is about to accuse Liqing of making him look bad, Liqing interrupts him, telling him that he won't wear it again. QiYu can't believe his ears. He's had enough of you. It is a lavish affair befitting the emperor's birthday. From the sidelines, Prince Lulan observes that Liqing has lost some weight. Annoyed that Prince Lulan has been eyeing his husband, QiYu calls his attention, covertly asking if there is something wrong with his eyes, and if he has not been receiving proper nourishment. Prince Lulan asks if Liqing has been working so hard that he has become sick. QiYu wanted to hide the fact that Liqing is not well, but Prince Lulan obviously wanted everyone to know. In a long-winded speech, he tells Prince Lulan to mind his own business and to focus on the birthday celebrant instead. He asks Prince Lulan if he still has feelings for Liqing. Prince Lulan assures him that he wouldn't dare. He simply finds it strange that the two do not seem to get along well. He observes that QiYu must be too fickle to lose interest in his husband within 3 months of marriage. QiYu slams his hands on the table in anger. Liqing sits quietly beside him, but is worried that the banquet will be ruined. He does not want to miss the chance to have a talk with his father. He picks up some sweets with his chopsticks and feeds them to QiYu, acting like a doting wife. QiYu chomps down on it like a child who wants to make his rival jealous. Liqing explains that he was just not feeling well and has caught a cold due to the changing season. He politely thanks Prince Lulan for worrying about him and assures him that he and QiYu are getting along well as a couple. Prince Lulan does not want to back down. He knows exactly what's going on behind closed doors. Liqing is forced to tell him to mind his own business in the politest way possible. Upon hearing that Liqing views him as an outsider, Prince Lulan apologizes for butting in with Liqing's marital affairs. He downs his drink while lamenting the unfairness of it all. He genuinely cares about Liqing, but he is being considered an outsider, while QiYu, who caused LiQing nothing but pain, is to be LiQing's husband. The table where LiQing and QiYu are situated is quiet. The two do not bother to interact with each other. QiYu's mood sours, which is LiQing's cue to stay quiet. Otherwise, he'd have to endure QiYu's wrath. Breaking the awkward silence, the emperor calls LiQing's attention. He encourages LiQing to speak to his father, as they have not gotten the chance to do it since LiQing's wedding to the crown prince. LiQing gratefully obeys and walks over to his father's table. LiQing bows respectfully to his father, thinking that this may be the last time that he can be filial. General Songqing carefully helped LiQing to sit up. He worriedly asks his son if he's doing well. LiQing lies skillfully, assuring him that he is treated well. Upon holding his shoulders, General Song can tell how thin LiQing has become. He wonders if his son is ill. LiQing tells him that he has just recovered from an illness, but is now doing well. It is not easy to fool the general when LiQing lifted his hand. His father saw the wounds on his fingers. He asks LiQing if it is the crown prince's doing. LiQing explains that the wounds are due to an accident. For a father, it's hard to see his own child suffer. General Song knows that there is no love between LiQing and QiYu. He knows that LiQing was pressured into accepting the marriage. Instead of being honored, his child is humiliated. General Songqing promises to take him home, even at the expense of his life. He drags LiQing by the arm, intent on confronting the crown prince. QiYu pretends to be nonchalant. With the angry look blazing in the general's eyes, he suspects that LiQing complained to his dad to stir up some trouble. General Song asks if LiQing made such a grievous offense to be treated so harshly. He accuses QiYu of hurting his son and starving him. QiYu pretends to not know what he's talking about. He tells him that QiYu is just sick, and there's no way that he has anything to do with it. He even tells him that he had called many doctors to treat LiQing's illness until he got better. LiQing stands to the side in silence. He'd rather not add fuel to the fire. General Song finally asks an important question. He asks QiYu where he was while LiQing was ill. QiYu hesitates. He does not want to say that he stayed by QiYu's side. Instead, he answers that he had soldiers and servants watch over him. This is not the answer that General Song wants to hear. He complains that QiYu should be the one to stay by LiQing's side, as he is his husband. QiYu shot back, saying that Prince Lulan's public proposal humiliated him. Does that have anything to do with anything? It's not your husband who publicly proposed to Prince Lulan. Someone's in love with your husband. QiYu excuses his behavior by telling the general that he only left for a few days to contemplate. General Song acquiesces yet sarcastically acknowledges that QiYu is faultless. He tells QiYu that if he's so dissatisfied, that he wouldn't mind if LiQing returned home. QiYu did not answer. From a distance, the emperor has been observing them. His commanding voice asks QiYu what he said to General Song that made him look so mad. LiQing avoids the impending disaster by telling the emperor that they were just discussing what gift they prepared for him. LiQing tells QiYu to hand over the longevity peach. QiYu made himself to the emperor. LiQing brings the box to the emperor. Earlier that day, LiQing asked QiYu's opinion on the two gift options he had acquired for the emperor. He was able to acquire red coral from the East Sea and a glass lantern from the West region. QiYu tells him that there are no riches that the emperor does not have, and that who knew or has already prepared a gift. They would pretend that QiYu made the longevity peaches himself to appease the emperor. He even has the guts to pass off someone else's work as his own. He never learns. LiQing hesitates in handing the gift to the emperor, but decides to push forward. He tells the emperor that the longevity cake was made by QiYu himself, touched that his son would make something with his own hand for him. The emperor quickly had a taste. By the way, where is Empress Shen Yu? It's his husband's birthday. Where is he? Before LiQing could return to his seat, the box of longevity peaches clattered to the ground. The emperor's head drops down on the table, and QiYu rushes towards his father, alarmed. Emperor Jun Xuanxiao clutches his chest, his face contorted in agony. QiYu calls out to him in alarm, genuinely worried for his father. He cannot fathom how this could happen. He immediately called for the Imperial physician. Securing the perimeter, he prevented anyone from leaving the hall. Otherwise, they would be executed. LiQing tells him to bring the emperor to the inner hall, away from prying eyes. His father is what keeps the empire together. The court is filled with traitors, intent on furthering their own means. If news gets out that the emperor fell, it will cause chaos. After bringing the emperor to the inner court, the imperial physician quickly attends to him. QiYu tells him that the cause is poisoning. QiYu can't believe it. How could the emperor get poisoned when everything he eats is tested for poison beforehand? He orders QiYu to treat the emperor quickly. QiYu tries to explain that it's not that easy. He has to know what poisoned the emperor to determine the correct antidote. Liqing calmly suggests that they check the food the emperor ate. QiYu quickly agrees and sends QiYu and the other doctors to check. They use mice to determine which food was poisoned. They finally found the source. They present QiYu. The box of longevity peaches. Lying with a plum innocent tree is a dead mouse. QiYu did not waste time confronting Hu Nu-er. He slams him down, intending to beat him up. He can't believe that someone he pampered more than his crown princess would betray him like this. Hu Nu-er looks at him in fear. QiYu lets him go to allow him to confess. He asks Hu Nu-er why he poisoned the emperor father. Hu Nu-er acts like he does not know. He swears that he never wanted to bring harm to the emperor. QiYu tells him that the longevity peaches he made were poisoned. Hu Nu-er looks at him in bewilderment. He reminds QiYu that he watched Hu Nu-er make the peaches. To prove that he did not do it, Hu Nu-er ate the remaining peaches from the same batch he baked that morning. Hu Nu-er ate all the peaches until the tray was empty. After a while, he kneels in front of QiYu, still alive, showing no sign of being poisoned. He looks up at QiYu, begging him to believe him. QiYu takes pity on him and orders him to get up. He slumps on the floor, his head aching due to the accumulated stress. There must be someone else who poisoned the emperor. Hu Nu-er tells him to think of the people who handle the longevity peaches. Whoever, this must be the culprit. QiYu thinks back on who handled the peach. There's only him and Liqing. He looks back at Hu Nu-er, scolding him for implying that Liqing did it. There's no way that Liqing would do such a thing. Hu Nu-er kowtows in front of him, telling him that there is a secret that he knows. He confesses that Liqing was sired by the former emperor of the Central Plains. His father is Emperor Xiao, who was Emperor Jun Xuanxiao's sworn brother, the one whom the current emperor betrayed to usurp the throne. Hu Nu-er crouched on the floor, begging for leniency. He kept this important information from the prince and wished that he granted him pardon. QiYu can't believe his ears. There's no way that his childhood friend turned husband was the heir of the former kingdom. He draws his sword, intent on making Hu Nu-er pay for spreading false rumors. Hu Nu-er insists that what he says is true, claiming that he'd gladly give up his life to reveal the culprit's true identity. He explains that Emperor Xiao had a consort, who was given to his king's father when he was young. She was crazy and always introduced herself as Consort 1. Whenever she sees someone, she asks for her son. She describes her son as having a mole on his neck. QiYu remembers the mole on Liqing's neck. He realized that being the former emperor's son could be a motive for Liqing to harm Emperor Jun Xuanxiao. Hu Nu-er begged him to search the archive to prove that what he said was true, threatening to cause severe bodily harm if Hu Nu-er was lying. QiYu leaves for the archives. He turns his back on the slave and does not see the smirk gracing Hu Nu-er's lips. It is a smile of victory. He put his own life at risk, but ultimately won. In the archives, QiYu searched for proof of Liqing's birthright. All records point to the fact that Liqing was Emperor Xiao's son. As he turns his head to a forgotten corner of the archive, he sees a painting showing the former emperor in all his glory. He can see Liqing's features on the fallen emperor's face. It cannot be denied that Liqing is the heir of the fallen empire. QiYu's face controls anger. Liqing will pay. In Emperor Jun Xuanxiao's chambers, Liqing rinsed the washcloth like a diligent son-in-law. He is so absorbed with the task that he does not see QiYu approaching him from behind. As Liqing wrings the cloth in his hands, QiYu grabs his bandaged hands, stopping him. When he looks up, he is greeted by QiYu's cold, unforgiving eyes. Liqing looks at QiYu. To break the silence between them, he tells him that, due to the poison, the emperor has yet to gain consciousness. Liqing does not expect what happens next. QiYu calls for the guards to arrest Liqing for the heinous crime of poisoning Emperor Jun Xuanxiao. Liqing shall be confined to the cold dungeons where he will be interrogated. Although surprised, Liqing looks at him calmly, asking if QiYu is serious. With his grip tightening on Liqing's hand, QiYu vows to never trust Liqing again. Liqing purses his lips, trying to contain the betrayal, fear, and disappointment he is feeling. Releasing his hand from QiYu's grip, he calmly tells him that he understands and will voluntarily walk towards the dungeons. He shall walk towards his doom with dignity, a man resigned to his fate. It's as if he's no longer surprised by the extent to which QiYu would go to make him suffer. In the cold dungeons, LiQing is subjected to several rounds of interrogations. Devices meant to cause severe pain litter the floor. One of the guards warns him that all the things that he will be subjected to are by the crown prince's order. He tells LiQing, who is of noble blood, not to bear their grudges, as they are only following orders, respectfully, and even addressing him with his proper title. The guards tell LiQing that they will go easy on him if he signs a confession admitting to orchestrating the emperor's poisoning. Exhausted from the pain he had to endure, LiQing tells them repeatedly that he has no cause to harm the emperor. He calmly tells them that he will not confess. The guards commend LiQing's stubbornness, but he has a task to do. He orders the other guards to bring in more devices to punish LiQing. A contraction made of 6 thin bamboos connected by thin ropes was placed in LiQing's hand. Each finger was trapped in the thin wood. Panic gripped LiQing's heart when he recognized what the contraption was for. He politely asked the guard to change it, as he needed his hands to write. He is a scholar and was even awarded the prestigious recognition of Tanhualang. Tanhualang is the 3rd honor to receive after passing the Imperial exam. The guard tells LiQing that he would feel bad if he ruined LiQing's hands, as he's heard of LiQing's talents in writing. He tells LiQing that if he wishes to receive a different punishment, then he must first sign the confession. With fear etched on his face, LiQing resigns to his fate. Quietly, he tells the guard that he needs to confess to what he did not do, and then he no longer wants his hands. As if trying to convince himself, LiQing screams that he no longer wants them. He screams some more, as the guard crushes the talented hands that many could only dream to have. The head guard comments that LiQing may look weak, but his pride is admirable. LiQing lays on the cold floor, finally able to take a break. The guard's attention is drawn by the arrival of the crown prince. QiYu asks the head guard if LiQing has confessed. The guard tells him that LiQing refused to sign the confession, even after receiving severe punishment. The guard tells him that he is worried for LiQing's health, as he has grown weak and thin during his time at the dungeons. He fears that LiQing may not survive in the dungeon. Even the dungeon guard feels pity for LiQing. Why can't QiYu grant him an ounce of sympathy? LiQing looks pitiful as he lays on the cold, dirty floor. QiYu tells the guard to stop their prattling, and tells them that he will take over the punishment. He kneels down to conserve LiQing. Just in time, LiQing wakes up and hoarsely whispers that he did not poison the emperor. LiQing's hands are badly injured, and his body is shaking, but the pitiful sight did not move QiYu. Without regard to his husband's comfort, QiYu lifts up LiQing's chin to make LiQing face him. He mocks LiQing for losing his ability to write. The emperor used to praise LiQing's beautiful calligraphy, a skill that LiQing spent a lot of time mastering. With his bones shattered, he will no longer be able to draw those beautiful, artistic lines. LiQing insists that he is innocent. Someone who willingly gives up their life's achievements cannot be the villain. He looks up at QiYu, hoping that the crown prince will believe his innocence. He even grabs QiYu's clothes out of desperation. However, the hard, calculating look in QiYu's eyes speaks volumes. QiYu thinks hard about the events that led to this. His father, Emperor Jun Xuanxiao, usurped the throne from Emperor Xiao, who happens to be LiQing's biological father. He can't believe that someone who claims to be as loyal as General Songqing would adopt a child spawned by the fallen emperor. He grabs LiQing's wrist, not mindful of the pain he's causing him. LiQing hisses in pain, but keeps quiet. QiYu hardens his heart. LiQing must have held a grudge all these years for revenge. All of LiQing's declarations of love and tenderness are lies. He orchestrated their betrothal, planning to gain the emperor's trust so that he could be close enough to enact his plans. QiYu looks into LiQing's eyes, demanding to hear the truth. He asks LiQing if he truly loves him. LiQing is stunned by the question. Letting go of QiYu's robes, LiQing smiles wanly. His image is that of a man who lost his faith upon realizing that everything he's done is for nothing. He can't believe that his dream is being put into question. All his life's work and dreams boil down to one question. Did he truly love QiYu? LiQing chuckles to himself. His small chuckles eventually turn into laughter, punctuated by a series of coughs racking his thin frame. To LiQing, the question is absurd. Running out of patience, QiYu asks him why he is laughing. LiQing asks him what he did that warranted such a question. Why would QiYu still question his love? Why would QiYu think that LiQing has anything to do with the emperor's current condition? Even when there is no evidence, QiYu tells him to stop spouting nonsense and demands a straight answer. LiQing wipes the blood on his chin and looks at QiYu with a weak smile. This time, the look he gives him is not a look of devotion. It has the look of a broken-hearted man. He tells QiYu that he has loved him since they were children. His father used to joke that the crown prince would cling to LiQing when they were toddlers. The crown prince was only a year old at the time, and he would not let LiQing go. LiQing concocted a fantasy in his head that QiYu was his fated one. Even when they met at the academy, when QiYu presented himself as a selfish, domineering brat, LiQing tolerated him. He allowed QiYu to bully him and indulged in his whims. He never thought that they'd grow so distant when they were inseparable as children. QiYu remembers that he never regarded LiQing as anyone special. LiQing was a good friend that QiYu could take advantage of. He wonders if LiQing harbored feelings for him then. LiQing continues with his tale. When the emperor offered to marry QiYu to him, LiQing felt like the luckiest person alive. However, it was all fake. He never thought that he'd achieve the two things he'd strived to have all his life: the honor of passing the Imperial exam with flying colors and marrying the one he loves. He never thought that he'd deserve such blessings. He felt that if he waited it out someday, QiYu would turn a new leaf, and the misunderstandings between them would clear up. LiQing looks at QiYu in the eye, accusingly. He asks QiYu if he ever thought of LiQing as a human. He asked if QiYu ever considered that LiQing feelings could get hurt. LiQing finally realized that he placed his love on the wrong person. Love shouldn't be this hard. He regrets loving the wrong man. With his body weak, he beckons QiYu closer, promising to tell him the truth. QiYu complies, intending to get this ordeal over with. LiQing whispers the words that will set him free. He does not love QiYu anymore. He repeats these words like a prayer, each sentence rising an octave, cementing the fact that he, Song LiQing, is no longer QiYu's plaything. QiYu sits up, stunned. He can't believe what he's hearing. His love for him was constant all his life. To hear him say it, a part of him felt cold and empty. LiQing falls to the floor, his face buried on the makeshift bed of straws. Without a care for his pitiful husband slumped on the floor, QiYu shakes off the emptiness he's feeling. He convinces himself that it should not matter whether his traitor loves him or not. He coldly asked LiQing if he just fell out of love at this moment or if he just lost the will to continue his pretentious act. Either way, QiYu believes that LiQing unwittingly revealed his true self. He asked LiQing how he could repay the emperor in such a way. The emperor bestowed the title of Tanhualang on LiQing, recognizing his talents and even making him crown princess. LiQing does not answer. He probably thinks it's pointless or he's just too tired to argue. QiYu asks LiQing if he's finally satisfied, now that the emperor is in a coma. Irritated by LiQing's silence, LiQing demands that he answer. QiYu knows that LiQing's wounds are not life-threatening, so there is no reason for him to pretend like he died. Standing up, QiYu walks over to the furnace and grabs an iron poker, its ends blazing yellow from the fire. Brandishing the hot iron in front of LiQing, QiYu demands to know what poison LiQing used. Shakily, LiQing repeats that he did not poison the emperor. Unfortunately, QiYu does not believe him. He warns LiQing that if he does not tell the truth, then QiYu will not hesitate to brand his skin with a hot iron. It will leave a mark that even when healed, would brand LiQing as QiYu's possession, demeaning him to be less than human. QiYu silently prays that LiQing will admit the crimes so that he can go easier on LiQing. However, LiQing insists that it was not him. Resolve reflects in his eyes as he grabs the implement from QiYu's hand and scorches his flesh with a hot iron. LiQing screams while QiYu looks at him in shock. LiQing branded himself, effectively making himself the slave of the Jun Empire. Slumped, QiYu holds him up by his arms, insisting that he did not truly intend to cause LiQing harm. He only wanted LiQing to confess. He hears LiQing murmuring some words, but it was so quiet that he did not hear them. For the 100th time that day, LiQing tells him that he did not do it, tucking LiQing's head under his chin. He coos at him soothingly. After giving QiYu a false sense of security, LiQing bites him harshly. QiYu angrily pushes him away, demanding that LiQing stop being so stubborn. He will give LiQing one last chance. Wanting to get back at LiQing, he reminds him that he has General Song's life in his hands. LiQing's eyes widen at the mention of his father. He subserviently crawls towards QiYu, begging him to spare his father. General Song has been loyal to the emperor and has won war after war in the country of Jingo. His father does not deserve the harsh treatment. QiYu tells LiQing that he imprisoned all 373 people residing in the Song mansion, including the servants. Only execution awaits those who harm the emperor, and Liqing's family and servants are going to be considered accomplices. Liqing shakes visibly upon hearing this. Songqing did not do anything wrong. The kind general raised Liqing since he was a toddler and does not deserve to have his reputation dragged down to the mud and executed. Liqing realized that the noose of death is inescapable. He wonders what he ever did to deserve this fate. QiYu tells Liqing that his despair is apparent, when Songqing is only Liqing's adoptive father. The emperor is QiYu's biological father, therefore, QiYu would do anything for him. Liqing begs QiYu to wait and listen. QiYu looks down on him, a little surprised at Liqing's sudden compliance. Swallowing his pride, Liqing confesses to poisoning the emperor. He slams his forehead to the ground to kowtow, insisting that it was him who poisoned the emperor, and that the Song family has nothing to do with his plans. As the mastermind, Liqing insists that he alone should endure the punishment. His father should be spared, and he would beg QiYu to let his family go. QiYu coldly tells him that General Song's execution is due in 3 days. QiYu will spare him if Liqing tells him which poison he used. Liqing does not answer. QiYu leaves the dungeons as Liqing continues to call out his name. In QiYu's mansion, a eunuch begs QiYu to complete reviewing the memorials. With the emperor in a coma, the court needs directions, and they rely on QiYu to fill in the role. QiYu understands what needs to be done and assures the eunuch that he will get to it. QiYu deflates at the number of memorials stacked on his desk. He remembers Liqing urging him to take the memorials seriously, no matter how inconsequential they may seem. Even the little people deserve his attention. Take, for example, the relief funds that QiYu decided to provide to the provinces that were attacked by pirates. The relief funds may seem like small amounts of funds for QiYu, but for the people, they may be the difference between life and death. Liqing urges QiYu to consider each request with patience. They may seem like a bunch of boring words to QiYu, but these little matters make up the country's economy. QiYu waves off the image of Liqing from his head. He lets out an exclamation of frustration. Even in his head, Liqing would nag, and it annoyed him. He knows what to do. QiYu diligently studies the memorials. Unconsciously, he falls back to his old habit of asking Liqing what he thinks about certain topics. When he looks at where Liqing usually sits, he finds the chair empty. Loneliness washes over QiYu. Liqing is no longer with him. He forgot that he sent Liqing to prison. How could you forget? You were just mocking him that morning. QiYu refuses to budge. Liqing is not the only scholar in the world. Liqing is nothing special, and he could get someone else to replace him. QiYu convinces himself that he does not need Liqing. He could be an effective and just crow prince. He thinks back on what Liqing told him in the dungeons, Liqing's confession that he no longer loves QiYu. These words are like knives sinking into his heart. QiYu slams his fist on the table, annoyed that Liqing's words are haunting him like a ghost. A hooded figure passes through the darkened hallway of the dungeons. The head guard explains that he would not dare allow this figure to enter if he did not have the emperor's token. The hooded figure thanks the man before entering the cage and imprisoning Liqing. This mysterious figure is none other than Prince Lulan. At the sight of Liqing's prone figure on the cold ground, Prince Lulan immediately rushes to help him. Bemoaning how such things could happen to someone as kind as Liqing, Prince Lulan helps him up. Liqing is too weak to hold himself up. He assures Liqing that he is there for him and to no longer fear. I'm really rooting for Prince Lulan. Take him away. Far, far away from QiYu. There is no spot on Liqing's body that is not covered with bruises or wounds. He shivers from the cold. Prince Lulan hugs him to keep him warm, even holding his hands to warm them. Liqing refuses, as his hands are in pain. These words alarm Prince Lulan. Liqing's hands are swelling. It is obvious that the hands have suffered internal injuries, possibly broken bones. Liqing admits that he won't be able to write anymore. It's as if a floodgate has opened and Liqing allows his tears to flow. The warm glow from the torches illuminates the side of Prince Lulan's place as a thought crosses his mind. Without a care to the wind and to any consequence that would befall him, Prince Lulan asks Liqing if he would come with him to his country. In the desert country of Lulan, Liqing can live out the rest of his life in peace. Prince Lulan describes the place to Liqing to convince him to come. There is a hidden oasis during the summer, and when winter comes, the ground turns into a flower field. He asks Liqing if he's ever seen a wonderful place before. Liqing shivers as he answers, his words filled with regret. He never left the capital, and he regrets that he never traveled far to see such beautiful sights. He may never get the chance to. Prince Lulan insisted that they leave the capital together. LiQing grabs his sleeves as he tells him the truth. They could never leave the palace, resigning to the fate that awaits him. LiQing tells him that he can't leave. QiYu raided his family home, imprisoned his father, and he begs Prince Lulan to save his family. With hesitation, Prince Lulan agrees. LiQing explains that the longevity peaches were from Hu Nu Er. It smells weird, which LiQing finds unusual. The scent is close to sandalwood, but LiQing can tell that it's something else. He asks that Prince Lulan find out what it is. Prince Lulan seems to recognize the scent that LiQing described, with the possible culprit being Hu Nu Er. Prince Lulan's suspicions might be true. Prince Lulan immediately left to find Dr. QiYu. He asks if he has the box of longevity peaches. Thankfully, QiYu has access to all the evidence found at the banquet. Prince Lulan lifts up the food box that used to contain the poison longevity peaches. Prince Lulan lifts up the box close to his face and takes a sniff. The box has a subtle scent similar to sandalwood. QiYu asks if there is something wrong with the food box. Prince Lulan's face hardens, just as LiQing said. The box has a suspicious scent. He needs to handle this with caution. As much as he wants to be the one to defend LiQing, he knows that his involvement will do more harm than good. He asks QiYu to move closer so that he can hear him out. He tells QiYu that LiQing was imprisoned in the water dungeons, and his life hangs in the balance of life and death. Prince Lulan leans closer as he whispers the words that can save the one he loves. Finally, the Emperor wakes. Dr. QiYu assures the Emperor that he's no longer at death's door. As long as the Emperor takes the calming fraught that QiYu prescribes him, he will be as good as new. QiYu thanks the good doctor. To reward him for his hard work, he will promote QiYu to become head of the Imperial Hospital. On top of the promotion, you will receive 100 taels of gold. QiYu kneels towards him in gratitude. However, it is not fame and fortune that QiYu is after. He only has one request. There is an important matter that he wants to bring to their attention. QiYu asks if it is about the poison. QiYu is surprised that the doctor was able to deduce the poison that LiQing used. As much as he wants to know which it is, he'd rather not hear anything related to LiQing. QiYu explains that he researched poisons intensively and found that the poison used on the Emperor is called a Milan fragrance. Its scent is similar to that of sandalwood. When used in a sandalwood box, most people would not notice its presence. The toxin in Milan fragrance is not lethal. However, when mixed with alcohol, its toxicity amplifies. Emperor Jun Xuanxiao comments that Milan fragrance is a traitorous poison to use, and its effects are unpredictable. It was unheard of. QiYu answers that although the Emperor is knowledgeable, it is not unusual that he has never heard of the Milan fragrance, as it is not native to their country. The Milan fragrance is native to the native regions. Upon hearing this, QiYu can easily tell how this would look bad on Hu Nu Er. In denial, he refuses to believe that Hu Nu Er would want to cause him harm. Hu Nu Er has never lied to him. QiYu questions QiYu's intentions. He wants to know if QiYu's words are true and not something he made up to save LiQing. QiYu insists that he is honest with his deductions. He even put his life on the line, just to prove that he was not lying. Slamming his fist on a wooden banister to vent his anger, QiYu realized that Hu Nu Er had fooled him. QiYu sincerely apologizes to his father and confesses that the food box and its contents were prepared by Hu Nu Er. He vows to punish Hu Nu Er severely for his crime. Emperor Jun Xuanxiao is not surprised. He knew that the slave could not be trusted. With his country besieged by QiYu, a fallen prince who had to live as his slave, could never have pure intentions toward his conqueror. As a gracious emperor who has endured the worst, he excuses his son's oversight and just wants QiYu to learn from his mistake. He also wants QiYu to treat LiQing better. It was then that QiYu realized that LiQing was still in the water dungeons, paying for a crime he did not commit. Upon hearing the damage his son has caused, the emperor becomes livid. He throws a bowl of china at QiYu to express his ire. QiYu has done the unforgivable, and there's no going back to how things were before. Not only did he imprison the crown princess, he also caused unrest in the people's hearts and among his avid supporters. In the novel, he beats up QiYu. Cheng was Jun Xuanxiao's most trusted friend and general. Treating him and his family like villains is a gross repayment for his years of service and loyalty. It's a pleasant day. LiQing finally walks out of the water dungeon, his name cleared from suspicion. He walks slowly, but his eyes do not seem to appreciate the sights around him. He stares blankly forward, taking one step at a time. A baritone voice calls out his name. His head tilts to see where the sound is coming from. QiYu approaches, telling him that he came to take him home. He extends his hand to the small of LiQing's back, acting like a husband welcoming his wife home. However, LiQing's body language is far from receptive. He takes a step back from QiYu, and his arm extends forward to create distance between them. LiQing asks where his father is. QiYu tells him that General Song is now free. His honor and reputation have been restored, and he gets to keep his noble title. Everything is now back to normal. LiQing can't believe his ears. There's no way that things will go back to normal. LiQing tells QiYu that he wants to go home to see his father and his family. QiYu answers that his home is at Ling's mansion, and that QiYu is his family. Not since he threw him to the dungeons. He promised to arrange a meeting between LiQing and General Song at the Ling mansion. Realizing that QiYu would insist on keeping him in the mansion, LiQing tried one more time to express his wish to go home. QiYu tries to coax him into coming home by acting like a puppy who has been waiting for its master's return. He admits that he wronged LiQing for not listening to his pleas and for making him suffer. He insists that he only did all that because he cares for LiQing. I don't think an apology could solve this. It's also not helping that you're trying to gaslight LiQing. What kind of person could do that to someone he cares for? QiYu offers an apology to LiQing. Surprisingly, LiQing tells him that he's not angry at him. His soft voice does not have a hint of anger or resentment. How could you forgive him so easily? Used to being spoiled, QiYu does not find it strange that LiQing would forgive him so easily. He reaches out to LiQing's hand, intent on taking him home by the hand. However, LiQing snatches his hand away. Annoyed, QiYu asks why LiQing would avoid him, if he's really not angry. LiQing answers that he did it out of reflex, as his hands hurt. Like an attentive husband, QiYu wraps the coat around LiQing's shoulders to shield him from the cold. Where's that coat when LiQing was shivering on the cold ground? QiYu did not even consider that LiQing's body was frail before throwing him to the dungeon. QiYu tells LiQing that he would understand if LiQing did not forgive him for now, but he would rather not argue outside, as people may see them. No matter how pointless it is to argue, LiQing gives in. LiQing moves forward, but misses a step. He falls down the last step. Luckily, he felt not too far from the ground, but it still hurts. It was then that QiYu realized that LiQing's eyes could not focus on anything. LiQing waves off his concern. He tells QiYu that he has gone blind. QiYu worries that the punishments LiQing endured caused him to lose his sight. QiYu finally grasps how much damage the punishment has caused. LiQing will never be able to read or write. However, LiQing seems so nonchalant and indifferent. In a tone similar to one talking about the most mundane things, LiQing tells him that he is simply having a relapse from an old illness. QiYu can be assured that he is not at fault. LiQing explains that he used to cry a lot, and that it has damaged his eyesight. How could you go blind from too much crying? QiYu asks LiQing why he never told him this before. LiQing answers that QiYu might find his weakness disgusting. Guilt twists in QiYu's heart, but he pushes it down in favor of getting LiQing home. He tells LiQing that he has already summoned Qi to their home so that he can treat LiQing. Unable to bear the awkward atmosphere between them, QiYu lifts up LiQing's bridal style in his arms. He promised to take LiQing to see his father as soon as he got better. QiYu froze for a moment when he realized something. When LiQing notices that they have not moved from their spit, he asks QiYu if he finds him too heavy. QiYu utters a word, but he can't bring himself to say what he noticed. LiQing is not at all heavy. In fact, he is far too light for a man his age. As if trying to assure himself and ease his guilt, QiYu tells LiQing that everything is all right and that he's taking LiQing home. In the Ling mansion, Qi attentively cares for LiQing. After checking LiQing's pulse and seeing the extent of his childhood friend's injury, he wishes to be the subject of LiQing's blood disease, but LiQing stops him. LiQing refuses to let anyone else know about his illness. Qi insists that QiYu should know, so that he can treat LiQing better. LiQing does not see the point of telling QiYu. This is LiQing's way of rebelling against QiYu. He does not think QiYu deserves to know. Before Qi could protest further, QiYu entered the room. QiYu immediately asks if LiQing's hands will heal and if he can regain his sight. Qi answers that with time, the damage to LiQing's hands will heal, and his sight will recover after enough rest. What he can't say to QiYu is that LiQing does not have the luxury of time. QiYu's mood lifts up, and he sits beside LiQing to share the good news with him. He assured LiQing that he would be able to read and write again. Qi bids the couple farewell, promising to come back with some medicine. He lies through his teeth as he tells QiYu that LiQing will be able to go back to how he used to be. Without looking at Qimiao, QiYu waves him away, promising to reward him when LiQing gets better. He tells LiQing to get better so that he can help QiYu with the memorials. Rolling my eyes here. It always has to be about QiYu. QiYu washes a cloth in a basin to help LiQing clean up. When he lifts up LiQing's sleeve, he sees the burn marks left by the iron rod. LiQing seems to have a third-degree burn. This type of burn destroys the outer layer of skin and the entire layer beneath. It's nasty and very painful. QiYu asks LiQing if the burn hurts. LiQing answers honestly, but his expression seems to say that he's numb from the pain. Not wanting to tolerate QiYu's presence more than he has to, LiQing tells him that he wants to rest. Stating that LiQing is treating him coldly, QiYu insists that LiQing forgive him soon, as he has already apologized and admitted his wrongs. Growing up as a pampered and spoiled prince, QiYu hates being ignored. However, LiQing does not care and continues to ignore him. Realizing that he deserves this treatment, he tucks the blanket around LiQing. He promised to wait until LiQing came around. LiQing wakes up in a cold sweat. He was having a nightmare. Upon seeing him awake, QiYu greets him with a bowl of medicinal porridge, ready to feed LiQing. However, LiQing does not have an appetite and asks QiYu to eat alone. QiYu sets the bowl down, standing over LiQing in a menacing way. He is upset that LiQing is acting coldly towards him when he already apologized and they've learned that LiQing's wounds and sight will recover. He wants to know what LiQing wants so that he can be forgiven. LiQing tells him that he does not want to be compensated. If QiYu must do something for LiQing, then he should go on an errand and get a box of Osman thus cake from the city, and LiQing wants him to personally get it for him. LiQing could be petty. I love this pettiness. QiYu obediently agrees and sets off to get the requested treats. After LiQing is assured that QiYu has left, he gets up and asks Xiao Di to help him get dressed. The water prison is a dark and desolate place. Only the soft rhythm of light footsteps gives the suffocatingly damp place some life. Alone in his cell, Hunur sits on a stool, his wrists shackled to a long chain attached to the wall. His eyes were fixed on the window, his only source of light and hope. When he hears the sound of someone approaching, he abruptly turns to look, believing that QiYu changed his mind. He walks up towards the bar, his heart fluttering with hope. His blue eyes widen in disbelief when he finally realizes who came to see him. LiQing keeps himself in the shadows of the water prison, but Hunur can recognize him clearly. In a soft, dignified voice, LiQing asks Hunur how he could expect QiYu to come to his rescue after poisoning the emperor, fully knowing how cruel QiYu could be. LiQing wonders whether Hunur hopes QiYu will grant him leniency. Hunur laughs coldly. Someone as cold-hearted as QiYu would never show mercy. He says this without a hint of fear. As if casually commenting on the weather, he tells LiQing that he willingly acted as QiYu's plaything in order to manipulate him. His voice becomes sharper and his eyes glint hatefully as he admits that he never expected QiYu to show him love or affection. LiQing ponders Hunur's words. Hunur lowered his pride and discarded his noble upbringing to pander to QiYu's whims. LiQing realizes that Hunur never loved QiYu. Everything he did was meant solely to harm him. Hunur grips the cell's bar tightly as he admits that he has been patiently waiting for QiYu's downfall. He looks down in defeat, realizing that his plans have failed and he may never see QiYu fall. Realizing that his death is looming, Hunur freezes in his place. In front of him, LiQing watches him with pity. Hunur was once a prince of a kingdom, yet now he is but a helpless mutt. Pandering to QiYu's whims and pretending to be his lover is Hunur's only way to get back at him for invading his country. LiQing's compassionate heart goes out to Hunur. Hunur notices his empathetic eyes and tells LiQing not to pity him. LiQing's situation is no better than his. With a bitter smile, LiQing agrees. They are not at all different. LiQing finally asks Hunur what he came here for. He wants to know the truth about his own identity. Hunur sees no harm in telling LiQing the truth. He wants LiQing to hate QiYu. He may have failed, but LiQing may succeed once he hates QiYu enough. With these words, a feeling of dread washes over LiQing. Hunur confesses that LiQing is not the son of the Song family. He belongs to the Xiao family, and the blood of the former emperor flows in his veins. LiQing is stunned. His heart fills with dread as Hunur explains that LiQing's father died in the battle against the current emperor. LiQing's mother also died as a result of the war. Jun Xuanxiao and his son are the cause of LiQing's suffering. If Jun Xuanxiao had not usurped the throne, LiQing would have been the prince of this country. Hunur eagerly leans against the prison bars, thrilled to share details with LiQing that might turn him against QiYu. QiYu and his family owe LiQing a blood debt, and LiQing should avenge his parents. Shaking his head, LiQing disagrees. His face was calm and composed. He tells Hunur that if there's one thing he regrets, it's being born to the wrong parents. He hates how fate played with his life. LiQing looks down, his resolve strong. He does not want to live his life full of hatred. LiQing's wisdom and kindness shine through as he chooses his path. LiQing realizes that he and QiYu were never meant to be together. Their marriage was a big mistake and fate played a role in his tragedy. Hunur angrily says that LiQing's lack of anger is not due to kindness. He is being held down by his lack of a backbone and helplessness. LiQing lowers his head and remains silent. After a short while, LiQing reaches for something inside his sleeve and hands over a piece of paper to Hunur. Hunur has no clue what the paper is for. LiQing explains that before the emperor was poisoned, he petitioned the minister of the household to free Hunur from his status as a slave. Convinced that QiYu's feelings for Hunur were genuine, he wished for them to love each other freely, unhindered by the boundaries of their status. Hunur clasps that fragile paper between his hands as he carefully peels open its pages. He cannot believe that LiQing would willingly sacrifice his love and hand over QiYu to him. He reads the slave contract in his hand. With an official seal from the ministry, his slave status was revoked. His hand shakes in disbelief. A mix of emotions overwhelms him as his knees give up beneath him. He laughs humorlessly, unable to believe that someone could be this kind. LiQing reached out blindly, fumbling for support as he knelt down toward Hunur's position on the cold floor. He tells Hunur not to live his life in hatred. Out of the blue, he asks Hunur for his real name. Hunur looks down, his expression glum. LiQing tells him that when Hunur dies, someone should at least know his name so that he can be remembered. These kind words stun Hunur, bringing him to tears. His blue eyes widen as he confesses that he had almost forgotten what his name was. His real name is Wu Yigur, which in LiQing's dialect translates to Noble Moon. It was a name filled with his father's hope for his future. A tear drops in the dank cell. Paper lamps illuminate the Keelan Manor, giving the palace a nice glow against the dark night. QiYu frantically asks LiQing where he went. His face looks genuinely concerned. It's too late to show concern, bro. LiQing tells him calmly that he just went out for a walk. QiYu reaches out to touch LiQing's shoulders gently as he scolds him for being out so late. His words are laced with worry, as he tells LiQing that he should have waited for QiYu to return and accompany him. Something could have happened to LiQing as he is still ill, and it is dark outside. Brushing QiYu's hands away, LiQing puts distance between them as he coldly tells him that night and day make no difference to him. QiYu feels uncomfortable knowing that he is the cause of LiQing's blindness. He asks LiQing to stop being harsh with his words. After everything you did, LiQing should smack you to hell and back. LiQing scoffs. He tells QiYu that if he wants someone to simper pleasing words to him, he should go to someone like Hunur. He should leave LiQing alone. Still feeling guilty, QiYu tells LiQing that they should just forget it and move forward. All that matters is that LiQing came home safely. He knows that all that happened is his fault, so QiYu is willing to let the matter go. LiQing decides to sit to rest his tired legs, but QiYu continues to pester him. QiYu asks him if he wants to eat osmanthus cake. He bought it personally for LiQing, hoping that it would quell LiQing's anger at him. LiQing flat out tells him he does not want them. LiQing did not only reject the osmanthus out of spite, he also had no appetite for food, whether savory or sweet. Everything makes him feel queasy. Stunned, QiYu moves a bit too fast, but before he could get any closer, LiQing decides to just eat one cake so he would stop bothering him. QiYu sits on the chair beside LiQing, watching him take a bite of the osmanthus cake. Nibbling on the piece of cake, LiQing feels nauseous. Watching LiQing eat gives QiYu a sense of ease, assured that LiQing has not changed. He reaches out to LiQing, asking him if he purposely left a crumb by the side of his mouth for QiYu to lick. LiQing's eyes widen in surprise as QiYu leaned down to lick the crumb off his face. Not the time, bro. Read the room. Finally coming to his senses, LiQing pushes QiYu off him. He wipes the crumb with the back of his severely bandaged hand. Acting like a spoiled child, QiYu insists that since he did what LiQing asked, they should put the past behind them. There's not enough osmanthus cake in the world to make up for what QiYu did. QiYu suddenly reaches out to LiQing, grabbing him by the back of his neck. He forces his poor crown princess onto the lounge as LiQing struggles against him in protest. LiQing lets out a sharp cry of pain as QiYu looms above him. QiYu takes this chance to lean down on LiQing, attempting to undress him. LiQing panics and he quickly grabs the lapels of his robe. He tells QiYu to wait. QiYu asks LiQing to forgive him and forget about everything that happened. He even tells him that he is willing to forgive LiQing and set aside his past prejudices, so that they could start over. He scolds LiQing for being fixated on their previous misunderstandings. The nerve of this guy. LiQing is shocked by QiYu's words. If QiYu had uttered these words before everything he did, before LiQing's heart went numb and before he had known about his lineage, LiQing would have fallen for it, but it's too late and there's no use thinking about what could have been. Still holding on to his collar, LiQing sits up and asks QiYu why. QiYu confesses that he is starting to like LiQing. Taken aback, LiQing pauses. QiYu's words are like ice to his already cold heart. Rising up from his seat, LiQing wants to distance himself from QiYu. QiYu looks up at him, clearly clueless. As he scratches his head in disbelief, LiQing walks away, fumbling around blindly. Restless, QiYu tells him that the emperor is right. LiQing is the perfect spouse for him. LiQing ignores him as he prepares for bed. LiQing bows his head in resignation. LiQing as he contemplates how shallow QiYu's love is. Before long, QiYu would come to understand that no one would wait for him to grow up. Like a parent chastising a child, LiQing tells QiYu to go to bed early so that he will not miss the morning court session the next day. In the master's chambers, LiQing and QiYu lie down together in their matrimonial bed. Their outer robes hang neatly on top of each other on the side of the bed. QiYu hugs LiQing from behind, reminding him that he promised not to leave him. To placate him, LiQing acknowledges that he did make that promise. Finally assured, QiYu closes his eyes, believing that LiQing would not dare leave him. LiQing stays silent. Contrary to QiYu, his eyes opened in quiet defiance. He vows to break the promise, assuring himself that he could switch off his feelings. It shouldn't be too hard. At the break of dawn in the Keelan manor, before the light of the paper lanterns is extinguished, the master of the house prepares to leave. Someone explains that they asked the tailors to make the clothes more luxurious. Patting down the lapels of the clothes, the voice asks Keelan whether he likes them and how they fit him. Keelan moves a bit to test the fit of his clothes as he smiles in satisfaction. He answers that the clothes fit perfectly, and asks how they knew about his preferences. LiQing tells Keelan that he taught Zhao Di how to make his favorite snacks and that he should ask her to make them for him in the future. Keelan whines that the snacks would not taste as good if LiQing did not make them himself. LiQing coldly reminds him that he cannot make them for him anymore. Keelan approaches him, his hand reaching towards the frazzled LiQing. He confidently tells LiQing not to worry and that his eyes and hands will heal soon. His face looks almost innocent as he utters those words, the picture of a man who always had his way with the world. He turns around to leave, telling LiQing to wait for his return. LiQing stands up abruptly, calling out to Keelan. Keelan asks if there's anything else he wants to say. LiQing hesitates and reminds him where he keeps Keelan's favorite ink and that Keelan should use a cinnabar pen when reviewing the memorials. Keelan shrugs and tells LiQing that should he need them again in the future, he could just ask LiQing to get them for him. Thinking that LiQing is just being his usual worrywart self, he bids him goodbye. It seems that LiQing has more to say, but he stops himself. Keelan smiles, thinking that LiQing is back to his usual self. He leaves him, assured that all is finally forgiven. As the sun rises higher in the sky, its rays beam down on Keelan Manor. LiQing orders Zhao Di to bring the charcoal brazier to the courtyard and to call for people to help them carry his clothes chest. Although surprised by her master's request, Zhao Di does as she is told. The fire in the charcoal brazier pans out angrily. Servants carry his expensive clothes, presenting them to their crown princess one at a time. Zhao Di exclaims as LiQing throws one expensive robe into the flames. LiQing coldly replies that these clothes are no longer of any use. Zhao Di is even more alarmed when LiQing pulls an item out of his sleeve. She pleads with him not to burn it, as she knows LiQing treasures it. Her master has always kept the item at the bottom of his chest. LiQing holds out the pouch containing a jade and a lock of intertwined hair. The jade has LiQing's and QiYu's names carved in it, and the intertwined locks are his and QiYu's baby hair. LiQing looks at the items sadly. He tells Zhao Di that he does not want to keep these items, as he and QiYu were never meant for each other. He drops the items into the fire, admitting that he no longer hates QiYu, but he no longer loves him either. He wants to burn everything he owns in the manor, so that no trace of him will be left for QiYu to hold onto. LiQing reaches down to his belt and asks Zhao Di whether the tassel QiYu gave him has completely faded. Zhao Di honestly tells him that the tassel has lost all its colors. LiQing is glad to hear that the tassel no longer has its vibrant color. Without hesitation, he drops the tassel to burn with the rest of his things. Letting go of the tassel feels like letting go of all his feelings. His love for QiYu started when he gave him the tassel as a keepsake. It was then that he started to obsess over QiYu and care for him deeply. He stands in front of the fire, feeling the cleansing properties of the flames as the tassel turns to soothe. He turns to Zhao Di to ask her to get a carriage for him. Zhao Di asks him where he wants to go. His voice is steady as he tells her that he will go to court and ask for a divorce. The court of Dajing's kingdom is a sight to behold. The walls and pillars are gilded in gold, a blatant show of opulence. The emperor sits at the top of the dais while the crown prince stands on a platform below the throne. The ministers stand in neat rows as they deliver reports on the status of their kingdoms. A minister reports that the Huren tribe has been causing trouble, and the emperor's soldiers have been sent to deal with the bandits and protect the people. Although it was a noble endeavor, the minister advises that the emperor should send an inspector to oversee the river channels. Emperor Jun Xuanxiao observes that his son is finally taking the court seriously. He seems to be listening intently to the minister's reports. The emperor asks him why he's being quiet today. Humbled, QiYu admits that he was overwhelmed when he had to stand in the emperor's place when he was poisoned. He finally realizes that it is important to be well-versed in current affairs and that he should study more in order to become a better heir for the kingdom. He turns to the ministers and acknowledges that they are all important to the empire and apologizes for his past mistakes. The ministers bow, daring not to accept his apology, and tell him that, being the son of heaven, he is not at fault. What a bunch of yes-men. Emperor Jun Xuanxiao smiles in satisfaction at his son's self-reflection. He tells QiYu to defer to LiQing for advice. LiQing is calm and his intelligence is admirable. QiYu would definitely learn from LiQing. This is exactly why your son started to rebel. LiQing is the kind of cousin that Asian kids hate to have. QiYu finally sees the wisdom in his father's words and agrees. He even tells him he wants to study again for a year and bring LiQing with him as his study companion. The emperor is pleased that QiYu finally understands his effort. He tells him that using LiQing as a study companion is a waste of his potential, and tells QiYu to ask LiQing what he wants first. The emperor observes that QiYu speaks warmly of LiQing, but is worried about how LiQing feels. He hopes that the two have reconciled and are on good terms again. QiYu waives the emperor's concern and is assured that LiQing will follow him everywhere. A resounding noise reverberates throughout the walls of the hall. QiYu finds it odd and wonders who would dare use the drum of grievances. A eunuch comes forward in a rush, announcing that it was the crown princess who struck the drum. Both QiYu and the emperor are surprised. QiYu does not understand why LiQing would strike the drum, and the emperor orders the eunuch to let him in. Accompanied by Xiao Di, LiQing walks the halls with his head held high amidst the inquisitive stares of the ministers. With Xiao Di's support, he climbs up the dais. As he steps on the platform where QiYu stands, QiYu approaches him to ask why he came. LiQing did not acknowledge him and quietly knelt before the emperor. Emperor Jun Xuanxiao chastises him for ringing the drum of grievances, which is reserved for complaints of injustice and critical matters. Even as the crown princess, he may face punishment if his reasoning is not justified. He asks LiQing what he came here for. Without hesitating, LiQing announces that he wants a divorce. The weight of his words fills the hall. QiYu looks stunned while the emperor stays composed. In a placating manner, he acknowledges that LiQing did suffer in QiYu's hands, but presses that QiYu has changed his mind and is willing to work it out. He urges LiQing to take back his words. A minister chimes in, telling LiQing that he must be crazy. Everyone dreams of becoming part of the Imperial family, yet LiQing is willing to throw it all away. They gossip amongst themselves, wondering why LiQing would want a divorce. QiYu's voice rings across the hall. He angrily asks LiQing why he would want to divorce him. Why do you think? He can't believe that LiQing would actually want to leave him. QiYu won't let him go. LiQing bows his head, explaining that he is unsuitable to stand beside the prince. Their marriage was a mistake since the very beginning, and now that he has lost his love for him, he wants to separate amicably. When they married, the world rejoiced, but everything turned sour, and he had to announce their divorce through the drum of grievances. With both hands, he presents the divorce document he personally drafted to the emperor, hoping that his wish will be granted. He came prepared. A hand grabs the divorce papers. It was QiYu. He does not believe that this is happening, and he rips the paper apart. He throws the pieces at LiQing, demanding that LiQing explain himself clearly, otherwise he won't let him get away. LiQing did not respond. He did not even look at QiYu. Lowering his hand, he tells QiYu that even with the divorce papers torn, he would not be able to undo what has happened. QiYu denies this, and tells LiQing that he would not agree to the divorce. He is upset that LiQing did not even consult him first. LiQing finally looks up towards him, reminding him that QiYu had always wanted to separate, so why is he whining now? QiYu admits that he neglected LiQing before but has now decided to accept him. He asks why he would want to leave. QiYu tells him that LiQing would always belong to him. LiQing has his mark on him, a mark that he could never wash off. LiQing wonders what he meant. LiQing lifts up his left sleeve and asks QiYu if he was referring to the Imperial stamp the hot rod left behind on his skin. Alarmed, QiYu asks him what he plans to do. LiQing shows off the brand on his shoulder, and with his resolve final, he announces that he and QiYu will now part ways, inviting everyone in the hall to bear witness. He draws a knife from his belt as he states his name. Sweat beads on QiYu's face, his body frozen in place as he helplessly calls out LiQing's name. Without hesitation, LiQing uses the knife to remove the mark on his arm while announcing his separation from QiYu. QiYu tries to stop him, but it is too late. The knife clatters to the ground. QiYu is rooted on the spot as LiQing slumps down in pain. Writhing in pain, LiQing tells him that the mark is gone, and there is nothing left of QiYu on him. Distraught and panicked, QiYu can't believe that LiQing would go this far just to sever ties with him. He looks at the ministers and only sees mocking expressions on their faces. Driven by shame, he announces that LiQing is not the one to break their marriage. QiYu is the one breaking up with him. In an attempt to save face, he flips the narrative, effectively granting LiQing's request for divorce. LiQing does not care. It does not matter who's discarding whom. His body shaking from pain, he stands up with Xiaodi's help and leaves the hall. Consumed by rage, QiYu hurls everything within his reach. He goes after LiQing and storms out of the hall, demanding that LiQing come to his senses and return to the mansion, where QiYu would wait for him to beg for his forgiveness. He even dares LiQing not to come back. Be careful what you wish for. Inside the Emperor's private study, QiYu paces restlessly as the Emperor carries on with his work. He suspects that the divorce must be General Song's idea. The Emperor finally acknowledges his rampaging son and tells him that a true man knows when to admit defeat. Although the marriage did not work out, the couple should at least part amicably, allowing each other to keep their dignity. LiQing turns to him in anger, accusing him of always favoring LiQing and his father. Before he could continue his rant, the Emperor told him that he was in favor of the Song family because it was QiYu who was in the wrong. QiYu is stunned to be told that he was in the wrong. How spoiled are you? Closing the distance between him and his father, QiYu points out that LiQing embarrassed him in front of everyone, and that he has a right to be angry. He admits that he did not want a divorce but does not understand where he went wrong. Emperor Xin Zhao points out everything he did wrong, including humiliating LiQing for favoring a slave, implicating General Song, and imprisoning the Song family and their servants. Even a saint would be mad. The Emperor asks him if he loves LiQing, even a tiny bit. At first, QiYu was unable to answer. Flustered, he answers uneasily. He admits that LiQing is not bad at all, and that he has plans to continue his marriage with him. The Emperor furrows his eyebrows as he contemplates what to say next. He tells QiYu that he does love LiQing. Spoiled that he is, QiYu has never been rejected before, and his pride is in the way of his true feelings. QiYu denies this. Standing up from his desk, the Emperor tells QiYu that since it was he who cut ties with LiQing, he must be ready to face the consequences. If QiYu were to reflect on his actions and show that he regrets them, LiQing might warm up to him one day. QiYu insists that he will never regret his actions. He even mocks LiQing for acting high and mighty like some national treasure. If LiQing does not want him, then he'd better stay as far away as possible. QiYu does not care for someone who bears the blood of the previous dynasty. He suspects that LiQing is as malicious as his birth father. The Emperor is surprised by his words and demands to know where he learned of LiQing's origin. QiYu admits that he learned it from Hunur, who claimed that LiQing's birth mother was the former emperor's concubine. Looking up at his father, he insists that General Song betrayed the emperor's trust by raising the child of his former enemy. To QiYu's surprise, the emperor remains calm rather than angered. He realizes that QiYu's distrust of LiQing stemmed from LiQing's background. QiYu even threw LiQing into the water prison. The emperor realizes that LiQing's suffering is caused by none other than his own actions. The revelation leaves a long silence hanging between father and son. QiYu asks his father what he meant. The emperor reveals that he was the one who asked General Song to adopt LiQing. QiYu cannot believe his ears. His distrust of LiQing and the Song family came from their keeping LiQing's lineage. He now realizes that LiQing did not hide his lineage. Reaching out to grab his father's arms, QiYu begs his father not to lie to him, but his father remains silent. QiYu finally understands that LiQing never wanted to deceive him, and he treated LiQing unjustly. Guilt creeps up his chest as he thinks about all the humiliation that LiQing had gone through, all because he loves QiYu. The emperor admits he ordered General Song to adopt LiQing because he did not want people to mistreat him for being the son of the former emperor. He had General Song fabricate a new identity for LiQing and pretend that he was a child of a distant relative who had passed away. QiYu's strength escapes him and his hands let go of his father's arms. He can't believe that this is happening. He asks his father why he would ask his most trusted general to adopt the child of his enemy. Emperor Jun Xuanxiao covers his face with his hand in shame. He admits that he felt pity for an innocent child. His old age must have driven him to care for LiQing. It finally dawns on QiYu that everything had been a grave misunderstanding, and the realization fills him with dread. He must have shattered LiQing's heart completely. Snapping out of his daze, QiYu realized that he should go back to his mansion. Bidding his father farewell, he leaves abruptly to run home. The emperor lets out a sigh, hoping that QiYu is not too late. In Qilin manner, QiYu briskly walks towards the room he shares with LiQing. He finds Xiaodi standing forlornly in the hall. Since she is here, he asks if LiQing returned with her. Before Xiaodi could answer him, he hurriedly entered the master's bedroom, calling out for LiQing. He is met with silence. The room is cleaned and polished. He turns to Xiaodi, asking her where her master is hiding. Xiaodi tells him that young Master Song returned to his father's mansion. QiYu quickly corrects her for the title she used for LiQing. LiQing is not a young Master Song. LiQing is the crown princess. He insists that LiQing was appointed by the emperor to be his spouse. With these words, he storms off. He ventures further inside the room. noticing that LiQing's favorite book is not on the table where it should be. He asks Zhao Di where the book is. Zhao Di shakes in fear as she tells QiYu that LiQing burned the book. QiYu does not believe her. LiQing would never burn his favorite book. Zhao Di nervously tells LiQing that he burned all the books he brought. QiYu is struck by her answer. Dread pools in his stomach as he desperately scans the room for LiQing's things, a breathless no escaping him again and again. No matter how much he searches the room, there is no trace of LiQing left. He tore through every nook and cranny and found nothing. Sweat beads on his face as it dawns on him that LiQing is never coming back. Dazed, he walks out of the room, not believing that LiQing would actually leave him. He cannot bring himself to accept it. Surely there must be some mistake. As QiYu passes by the courtyard, he finds the charcoal brazier outside. Running towards it, he notices an item that he gave to LiQing. It is the tassel he threw at him so many years ago in their wedding jade. LiQing treasured these items the most, but he threw them away. He thinks back to all the reminders LiQing gave him that morning. He remembers that LiQing told him to ask Zhao Di to make his snacks. Assured that LiQing would always be around, he replies that he'd rather have LiQing make them for him. All those reminders are LiQing's way of saying goodbye. He screams as he closes his fist around the jade, stooping down in regret. LiQing left nothing behind. He didn't even give QiYu another chance. Zhao Di calls out to him softly. She tells him that Master Song left him a letter. She hands him a piece of paper. QiYu lights up, reaching out to receive the letter. Hope blooms in his heart that LiQing still cares. He hurriedly opens the letter, and his body freezes as he reads its contents. The letter says that LiQing does not want to meet him even in the afterlife. Something in the way LiQing worded his letter deeply unsettles QiYu. He could have written that they should never see each other again, but why had he reached beyond this life and spoken of the next? He fears that LiQing has been hiding something from him. He decides to seek out LiQing regardless of the time of day. He must see him. It was nighttime when QiYu reached the Song Mansion. He jumped down from his horse before the poor beast could come to a halt. The guards of the Song Mansion intercepted him, preventing him from getting in. The guards tell him that they have been ordered not to let anyone in. QiYu orders them to tell LiQing he came for him, and asks the guards if they even know who he is. The guards brazenly replied that they were specifically told not to let the Crown Prince enter the Song Mansion, and that they would lay their lives down just to stop him. With a bitter smile, QiYu finally accepts that LiQing no longer cares for him. Deciding not to make things hard for the guards, he asked them to inform LiQing that he had come to see him. After waiting a long while, QiYu scans the Song Mansion. He spots a wall cluttered with some wooden junk and decides to head over there. Climbing up the wall, he sees LiQing lounging outside in the courtyard. The moon shines above. Its light bounces off of LiQing's skin. QiYu is struck by his beauty. LiQing is even more beautiful than before. QiYu spies on LiQing, looking at him with fresh eyes, a newfound appreciation for his former spouse's beauty. A voice calls out to LiQing. LiQing opens his eyes. Qimiao walks towards LiQing, carrying a tray of medicine. He tells LiQing to take his medicine on time. Qimiao hands over the medicine to LiQing's waiting hands. LiQing complains about the bitter medicine, hoping that he does not have to take it. Qimiao scolds LiQing. He insists on taking the medicine so his eyesight will recover. LiQing tells him that he does not care if his eyes get better. He is better off blind. That way he does not need to see the people he does not want to see. Qimiao wraps his hand around LiQing's bandaged fingers. He tells LiQing that he understands how he feels. When his eyes get better, he does not need to see them. LiQing smiles bitterly. Now that he is divorced, he can do what he wants, and he does not need to see them if he does not want to. Qimiao warns him that the medicine's effectiveness would weaken if not taken on time, and offers to help LiQing take it. QiYu continues to spy on them, focusing on their joined hands. In his mind, he chastises Qimiao for taking advantage of LiQing. He feels threatened that Qimiao would take what's his. He quells his jealousy. Even if Qimiao likes LiQing, LiQing will not accept his feelings. LiQing is headstrong and would set boundaries between himself and Qimiao. To his surprise, LiQing allowed Qimiao to feed him. LiQing's hands are shaking and they hurt. Coupled with his blindness, he is worried that he would spill the medicine and waste Qimiao's hard work. QiYu's jealousy flares up. He can't believe that LiQing allowed Qimiao to feed him. Qimiao tells LiQing that he is happy that LiQing is finally relying on him. He confesses that he'd always liked LiQing and that he's been restraining himself. But now he wants to indulge himself. Dreading the bitter taste, LiQing takes a spoonful, one after another, until the bowl is empty. His body shakes as he processes the bitter taste. Qimiao offers him some sweets to chase off the bitterness. LiQing bites into the osmanthus cake. Qimiao proudly tells him that the osmanthus trees have blossomed splendidly that year, and the cake was a fresh batch made by this year's blossoms. LiQing almost licked his fingers at how good the osmanthus cake tasted. He laments the fact that the blossoms would have withered by now. He was unable to see the osmanthus trees bloom as he was at the Keelan Manor when it happened. Qimiao insists that they could see it again next year. At the mention of the following year, LiQing hesitates. Sounding optimistic, LiQing agrees to see it with Qimiao next year. Meanwhile, QiYu seethes as he watches Qimiao flirt with his LiQing. He can't believe that the imp would make a move on LiQing right after their divorce. Qimiao tells LiQing that they don't need to wait for next year for the osmanthus trees to bloom. Instead, they could watch the plum trees bloom in the winter and offer to take LiQing. LiQing laughs at his eagerness. LiQing tells him he does not need to walk on eggshells around him. LiQing is not going to drop dead anytime soon. Qimiao is taken aback by his nonchalant attitude. Qimiao tells him that he was just worried that LiQing would feel lonely now that LiQing had divorced QiYu. His gaze hardening like steel, LiQing tells Qimiao that he's not going to waste any more of his energy on QiYu. The pain he feels is a harsh reminder not to repeat the same mistake. He promised Qimiao that he would live his life to the fullest. Qimiao explains that he was just worried for LiQing. After divorcing the crown prince, he does not want LiQing to be sad. LiQing tells him that from now on he will no longer live for Qimiao. The pain will help him keep pushing forward and not repeat his mistakes. He would live for himself and live well. Qimiao stands up, glad that LiQing is thinking positively. He turns around and solemnly calls LiQing's name. With his back turned, he promises to find a cure for LiQing. He wants LiQing to promise that until then he should live well. Without hesitation, LiQing makes his promise. With his back hunched, Qimiao leaves the Song Mansion, his face full of worry. He did not see the person standing in his way and bumped into the person. When he looked up, it was none other than Qimiao. He greeted the crown prince, asking him if he had come out to admire the moon. Qimiao has no patience for small talk and asks Qimiao why he told LiQing to live well. Qimiao tried to feign ignorance, even accusing Qimiao of being drunk. Qimiao grabs his arms, insisting on knowing what Qimiao meant when he said those words to LiQing. He demands to know if LiQing is sick and asks why he was not informed of his condition. He is even more upset because LiQing did not tell him anything. Qimiao hesitates. His resolve cracks, and he asks Qimiao why LiQing would even bother telling him. Qimiao asks him who he is to LiQing. Qimiao shyly answers that he is LiQing's partner. Qimiao mocks him. As LiQing's life partner, the one he dedicated most of his life to, Qimiao makes for a lousy partner. He asks Qimiao how he never noticed that LiQing was sick, given that they were together daily and at night. He asks Qimiao why he needs an outsider to tell him what's happening. Qimiao answers that he didn't know. He was under the impression that LiQing was just frail. Qimiao tells him that he did not know because he never loved LiQing. He never spared him a single thought. Otherwise, he would have noticed that his wounds did not heal as fast and his energy was not as good as before. Qimiao takes a step forward while Qimiao takes a step back. Qimiao asks him how Qimiao did not notice how LiQing's body has thinned over time. Qimiao blames Qimiao for tormenting LiQing to the point that LiQing looks deathly. Qimiao is stunned at this revelation. He admits that he is in the wrong and that all of this is his doing. He begs Qimiao to tell him what is wrong with LiQing. He tells Qimiao that he can find the best physicians and obtain the expensive herbs to heal LiQing, even though he knows there is no cure for the blood-draining disease. Qimiao tells him that the only reason LiQing is still with them is because of Prince Lulan's help. Prince Lulan gave his remaining life-saving pills to LiQing. He tells Qimiao that the best way he could help is to leave LiQing alone. Qimiao feels his world turn upside down. He thinks back to what LiQing said in the letter. He never wanted to see Qimiao again, not even in the afterlife. In the Imperial Palace path, a eunuch announces that the emperor is waiting for the crown princess near the dragon railing. He cautions LiQing to be careful with his steps. The path is uneven, and he holds LiQing's hand as he leads him to where the emperor is. LiQing tells the eunuch to address him by his name. LiQing is upset that he is forced to leave the Song Manor forever. The emperor is an important person, and if he summons you, you need to come running. The eunuch apologized for forgetting to address him correctly. He claims he has been rooting for LiQing and the crown prince all along, believing they are well suited to each other. He tells LiQing that the crown prince has been heartbroken since the day he left. The crown prince looks work-weary and tired during the morning court meetings, and his usual arrogant self looks downtrodden. LiQing couldn't care less. He tells the eunuch that QiYu will get over it and return to his old self. The two continued their way towards the emperor in silence. Finally, the eunuch announces that they have reached the Imperial Garden, where the emperor is waiting for LiQing. LiQing announces his presence and greets the emperor. The emperor kindly tells him that he need not be formal with him. After all, he's still ill. He politely asks LiQing to sit. The emperor asks LiQing if he has calmed down after hiding in General Song's mansion for the past 3 days. He asks LiQing if he still wants to divorce QiYu. LiQing assures him that his mind has not changed. The emperor understands that nothing he says on QiYu's behalf would help him get LiQing back. His son has completely broken LiQing's heart. He knows that LiQing is not an impulsive person and respects his decision. He promises not to force them to stay together, a promise LiQing is thankful for. LiQing thanks the emperor and feels relieved that the emperor is not angered by his antics and would not retaliate against his father. The emperor assured him that he need not be grateful. After all, it was the crown prince who wronged him. To make up for his past grievances, the emperor promises him a position in court. This is his way of amending QiYu's past mistakes. LiQing bows in thanks. The emperor gives LiQing a look that suggests he has more to say, but he hesitates. Finally, he opens his mouth to ask a question. He wanted to know whether LiQing is distancing himself from QiYu only because he's lost all feelings for him, or because of his true identity. LiQing looks up in shock. He did not know that the emperor knew about his lineage. The emperor admits that he knew all along. He tells LiQing that he is indeed the son of the former emperor. LiQing asks him if the emperor really thinks that he and QiYu could be together now that his past has been revealed. Even if he and QiYu get back together, LiQing can no longer look at him like he used to. He will always resent him, and QiYu would be wary of him. The emperor assures him that LiQing is not one to carry grudges. Hunua did tell LiQing the truth about his past, but he omitted one thing. The emperor admits that he ordered General Song to adopt LiQing and create a new identity for him. He wants LiQing to live freely. The revelation stuns LiQing. This is the first time he learned of the truth. As the last descendant of the former emperor, it would have been beneficial for Emperor Jun Xuanxiao to eliminate him. Yet he let LiQing live. All the resentment he feels escapes LiQing, as he lowers his head and apologizes to the emperor, addressing him as father. LiQing thinks that he should at least refer to Jun Xuanxiao as father emperor one last time to convey his gratitude, even when he and QiYu are divorced. The emperor notes that this is the only time LiQing addressed him as father emperor, and it would also be the last. Before LiQing could leave the Imperial garden, he heard a voice calling out to him. QiYu rams after him, telling him that it was a surprise to see him. LiQing would not let QiYu fool him. He knows that QiYu knew the emperor had summoned him, and waited deliberately to ambush him. QiYu complains that LiQing never wanted to see him, no matter how many times he visited the general's mansion. As a result, he had to resort to this sneaky method. LiQing is unmoved by his words. He tells QiYu that now that they've met, QiYu should step aside and let him pass. QiYu grabs LiQing's arm. In desperation, he asks LiQing whether QiYu's words are true. He wanted to know if LiQing had a blood disease, and why LiQing never told him about it. LiQing tells him that it was not his intention to hide anything from QiYu. He just did not think that QiYu would care. He would not mourn him if LiQing died in secret. He brushes off QiYu's hold on his arm as if brushing off dirt. LiQing pointed out that QiYu did not even notice LiQing slowly dying in front of him. QiYu does not want to hear it. The thought of LiQing dying brings pain to his heart. LiQing tells him to stop acting like he cares, just because LiQing is dying. He does not want QiYu's pity. QiYu tells him that it is not out of pity. He really does not want to lose LiQing. LiQing is momentarily stunned by QiYu's words. QiYu tells him that whether LiQing hates him or not, he does not want him to lose his life. He would rather LiQing hate him and turn on him than never see him again. LiQing feels conflicted. He thought that he had finally strengthened his resolve to stop loving QiYu, but just a few words of comfort from him shook his resolve. LiQing steps aside to face QiYu. He tells him that he is very happy now that they're divorced. If QiYu wants LiQing to live a fulfilled life, the best thing he could do for him is to leave him alone. With those words, LiQing turns to leave. QiYu grits his teeth and takes one step forward. He hugs LiQing from behind. It's been a long time since he was able to hug LiQing like this. It feels good to have him in his arms again. LiQing demands that QiYu let him go, but the arms caging him do not budge, no matter how much he struggles. QiYu begs him not to leave. He begs that LiQing forget about the divorce and get back together. He tells LiQing that he has now realized his mistake. He regrets everything he did and is willing to make it up to LiQing. LiQing does not waver. If all the wounds of this world could be healed with one apology, then forgiveness would come far too cheaply. QiYu tells him that he would allow LiQing to hit him. He'd accept it willingly if it is the price he has to pay. LiQing tells him that he is far too fickle. When LiQing was in love with him, he did everything to drive him away. Now that LiQing wants to leave, he pesters him, making lofty promises. He tells QiYu that people do not revolve around him. These words stun QiYu. As a son of heaven, the world follows his every whim. QiYu reminds LiQing of their wedding night. That night he made things difficult for LiQing, and LiQing had to beg on his knees to get him to return to their chambers. He tells LiQing that he bought red candles and papered the walls with the double happiness sign. Wants a do-over of their wedding night. This time he wants to follow the proper rituals and share a wedding wine with LiQing. He asks LiQing if they could start over again. LiQing looks at him with a blank face. He tells QiYu that all this is pointless. Stepping towards the carriage and further away from QiYu, LiQing bows that he will not marry again. The wedding night he had with QiYu would be the only one he would have in this lifetime. He would never share a cup of wedding wine with anyone ever again. The attendant rushes over to LiQing to help him get on the carriage. Out of frustration, QiYu curses as he asks LiQing what it would take for him to forgive him. He tells LiQing that he is willing to do whatever it takes. In retaliation, LiQing asks him what it would take for QiYu to let him go. QiYu is unable to answer and stays rooted on the spot. LiQing's words hurt QiYu a lot more than he expected. Emotional damage. He watches LiQing's carriage leave him. But deep down, his heart aches. He can't give up yet. LiQing cannot leave him. He will never let him go. QiYu secretly follows LiQing's carriage all the way to the Song's mansion. He is greeted by the sight of Prince Lulan waiting for LiQing's return home like a devoted husband would. He seethes in jealousy as he watches the Prince of Lulan look up at LiQing as if he hung the stars. Breathing heavily, QiYu wonders what he is doing at General Song's mansion. Xingshu helps LiQing get down from the carriage. Yup, what a gentleman. So unlike someone we know, Xingshu inquires about his visit to the palace and is genuinely worried that he has to answer to the emperor's summons even when he is not yet feeling well. LiQing tells him that he saw Jun QiYu at the palace. Xingshu asks him whether Jun QiYu orchestrated their meeting and whether he threatened LiQing. LiQing tells him that QiYu came to see him to finally admit that he was wrong. Xingshu scoffed disbelievingly. He jokingly tells Liing that someone like QiYu would never admit a mistake. When LiQing did not respond, he asked him whether his heart had softened in response to a simple apology. There's no way that QiYu could repent enough to make up for everything he did. He does not believe that a person's nature can change overnight, and he even quotes a line from a book. He cautions LiQing not to let himself be deceived. LiQing smiles at Xingshu and assures him that he would not be swayed by QiYu's crocodile tears. He invites Xingshu to join him at the mansion. Xingshu agrees. A voice calls out to LiQing from behind. LiQing can't believe that QiYu followed him all the way from the palace. Xingshu quickly steps in front of LiQing to defend him. QiYu quickly confronts Xingshu to ask him what he's doing. Xingshu tells him that his presence is unwelcome and that he is a danger to LiQing. LiQing is better off without him. QiYu insists that Xingshu has no right to speak for LiQing. Xingshu steps towards him, reminding him that LiQing is now free to choose whoever he wants. As a man, Xingshu can freely defend the person he admires. He asks QiYu what right he has to challenge Xingshu. QiYu retorts that even if LiQing and he are separated, he won't allow Xingshu to take advantage of LiQing, and he won't allow Xingshu to hover around LiQing. Who's been taking advantage? Xingshu shoots back that QiYu also does not have the right to speak on LiQing's behalf. QiYu did not like Xingshu's reply and started to call him names, even remarking that the Prince of Lulan is despicable and shameless. LiQing stands to the side as the interaction between the two men turns dangerous. He decided to step between them and faced QiYu. He scolds QiYu for starting a fight in broad daylight and for making a scene. Faced with LiQing's anger, QiYu calms down a bit and tells him that he did not come here to fight with the Prince of Lulan. Taking hold of LiQing's arm, he promises not to cause trouble if LiQing talks to him calmly. He tells LiQing that he's been thinking about him a lot. He does not want LiQing to leave him. LiQing shakes off the hand holding his arm. He turns to Xingshu and extends his hand to hold his arm. He invites the prince to come inside the Song mansion. LiQing's hand on Xingshu's arm makes QiYu seethe in jealousy. Xingshu is frozen on the spot as he feels LiQing's hand in his. It's been a long time since they last saw each other, and now LiQing is willing to hold his hand. QiYu cannot take this sight. He tells LiQing that he cannot treat him this way. LiQing tells him that they are no more than strangers. It is no longer QiYu's business who LiQing associates with. LiQing drops the bomb and tells QiYu that he made a decision to be with Xingshu. Turning to the Prince of Lulan, LiQing asks him to double down on what he said. Tucking his hand in Xingshu's arm, LiQing silently begs Xingshu to go along with his act. Xingshu understood. LiQing is only doing this to get rid of QiYu. He holds LiQing's bandaged hand tenderly, as he confirms that he and LiQing have decided to be together. The sight of LiQing and Xingshu standing close together makes them look every bit like a real couple, a sight QiYu cannot bear. He grabs LiQing's shoulder as he tries to shake the truth out of him. He asks LiQing when they decided to be together. He reminds LiQing that he told him that there was nothing going on between him and Xingshu. It was only 3 days ago that LiQing left the Qilin manor, so how could he move on so fast? LiQing flinches in pain as QiYu shakes him. Xingshu grabs QiYu's arm. He tells QiYu that LiQing is still not feeling well and that his reckless behavior is harming him. He shoves QiYu off of LiQing. He tells QiYu that he pursued LiQing because he fell in love with him at first sight. He reminds him of that fateful day when he asked for LiQing's hand in front of everyone. QiYu stumbles back. Xingshu yells at him, telling him to vent his anger at him instead of LiQing. LiQing turns to QiYu and tells him he is being unfair. While married, QiYu has been flirting with Hunura in front of LiQing. Yet now that they are separated, he shames LiQing for finding another lover. LiQing does not care what QiYu calls him or thinks of him. Now that they are no longer together, QiYu has no right to judge him. QiYu feels hollow. He takes a moment to think things over. LiQing was never a flirt. He is far too dignified to frolic with other men while married. Deciding to believe that LiQing has been faithful to him, he realized that LiQing was only doing this to get even with him and to drive him away. He promises LiQing that he will change and will never flirt with Hunur or anyone else. A moment passes by as he waits for LiQing's response. Finally, LiQing scoffs, telling QiYu that he's tired. LiQing turns around, knowing that this conversation is not going anywhere. Until now, QiYu remains clueless. With careful steps, Pei Xingsu supports LiQing as they enter the Song mansion, while QiYu watches them leave, Pei Xingsu's arm around LiQing's shoulders. QiYu reaches out his hand dejectedly, disbelievingly. He asks whether LiQing really no longer wants him. Inside the Song mansion, LiQing sits in one of the rooms they use to reserve guests. Prince Lulan feels at home as he serves LiQing a bowl of medicine. He places the bowl of medicine in front of LiQing. LiQing looks up at him. The bags under his eyes are becoming more pronounced. He looks tired and worn. He apologizes to Pei Xingsu for using him to drive QiYu away. Pei Xingsu understands why he did what he did. Caressing LiQing's shoulder, he explains that he knows that all of it was an act, and LiQing only did that to get rid of QiYu. LiQing sits at the table with a guilty expression on his face. Pei Xingsu admits he felt happy even though he knew it was all an act. Pei Xingsu's kindness and the gentle hand on his shoulder made LiQing's eyes well up in tears. LiQing tells him that none of it was fake. Standing up from a seated position, LiQing moves to hug Pei Xingsu. Surprised, Pei Xingsu allows LiQing to hug him, his heart beating fast. When he finally came to his senses, he touched the back of LiQing's neck to get him to look at him. He tells LiQing that he does not need to pretend. He understands that LiQing has little time, which makes him feel he cannot repay all his debts to Xingsu. He feels obligated to repay Xingsu with himself. Xingsu holds LiQing gently. He tells him that he can't be another person who hurts him and that he only wants LiQing to be happy with the time he has left. He wants LiQing to leave for himself. He wants him to leave a life that doesn't compromise his values or pride. He wants LiQing to be free. LiQing looks at him unseeingly. His eyes cloud with tears as he weeps. He finally met someone who fully understands him and sees him for what he truly is. Someone who understands his struggles and accepts him, faults and all. With his hands covering his crying face, LiQing apologizes to Pei Xingsu. He admits that he could never love him the way he loved Qishu. Pei Xingsu lets out a sigh and assures LiQing that everything will be okay. Once LiQing has calmed down, they are finally able to sit down and have a proper conversation. Pei Xingsu tells LiQing he came to visit because he has urgent news to share. He received a letter from Lulan stating that his king father is ill and has little time left to live. As the prince of Lulan, he needs to return to see his father before he passes away. He extends his hands to LiQing's bandaged ones and invites him to come to Lulan with him. He tells LiQing that Lulan is a beautiful place that LiQing would surely come to love. If he comes with Pei Xingsu, he would want for nothing. Pei Xingsu would protect him and would no longer be afraid. LiQing hesitates and comments that Lulan must be like a paradise. While the offer is tempting, LiQing is but a blind man with broken fingers. He would be of no use to Prince Lulan and would only be a burden. He is also unable to leave his fathers behind. He apologizes to Pei Xingsu, and the kind prince, although disappointed, understands LiQing's reasons. Pei Xingsu holds LiQing's hand against his cheek. He tells LiQing that he's afraid that they may never see each other again. LiQing promises to wait for his return. Finally assured, Pei Xingsu cheerfully asks LiQing not to go back on his promise. LiQing tells him that he will see him off when he leaves the next morning. The plum trees are blooming splendidly that morning. LiQing gets off his carriage to bid his farewell to his good friend Pei Xingsu. He tells Pei Xingsu to be careful while he rides his horse. The price of Lulan reminds him that he grew up riding horses, and he should be able to safely make the journey back to Lulan. Not wanting to part ways just yet, Pei Xingsu invites LiQing to go for a walk. LiQing agrees. LiQing teases him that if he does not leave soon, the journey will be harder on him. When they are finally on their own, Pei Xingsu tells him that there is something he must do before he leaves. Curious, LiQing asks him what it is. Pei Xingsu grabs LiQing and kisses his forehead. Shyly, LiQing stumbles back in surprise, his face blushing. Pei Xingsu tells him that he can't wait for LiQing's answer. Should LiQing get mad at him, he could scold Pei Xingsu when he comes back. Pei Xingsu jumps on his horse. Before galloping away, he turns to LiQing, urging him to wait for him. LiQing waves at him in farewell. LiQing feels sad at the sight of Pei Xingsu leaving. He does not think that he would still be alive when Pei Xingsu returns. He feels empty as he lowers his head. A cough tears through him, and his eyes go wide at the sight of blood. His hand shakes as he looks at his dirtied hands. His vision blurs and everything is making him feel dizzy. Liqing collapses on the cold ground. Close to where Liqing fainted, two ministers are walking side by side. Coincidentally, these two are the ministers who placed first and second in the last Imperial exam. The first-place finisher complained to the other that the emperor wanted to transfer him to a far-off province to serve as a local magistrate. The transfer is tantamount to a demotion, and the minister is not happy about it. He suspects that the emperor intends to hand over his job to Song Liqing. The second-place finisher agrees that what the emperor wanted is unfair. Song Liqing, who only placed third in the Imperial exam and was discarded by the royal family, is no match for the first-placer. He does not understand why the emperor would bother with him when even the crown prince no longer wants him. The first-placer gestures for him to be quiet. Liqing is the son of General Song and is well-connected. Clearly, nepotism is at play. They should be careful with their words and anyone could be listening. Suddenly, the first-placer stops in his tracks, surprised by what he's seeing. A figure lay sprawled across their path. The man lay motionless, his fingers littered with bandages as if every finger had been injured. They moved closer to observe the body. They even thought that the man was deceased and had been murdered and unceremoniously dumped in the forest. When they moved the body to better see the face of the victim, they were surprised to see that it was Song Liqing. If not for the dried blood on his lips, it would look as if Liqing were only sleeping. The second-placer wonders out loud why Liqing is unconscious in the forest. The other places his hand against Liqing's nose and tells the other that Liqing is still breathing. As Liqing is still alive, they could just inform a member of the Song family to pick up Liqing. Before he could move to get help, the first-placer tells him to stop. A devious idea started to play in his mind. Thinking about his current predicament at court, he can no longer rely on currying favors from others. He decides to take matters into his own hands. As the emperor wanted to replace him with Liqing, he could keep his position if Liqing were gone. His position would no longer be threatened, and he could stay in the capital. Not wanting to be involved in murder, the other tells him that he does not want to be a part of it. A servant of the Song family could be looking for Liqing, and they may run into them by chance. The other tells him that there is nothing to fear. He's had enough of Liqing upstaging them. Liqing always attracts the royal family's attention, and is praised by many, even though it is obvious that he is far more talented than they are. If they allowed Liqing to live, they would always be in his shadow. He reasons that fate rewards those who persevere and are brave, enticing the other to be an accomplice to his schemes. He promises that if he becomes successful, he'll help the second-placer succeed too. The second-placer hesitates for a short while, but the call of a good future is far too tempting. He agrees. Underneath the plum flowers, Liqing continues to sleep, unaware of the malicious intent of the two men, only a few steps away from him. When night finally cloaked everything in darkness, the two sneaked into a mortuary. The accomplice sought assurance from the other, afraid that they would be discovered. The one who masterminded the crime that they are about to do assures him that no one visits this unholy place. If anyone discovers Liqing, it would be far too late. Liqing would have succumbed to the illness, and the only thing that would be left behind would be his bones. The mastermind assures him that they did not kill Liqing, so nothing could be traced back to them. It was the perfect crime. There is nothing to be afraid of. Finally, the two leave the mortuary, leaving Liqing behind in the darkness. When the next day came, it was like any other morning. Flowers continue to bloom, birds continue to sing. But for QiYu, it was the morning that he woke up knowing that Liqing no longer wanted him. Xiaodi waits for him beside his bed, surprised that he does not want to attend court. She insists that young Master Song wants him to be a wise king, and tries to coax him into attending court to fulfill that wish. QiYu does not care. He sinks further into the expansive bed, his eyes swollen. He replies that Liqing has left him and does not want to do anything with him. So it does not matter if he becomes a wise king or not. He tells her that Liqing said that he wants to be with the Prince of Lulan, and asks Xiaodi if Liqing was lying. He justifies that Liqing must have said what he said to get rid of QiYu. Xiaodi is at a loss for words and stays quiet. With his hand resting on a sealed jar of wine, QiYu tells Xiaodi that he saw Liqing hold hands with another man. He tells her that she had no idea how much it hurts him. Suddenly, QiYu sits up. Like a madman, he announces that he can't allow it to happen. He grabs his outer robe and swiftly puts it on. He decided not to give up on Liqing. He will not stop until Liqing forgives him. Even when Liqing curses at him, no matter how many times Liqing rejects him, he will not let Liqing go. Taking a step towards the moon door, QiYu leaves the manor to yet again pester Liqing. At the entrance of the general's mansion, a servant paces restlessly, his eyes scanning every direction in a desperate search. QiYu jumps off his horse, making a beeline for the poor servant. QiYu grabs the servant by the collar and demands to know why everyone belonging to the Song mansion have left. The servant tells him that everyone is searching for the Liqing. QiYu cannot believe his ears. The servant tells him that they have been searching for Liqing all day. He went out in the morning and traveled to the outskirts of the city, and should be back by noon. However, the servants who were escorting him came back without him and reported him missing. There was no sign of their young master. The only thing left behind is a pool of blood on the forest floor. QiYu shakes the poor servant, asking why no one was with him when Liqing is in poor health. He asks the servant where Liqing is, demanding to know if he returned to the city on his own, or if he was abducted. He asks if someone else was in the forest. The servant shivers in fear as QiYu assaults him. The servant answers that there were only 2 ministers who entered the forest. QiYu remembers that Liqing does not get along well with the 2 top-ranked ministers. QiYu immediately made a beeline towards his horse. Once on top of his horse, QiYu decides to find the 2 ministers. The top-ranked minister can't help but feel restless. Pacing back and forth in his courtyard, he bites his fingernails while he tries to assure himself that he will not get caught. The mortuary is well hidden. Even if anyone found him, they would not find Liqing alive, as his body is far too weak. There's no way that he would survive. A loud knock on the door startles him. Suddenly, the door opens with a bang, and QiYu lunges straight at him. QiYu looms at him imposingly as he reaches for his sword. The top-ranked official greets him fearfully, intent on getting the information he needs. QiYu warns him that he will only be given one chance. Drawing his sword to the top-ranked official, QiYu asks him where Liqing is. With the sword dangerously pressed against his neck, the official tells him that he saw Liqing and Pei Xingqiu in the forest. He claims that Liqing does not want to part with the Lulan prince. He tells him that Liqing was so upset he spat blood, with sweat dripping down his forehead. His eyes widen in fear as the sword draws nearer. The official tells him that he saw the Lulan prince and Liqing shared a loving embrace. Pei Xingqiu tells Liqing he does not want to be away from him, and proposes they elope. Shaking in fear, he continues with his lies. He tells Qiyu that Liqing agreed to come with Pei Xingqiu, and that Liqing got on Pei Xingqiu's horse and rode into the sunset with him. He vows that he is telling the truth. Qiyu's heart sinks at hearing that Liqing eloped with the Lulan prince. His face morphs from that of a formidable man to one whose world has collapsed around him. With his heart breaking, he looks years older. He can't believe that Liqing actually left him for Pei Xingqiu. He slowly lowers his sword, his eyes downcast, his shoulders slumped. The official lets out a sigh of relief, for he gets to live another day. Even with his heart broken in pieces, Qiyu is still unwilling to let him go. He must find Liqing. He would find him. Whether it be in Lulan or at the end of the world, he will find Liqing. Qiyu sets out to look for his wayward ex-husband. On his journey to the western regions, he decided to spend the night at a mortuary. Dread looms in this god-forsaken place as crows circle the unholy place. While his horse grazes on the grass outside the gloomy building, he patiently waits for the horse to catch its much-needed rest. His eyes wander towards the dark, desolate building as if something inside is beckoning him. Inside, candles illuminate an open casket. He moves to investigate the casket, but his horse finally stands up straight, signaling it is done eating. Qiyu thanks the horse for its hard work, but they must leave. Mounting his horse, Qiyu leaves the mortuary, accompanied by his men, not knowing that Liqing is just within reach. As the hour grows bleak, suspicious-looking people enter the mortuary. 2 men work together as they carry a tightly wrapped bundle made of woven straw. The bundle is heavy, and they both support it from both ends. One of them addresses the other as Master Lu, and asks if he would really leave his wife in this dingy place. Urging Master Lu to be more compassionate, he suggests that he could send his wife back to her family, so she could return to where she was born and rest in peace. The other man, presumably, Master Lu, answers that the woman does not deserve peace. He was kind enough not to throw her dead body to the dogs. They shoved the large bundle into the only open casket. It was then revealed that the tightly wrapped bundle contained the corpse of a woman. The other tells Master Lu that his suspicions about his wife's infidelity were unfounded. She even jumped into the river, just to prove her innocence. Master Lu is unmoved. He does not believe that she is innocent. She did it to keep the other man's identity a secret. No one knows who sired the child growing in her belly. Master Lu no longer wants to listen to the other man. He tells the other to hurry as the mortuary is filled with negative energy. Inside the casket, the corpse of the dead woman lies on top of Liqing. With the added weight on top of him, Liqing feels warmth. Water keeps dripping somewhere, rhythmically breaking the sound of silence. Liqing starts to squirm, his face contorting in pain. The water continues to drip, disturbing Liqing's deep slumber. The sound echoes in the dark room. 2 weeks later, the scene unfolds in a bustling marketplace. Camels walk through the stone-paved street, carrying goods on their backs. Several people in long robes and head coverings walk around inspecting the goods offered by different stalls. Accompanied by 2 attendants, Qiyu rides his horses to the center of the marketplace. Finally reaching his destination, he wastes no time in getting off his horse, leaving the tasks of taking care of them to the attendants of this palace. He enters the palace like he owns the place. He finds Pei Xingqiu kneeling before a closed wooden casket. Uncaring about the solemnity of the scene, he strides towards the grieving man and demands to know where Liqing is. Pei Xingqiu turns towards surprised. He asks what QiYu is doing in Lulan, and why he came all the way to the western region to look for LiQing. QiYu glances around, hoping that he will catch sight of the one he is looking for. He asks the Lulan prince where LiQing is, demanding that he see him. Xingshu is baffled, not understanding what's going on. He tells QiYu that he left LiQing in the Jing kingdom's capital, and asks how LiQing could be missing. QiYu is surprised by Xingshu's answer. He finally realizes that LiQing is not in Lulan. If not in Lulan, he asks himself, where is LiQing? The open courtyard of the Lulan Palace is a sight to behold with its beautifully crafted pillars and mosaic floors. In its center stand two men who hold the future of two kingdoms. QiYu does not waste time on pleasantries as he asks the Prince of Lulan where LiQing could be if he is not in Lulan. Closing the space between them, he demands that Xingshu stop lying. He tells him that he is concerned about LiQing and just wants to know if he is safe. He promises not to force LiQing to come back with him. Xingshu grabs him by the collar. He looks at QiYu sincerely as he tells him what happened in the plum forest when he left. He swears that although LiQing was there to send him off, he refused to come with Xingshu to Lulan. He shoves off the stunned QiYu. The fear of not knowing grips QiYu's heart. He tells Xingshu that no one has seen LiQing since he went to see Xingshu off at the outskirts of the plum forest. He ordered a messenger to monitor any news of LiQing's return and to update him every 2 hours. It's been 2 weeks and no one has found LiQing in the capital of the Jing kingdom. Hearing what happened, Xingshu fists his hand in anger. QiYu covers his face in shame and fear. When Xingshu calms down, he tells QiYu that his own carelessness caused this. He knew that LiQing had mobility issues and he shouldn't have allowed LiQing to see him off. Sighing in defeat, QiYu lowers his hand and expresses his condolences for Xingshu's loss. The once proud QiYu stands hunched in the middle of Lulan's courtyard. He vows to find LiQing. Gathering his resolve, he grits his teeth and turns around to leave. Xingshu observes that QiYu has changed a kit since the last time he saw him. He is much calmer now. LiQing's disappearance must have taken its toll on him. Xingshu calls QiYu. He promises that if QiYu could find LiQing, he would stay away. He would never leave Lulan ever again. QiYu stops to listen to what Xingshu has to say. Not believing his ears, he turns to the Lulan prince and asks him if he plans to become Lulan's king and give up his love for LiQing. Xingshu tells him that as long as LiQing lives, he would want for nothing. He demands that QiYu promise to take care of LiQing and make up for everything he did to him. QiYu does not hesitate. As QiYu reflects on everything that happened, it becomes clearer that he loves LiQing and would not be able to let him go. But there's a catch. Xingshu wants to make a deal with him. If he finds LiQing first, he wants QiYu to give up on LiQing and to never show his face again. QiYu hesitates. He can't imagine himself ever letting go of LiQing. But this time, he is confident that he will not lose. He would give LiQing his all. With that in mind, he makes his promise. Even with QiYu gone, Xingshu stays rooted in the courtyard. He murmurs an apology to LiQing for using him like a prized toy in his wager with QiYu. He made that deal as he can finally see that QiYu is worthy of LiQing's love. The water dungeon is dark and gloomy. The top-ranked official is thrown in a dingy cell. He grunts in pain at the harsh treatment. With arms crossed, his face devoid of emotion, QiYu asks the prisoners where LiQing is, promising to let the first one to confess live. Otherwise, their entire family will be at stake. In front of him, the top-ranked and second-ranked scholar kneels in supplication. The top-ranked official immediately begged for mercy, claiming innocence. Realizing that he could get blamed, the second-ranked official scolds him and immediately confesses to implicating him. The two squabble, trying to implicate the other, and escape punishment. As they fight each other, the truth slowly reveals itself. QiYu watches them as they pathetically point a finger at each other. Running out of patience, QiYu ordered the guards to issue a decree. The second-ranked scholar will lose his position and will be exiled, while the top-ranked scholar will be executed, and all of his relatives will be banned from the capital, and none of them will be able to participate in the Imperial exams. The two scholars slump down in defeat as the guards carry out the decree. QiYu rides his horse as if the demon himself is behind him. He urges his horse to run faster, cold sweat dripping down the side of his face. He slams open the door of the mortuary. Inside, he finds a corpse. His face morphs into fear as he calls out for LiQing. QiYu runs towards the only open casket in the mortuary. He shakily lifts up the straw mat, revealing a rotten corpse. QiYu scans the casket with dread. Instead of LiQing, he finds the body of a woman, with her hands holding on to her bloodied belly. He stumbles back, frantically searching the casket. LiQing is not there. His emotions finally reach their peak, and he screamed, slapping his head with his hand. He tries to keep his focus. He blames himself for not checking the casket when they pass by this place on their way to Lulan. He would have found LiQing then. Hope escapes him as he kneels on the ground in front of the open casket. A fog envelops a whole village. Despite the dreary atmosphere, people continue to run their errands, going where they need to go. The people flocked around a message announcement promising a reward of 100,000 talos. One of the villagers remarks that the reward is for anyone who finds the crown princess. A wealthy-looking man comments that the crown prince must deeply love the crown princess. Behind him, a beggar makes his way towards the sign. A wooden staff taps on the uneven pavement, hitting the foot of the wealthy man. The wealthy man turns towards the beggar to scold him. The beggar apologized promptly and left without a word. The wealthy man pats himself down, getting rid of any filth that the beggar must have passed on to him. Finding a spot, the beggar sits on the ground. He removes the cloak covering his face. The beggar is none other than LiQing. A calligrapher spots him and notices that LiQing is no ordinary beggar. His voice and appearance say otherwise, and he feels pity for him. LiQing answers that he is indeed down on his luck. The calligrapher notes his refined demeanor and correctly assumes that LiQing is educated. He offers LiQing money if LiQing can write something beautiful for him. LiQing asks for food instead, fearing that money would only get stolen. The calligrapher readily agrees. LiQing accepts the paper and brush, relishing the feel of the materials in his hands. It's been a while since he wrote anything. He relishes the feeling of having a brush in his hand as it smoothly glides against the paper. The man is pleased by his penmanship, noting that LiQing must not be an ordinary person. True to his promise, he hands LiQing some food and bids him farewell. Turning to a dank alley, LiQing used his wooden staff to find his way back. He finally finds the spot he's been looking for, and removes the bundle he carries on his back. LiQing opens the bundle and looks at the face of a beautiful baby. Murmuring to himself, he notes that the child must be hungry, and that its father finally has some food to feed it. The baby enthusiastically drinks the goat's milk. When the baby finished feeding, LiQing set the pannier aside. He reveals that the baby was the child of the woman who was thrown on top of him in the open casket. She gave birth before succumbing to death. To thank her for saving him, LiQing decided to raise her child like his own. The baby is healthy. Even through the harsh travel under the sun and rain, the baby survived. LiQing fears that he will run out of food to feed the baby. He plans to travel to Lulan. Once there, he would be able to travel farther, making it easier for him and the baby. The checkpoints that QiYu set up around the borders make it harder for LiQing to move around. LiQing wonders what he should do. Coming out of the alley, he comes across a wealthy-looking man tending to his horse. The man takes a quick glance at LiQing. He notices that LiQing seems to be a norther. Even covered in dirt, he notices that LiQing has a beautiful face. He asks LiQing if he wants to trade his calligraphy for food. Awkwardly, LiQing tells him that he could write well and would be happy to write him some prose. With the coming new year, the calligraphy would bring him luck. The man admires LiQing's face and brushes a lock of hair off his face. LiQing is surprised at being touched. The man finally lets go, chuckling. He tells LiQing that he looks far too young to be a master and doubts his skill. Offended, LiQing no longer wants to sell his calligraphy. The man stops LiQing from leaving. He tells LiQing that the baby could use the food he would give him. The baby would not survive long without food. The man introduces himself as Wershan and states that he came from Lulan. He tells LiQing that he is a businessman who has trouble reading the writings from the Central Plains. As a result, he has lost a lot of money. He offers to pay LiQing if he teaches him Central Plains letters. He tells LiQing that he has many camels that could produce milk the little one could drink. He also claims that camel milk is superior to cow's milk. LiQing considers his options. He remembers that Pei Xingshu once told him that the Lulan people are kind and honest. The man seems kind, and his baby Guansheng would not survive on steamed buns. LiQing asks Wershan if he could help him cross the border. Wershan assures him that he is well connected and would have no problem crossing between the Jing Kingdom and Lulan. Thinking that this is his best option, LiQing agrees. Wershan eagerly leads the way. LiQing leaves the dank village and joins Wershan's caravan. On their way across the pass, LiQing peeks at the caravan's window, feeling the warmth of the sun against his skin. His thoughts wander to QiYu. He wonders what QiYu felt when he first arrived in the desert and could see only sand for miles. He wonders if QiYu was as sad as LiQing is feeling now. Gratefully, he is happy to have experienced the places QiYu has been to. He could smell the things QiYu smelt, and he could hear the sounds QiYu heard. He wonders if QiYu was confused when he first heard the dialect of the western regions. He wonders if QiYu felt alienated. When QiYu first fought, LiQing wondered if he was scared. All these experiences make LiQing feel he is getting closer to QiYu, while at the same time the distance between them is getting wider. In the capital of Lulan, Wershan takes LiQing to his lavish home. He tells LiQing that he lives alone in this house and there are only servants around. He holds Guansheng in his arms when he invites LiQing to stay in his home. The man seems to be sincere. He passes Guansheng to a servant, asking him to give Guansheng some camel milk. The servant readily agrees. He then turns to LiQing and with a mischievous glint in his eyes offers to have a hot bath prepared for him. The journey to Lulan was long and arduous, and LiQing could benefit from a bath. LiQing thanks him. Steam rises from the wooden bathtub. LiQing removes his clothes, preparing to relax and to finally freshen up. When he is ready, he steps into the tub and finally sinks chest deep into the warm water. He lets out a sigh of relief as he finally feels clean. A blush creeps up to his face as he enjoys himself. Suddenly, a hand shoots up from behind him, tapping his shoulder. LiQing is startled and asks who sneaked into the bath with him. Wershan stands before LiQing, his hands shaking in anticipation. He offers to wash LiQing's back for him. LiQing feels uncomfortable and places his arms in front of him to protect his modesty. He tells Wershan to leave. Wershan tries to put him at ease, explaining that due to the limited water supply in Lulan, only royalty and noblemen have the luxury of bathing regularly. It is common for men to bathe together and wash each other's backs. This guy quickly went from a harmless teddy bear to a sleazy, ugly monster. LiQing abruptly stands up, announcing that he is done bathing. Wershan stops him. His creepy face looms over LiQing as he tells him he was unable to bathe properly. LiQing slaps his hand away, asking him what he wanted. Now that he has a good look at LiQing, Wershan is stunned by his beauty. He giggles, his body shaking in delight as he reaches out to touch LiQing's face. He was right all along. The beggar he picked up on the side of the road is a one-of-a-kind beauty. He tells LiQing that he should be used to people wanting him for his beauty. LiQing takes a step back and tells him to stop. He turns around to leave the bathroom when suddenly, Wershan grabs his chest from behind. He manipulatively reminds LiQing that he saved him and helped him cross the border. He even let LiQing into his house and helped the baby from getting hungry. He coerced LiQing into repaying him by giving him his body. Dread pools in LiQing's stomach as Wershan leans down to sniff the back of his neck. He tells him he wants to bed LiQing to enjoy the pleasures the crown prince of Jing used to enjoy. This is Wershan's 1 in a million chance to sleep with a crown princess, a chance that not everyone gets to have. LiQing blames himself for trusting Wershan. Who would have thought that Wershan would be able to figure out LiQing's identity? LiQing tries to protest, burying his face in the crook of his arm. When LiQing stops struggling, Wershan told him to lift up his head. Suddenly, LiQing spits blood in Wershan's face. Wershan finally backs away, his hands wiping the blood off his eyes. LiQing tells him he has a highly contagious disease, which is also why the crown prince of Jing divorced him. Satisfied that Wershan has finally backed down, LiQing wipes the blood from around his mouth. He tells Wershan to wait for him to recover. Fearing LiQing's disease, Wershan tells LiQing that he'll have someone investigate if it's true that the crown prince abandoned LiQing. He turns around to leave, telling LiQing that he would regret it if he were lying all along. Wary that he might come back, LiQing waited for him to leave. It is only when he could no longer feel his presence that LiQing let out a sigh of relief. Hunching his shoulders, LiQing regrets what he got himself into. For now, Wershan fears contracting the disease from LiQing. But LiQing would not be able to fool him for so long. He would learn the truth one day. Abandoning any more attempts to get clean, LiQing grabs a robe. Now that he is out of the capital, he is alone and is a nobody. Everything he learned from books means nothing in this barbaric place. His thoughts wander to QiYu, realizing that this savage place forced QiYu to be crass and savage. LiQing wonders how someone like LiQing could survive the brutalness of the desert. If it were QiYu, he would surely thrive in such a place. LiQing shakes in fear. A sudden longing for QiYu overcomes him. He scolds himself for thinking of QiYu at the first sight of danger. Ironically, QiYu is the person who caused him the most pain. LiQing has been missing for several days. Even if QiYu feels guilty for everything he has done to him, he would surely forget about LiQing. Meanwhile, in the village at the border of the Jing kingdom, the search for LiQing becomes more rampant. QiYu is beside himself, grabbing anyone who resembles LiQing even a tiny bit. The innocent man who was grabbed fearfully tells him that he has never committed any crime. QiYu apologized for mistaking him. Leaving the innocent man alone, QiYu continues his search. Fog envelops the sleepy village as the weather turns for the worse, but it is not enough to deter QiYu. Pushing forward, he wonders where LiQing has gone. QiYu stands in the middle of the foggy village, wishing that LiQing would send him at least one message. Even if he never shows himself to QiYu, QiYu would be satisfied just to know that he's okay. He promises himself that he will not bother LiQing again once he is assured of LiQing's safety. One of his soldiers urges him to return to the capital, as there is no way that the weak son of the Song family could survive this long. QiYu does not reply, making the soldier anxious. Finally, QiYu turns to him coldly, making the soldier flinch. "Run for your life." The soldier quickly apologized, fearing for his life. Sweat poured profusely from his pores as he waited for his life to end. Suddenly, QiYu turns away. He tells the soldier that he does not blame the man for thinking that way. QiYu remembers how LiQing always used to tell him what a brute he is, and scolds him for always punishing his men. QiYu decides to follow LiQing's advice from now on. Stunned, the soldier notes how much the crown prince has changed. Back then, the crown prince would not hesitate to strike down anyone who questioned him. When QiYu turned back to address him, the soldier panicked. QiYu tells him that he is wrong. LiQing should not be referred to as the son of the Song family. The soldier should address him as the crown princess, master of Keelan Manor. He warns the soldier not to mistake the title. The soldier quickly agreed. He assures QiYu that once LiQing is sighted, the spies will surely alert them. He tells QiYu to return to the capital, as he has run himself ragged over the past few days. QiYu refuses, resolute in his belief that LiQing is alive. He can tell that LiQing is somewhere out there waiting for him to find him. Realizing that this place does not harbor LiQing, he decides to head to the capital of Lulan. The quiet of the room is disturbed by the sound of slamming doors. LiQing sits on the lavish couch while cradling Guangsheng in his arms. Wershan strides over to where he sits, announcing that he received the report from his intel. It was confirmed that LiQing is the missing crown princess of the Jing kingdom. He asks why the crown prince offered a handsome reward for anyone who would return LiQing to him. LiQing tells him that the crown prince is not enamored of him, and that the baby is what he is after. He tells Wershan that the baby is the crown prince's illegitimate son. He concocts a story claiming he kidnapped the baby to make the prince anxious. Wershan believes him easily. To him, it makes sense that the crown prince wants to protect his bloodline. Launching on the sofa, he asks LiQing why he dared to take the crown prince's son. He is glad that he kept the baby safe. Otherwise, the king of Lulan would surely sacrifice him and his family to keep the crown prince of Jing from waging war on them. LiQing passionately tells him that he did it to get back at QQ for cheating on him and siring a son with someone else. As revenge, he kidnapped the baby to make QQ search until the end of the world and feel what it's like to be in pain. If LiQing raises the baby, he would make him hate QQ and manipulate him into taking revenge on his behalf. It would be satisfying to have father and son fight each other. Wershan looks impressed by LiQing's manipulative idea. He feels fortunate that he has yet to harm the child, otherwise he would be in big trouble. Self-preservation tells him to turn LiQing in, but a part of him is unwilling to part with this beauty. Standing up, Wershan tells LiQing that the crown prince of Jing will be glad if Wershan returns his child to him, and he will receive the 10,000 tiles promised. Stooping down, he tells LiQing that he will make things easy for him. Once LiQing recovers, he may take him on as a male pet. LiQing looks away from him in disgust. Although glad that Wershan believes his story, LiQing is disappointed that Wershan did not hand him over to the authorities. Instead, the sleazy bastard has yet to let go of his desire for LiQing. On the bright side, Guangsheng will be safe. Wershan stands up straight to tell LiQing that Lulan has a new king and he must prepare a gift for him. He tells LiQing that once he recovers, he will let LiQing out of the room. This news catches LiQing's attention. He asks what happened to the former king, who should still be young and strong. Wershan tells him that the previous king passed away due to illness. The crown prince will take the throne, and Wershan was invited to the grand ceremony. He would be able to rub elbows with royalty, and the new king may favor him if he wins him over with his gifts. He could even become part of the nobility. LiQing tells him that the new king of Lulan admires Chinese calligraphy and art. He suggests that Wershan find authentic art from famous artists. LiQing knows that there are no other princes in Lulan, so it must be Pei Xingxu who would ascend the throne. Wershan turns to him suspiciously and asks him how he knows this information. LiQing replies that he heard it from the crown prince of Jing. He heard that Pei Xingxu collected art during his stay in the capital of Jing. To honor him, the crown prince of Jing gifted him a painting, which Pei Xingxu liked so much. Wershan is impressed. LiQing mocks him for not knowing his king's preferences. Wershan has no idea where to find authentic works by Chinese masters in the short time he has before the ceremony. Surely others would prepare Chinese calligraphy and art for the new king, and his need to stand out. LiQing shrugs, telling him to take his problem elsewhere. I think Wershan needs a balm for his burn. Wershan remembers that LiQing is a good calligrapher and asks him to create a counterfeit. Astonished, LiQing remarks that Wershan is being recklessly brave. Someone might spot the counterfeit. LiQing admits that he used to be able to create a perfect copy, but with his blindness, he may not be able to forge a convincing one. Wershan scoffs. He believes that the new king is young and would have no idea how to spot a fake. He orders LiQing to create the fake piece. LiQing lets out a sigh of exasperation and agrees to make the piece. Smiling with narrowed eyes, Wershan rubs his hands conspiratorially. A sudden realization hits him. He asks why LiQing would willingly help him. Slamming his hand down on the sofa, he leans down on LiQing, asking him why he would want to help. Wershan demands to know why LiQing would willingly help. LiQing lets out a sigh of exasperation. He tells Wershan that since he's already with him, he has no other choice but to cooperate. At this point, his options are slim. Wershan's home cannot compare to the Qilin Manor, but it is lavish enough and is better than walking around in filth and hunger. Fighting Wershan would do him no good. Wershan is satisfied with this answer. He orders LiQing to get to writing and prepare the gift for the new king. Glad that things are going his way, he turns away from LiQing, promising half-heartedly to treat him well. LiQing places Guangsheng on the sofa, hoping the baby will sleep well. Now that there is no one around, his eyes turned into a steely gaze. With the shuffling of paper, LiQing prepares to write. He writes beautifully, every stroke perfection. There is little chance that his plan would work. He could only hope that Xiu would recognize his penmanship. The day of the enthronement ceremony finally arrives. A herald announces that the wealthy businessman Wershan has arrived with gifts, including tales of gold, silver, jewelry, silks, rare treasures, and an authentic work of calligraphy by the artist Liu Shang. Xiu sits on the throne, taking on the role of the new king of Lulan. Wershan kneels before him in respect. Xiu knows Wershan's family background. Wershan's family used to be part of the nobility, but after committing crimes they lost their title and were banished. Now that 100 years have passed, they are now absolved of their crimes and may join the ranks of nobility. Wershan thanks him for his generosity. The new king of Lulan quickly orders that the calligraphy of Liu Shang be brought to him. Opening the scroll, he tells Wershan that he collects calligraphy from the Central Plains and is appreciative that the businessman would cater to his preference. Wershan glances at the new king nervously, wondering if he would be able to spot a fake or if he was just pretending to be knowledgeable and cultured. The king of Lulan looks up from the scroll, a faint smile grazing his lips. He tells Wershan that the piece is a fake. Wershan insists that he bought the piece from a trusted source and spent a lot of money to acquire it. Afraid that the king would punish him, he bows down, claiming that he is ignorant of calligraphy and did not intend to present a fake to the king. Xiu sets the piece aside. He tells Wershan that he does not blame him and that he knows it was an honest mistake. The piece was well written, and the one who made it must have been an overlooked master himself. The counterfeit is almost a perfect copy of the original. He tells him that he would gladly accept the gift. Concluding the banquet, he dismisses Wershan and everyone who attended the ceremony. Once alone, Xiu ponders how mentally and physically exhausting it is to hold court. His father was gracious and refined. Comparing himself to his father, Xiu sees himself unfit to be king. He only wanted to live life freely. His musing was interrupted by a herald announcing the presence of the crown prince of the Jing kingdom. Sitting upright, Xiu ordered the herald to let QiYu in. Unlike before, there is a quiet dignity in the way QiYu walks. His presence intimidates Xiu, and he can clearly see how different QiYu is from before. QiYu has changed. The brute who used to wear his emotions on his sleeves is now walking towards him. His emotions contained. His strides were long and confident. His presence is strong and mysterious. He is someone suitable to become emperor. Xiu compares himself to QiYu and sees himself lacking. When QiYu finally stops in front of him, he asks him if he is still searching for LiQing. QiYu tells him that he will not stop until he finds LiQing. Not forgetting his manners this time, he greets Xiu for ascending the throne. However, he did not come bearing gifts. Xiu does not mind. In fact, he'd rather not see QiYu. Whenever he sees him, he is reminded of how LiQing suffered in QiYu's hands. He guilt-tripped QiYu further by reminding him that he is the cause of LiQing's blindness. Had LiQing retained his sight, he would not have gotten lost. QiYu slumps down on the nearest couch. Throwing his head back, he lets out a sigh of exasperation. He admits to Xiu that he hates himself more. He admits to being gullible and shallow, allowing those who gave him false praise to manipulate him and discard the one person who truly loved him. QiYu covers his face in shame. Had he loved LiQing for even a tenth of LiQing's love for him, he would not be in his current predicament. Smiling wanly, he tells Xiu that it should be LiQing who should hear his words of regret. Deciding that this visit is a waste of time, he bids farewell to Xiu. Before he could leave, Xiu reminded him of their bet. LiQing glances at Xiu sideways. Something catches his attention, and his blue eyes widen. Suddenly, QiYu lunges towards the scroll on top of Xiu's side table. Gripping the calligraphy in his hands, he scrutinizes the handwriting. His heart soars with hope as he recognizes the penmanship. It's LiQing's. There's no way that he could be wrong. LiQing is alive. He turns to Xiu, demanding to know where the calligraphy piece came from. Xiu looks at him, astonished. QiYu lowers the scroll and tells Xiu that the person who gifted the scroll must know where to find LiQing. A loud bang reverberates through the peaceful room where LiQing is being kept. LiQing is visibly startled. He cradles Guangsheng closer in fear. Guangsheng cries from being startled, and LiQing tries to soothe him. Wershan storms into the room in anger, looking for the person responsible for his embarrassment in front of the new king of Lulan. He grabs LiQing by the scruff of his neck and throws him down on the floor. With a whip in his hand, he demands to know if LiQing deliberately made a mistake on the scroll that the king of Lulan was easily able to declare the piece a counterfeit. LiQing grunts in pain while Guangsheng continues to wail, cushioned in LiQing's arms. Wershan raises the whip and harshly strikes down LiQing multiple times, each strike breaking skin. LiQing wraps his arms around Guangsheng, protecting him with his body, taking the blows. Wershan claims that he escaped punishment by the skin of his teeth due to his quick-wittedness. In his anger, he threatens to end LiQing's life. Guangsheng cries while LiQing continues to protect him. Striking LiQing with the whip was not enough for Wershan, and he decides to kick him too. Annoyed by the crying baby, he grabs Guangsheng, separating him from LiQing. LiQing begs Wershan not to harm the baby. Dangling the baby by the head, he accuses LiQing of caring for the crown prince's son, whom he hates. He asks him whose child the baby is, threatening to harm LiQing further if he lies again. LiQing insists that the baby is the royal heir of the Jin kingdom. Wershan can see through LiQing's lies and threatens to harm the baby. He raises the baby out of LiQing's reach. LiQing warns him that if the baby is harmed, he would lose the reward money, and he would bring ruin to himself. Wershan stops, finally coming to his senses. He warns LiQing that if he fools him again, there shall be dire consequences. His anger still unquelled, he continues to lash out at LiQing, intending to make him learn his lesson. He tells LiQing that there's no way that a blind man like him could ever escape. Grabbing LiQing by the hair, he tells him that he is only letting him leave because of his pretty face. From outside the door, Wershan could hear people looking for him. Asking who is bothering him in his home, he storms out only to find the king of Lulan and another guest striding towards him. The royal guards stand to the side, escorting the king. The Lulan king has a serious look on his face, and the other notable guest is shrouded in mystery, but his presence is even more imposing. Wershan sweats at the thought of the new king visiting him at home and asks what the visit is for. The man who came with the king walks closer to him. The gaze in his eyes could kill. Wershan feels a shiver run down his spine and wonders who this man is. He is even scarier than the Lulan king. QiYu enters Wershan's home as he owns it. He looks around and his eyes land on a prone figure on the floor. With light seeping through a window, he finds LiQing, bloodied and suffering. He runs towards LiQing, taking stock of his injuries. He wonders how this could have happened. LiQing shivers in his hands. Cradling his love, he blames himself for LiQing's suffering, and a tear falls from his eyes. A teardrop falls on LiQing's hand, prompting him to open his eyes. For a second, he is able to see something, a drop of water on his hand. He asks if it was Pi Qingxu holding him. QiYu does not answer him. LiQing asks again, wondering why Pi Qingxu does not answer him. He assures Pi Qingxu that he is all right. QiYu swallows the lump in his throat and tells LiQing that it is he, Jun QiYu, who came to save him. LiQing's vision returns to darkness. He is upset that of all people, it has to be QiYu, the person he never wanted to see. Sweat pours on his face, as he also contemplates how QiYu is the first to show up when he needs help the most. LiQing sits up with QiYu's help, but once he finds his balance, he places a hand on QiYu's chest to put distance between them. QiYu unwillingly lets him go. He does not speak, his heart a mess of emotions. Finally, he finds the strength to speak. Clenching his fists, he asks LiQing if he's okay. LiQing avoids his gaze, telling him that he should rest easy. LiQing is hard to kill. QiYu asks him not to be too heartless in his response, since QiYu searched day and night for him. LiQing faces him grumpily. He asks why QiYu has been looking for him. QiYu tells him that he has been worried sick, wondering where LiQing had gone. He was not able to sleep peacefully for the past few months. He remarks that although LiQing does not believe him now, he wants LiQing to know that he can't live without him. He declares his love for LiQing. LiQing brushes off QiYu's declaration of love. He coldly thanks LiQing for saving his life, and tells him he has nothing to offer in return for his kind gesture. QiYu adamantly tells him that he never wanted LiQing to repay him. LiQing answers that he would be glad to call it quits between them, and all debts are now erased. These words dampen QiYu's mood. Meanwhile, Wershan observes the two as they try to make sense of the situation. He discerns that the man is the formidable crown prince of the Jin kingdom. Upon observing the two, he noticed that LiQing truly hates the man. Finally finding his chance, Wershan dramatically addresses the crown prince of Jing, claiming that he was about to turn in LiQing. He explains that LiQing kidnapped the illegitimate child of Jun QiYu and even plans to manipulate QiYu's son to assassinate him one day. He acted like a man of honor, claiming that LiQing's plans repulsed him and that he wanted to punish him on QiYu's behalf. QiYu, who is already in a dark mood, stands up to face him. There is a sinister look in his face, promising to make life hell for anyone who crosses him. Coldly, he asks Wershan if he truly harmed LiQing on QiYu's behalf. Wershan proudly admits that he did it for QiYu. He claimed that he saved LiQing at the border of the Jin kingdom out of the goodness of his heart. LiQing even offered himself up to him willingly, promising to fulfill Wershan's dirty desires. Without pausing, he tells QiYu that LiQing tried to seduce him, and that he took him in out of pity, claiming that he is a victim of LiQing's manipulation. Sticking to his narrative, he tells QiYu that he has been taking care of QiYu's son for him, and has a plan to return him to the Jin kingdom, to reunite with his birth father. QiYu stands up very slowly, his movements calculated. He looks down at the kneeling Wershan, his face devoid of emotion. Coldly, he tells Wershan that he should reward him, his hand reaching for the hilt of his sword. Wershan's head remains bowed. Otherwise, he would have seen the expression on QiYu's face. He pretends he wasn't expecting a reward, but he doesn't so much as mention the 10,000 taels award. QiYu asks him if he was the cause of LiQing's wounds. Wershan rises from his prone position, proudly admitting that he intended to beat up LiQing within an inch of his life. Wershan just shot himself in the foot twice. QiYu lets out a humorless chuckle, the expression on his face unreadable. Coldly, he tells Wershan that he shall grant him 10,000 taels of gold for finding the one he is looking for. Raising his sword, he tells Wershan to enjoy the 10,000 gold reward in the afterlife. QiYu's sword swings down to everyone's horror. Wershan's head drops on the floor. Pixingshu and the servants bear witness to the violence. Pixingshu scolds QiYu for not hesitating to end one's life. QiYu shakes his sword to rid it of blood. Sheathing his bloody sword, he tells Pixingshu that causing harm to LiQing is enough to warrant a death sentence. Running his mouth with all the filthy things he said about LiQing guarantees him death more times than one could count. Pixingshu understands where he is coming from, but reminds QiYu that he is in another country's territory, and Pixingshu has recently awarded the man a noble title. Proper due process should have been carried out. With his sword in place, his face splattered with Wershan's blood, QiYu tells him that he was not able to wait. LiQing shakes from where he is slumped on the floor. He notes that QiYu has not changed at all. He is as reckless and impulsive as ever. With shaking legs, he tries to stand up, calling for Xingshu. Pixingshu quickly ran to him, apologizing for being late. Tears of joy ran down his face at hearing Pixingshu's voice. Pixingshu could no longer help himself. He hugs LiQing tightly, happy that he's alive. QiYu startles at the sight. He turns towards the two men hugging, his face looking dangerous.